Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. VOP TV. Now you have more.
Good morning and welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning on Voice of the People television. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning and it's also the 18th day in the month of November 2025. I am Fina. Okay, Chuku. And on the show this morning, we have quite interesting stories for us to listen to, also get educated as well as get informed. ISWAP terrorists kill Army Brigade commander who actually was awaiting a rescue after ambush. Turaki PDP leaders storm police headquarters against Anyanwu Wike orders as PDP crisis deepen. You know, this story is an interesting one. People that have been expelled from the party decide to use the party secretariat to host another meeting by a certain time, which is 10 o'clock, the same day that the board of trustees of the party scheduled to have their own meeting at 2 p.m. interesting. We'll see how this unfolds. And also on our radar, Atiku will be absent as ADC unveils new headquarters in Abuja, even as that headquarters turned out to be the house that Atiku Abubakar used for his presidential campaign in the 2023 election. Those are the major topic of conversation for today. We also have other interesting trending stories. Before we proceed, we kindly urge you to visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also, subscribe to our YouTube if you've not done that. Click on the subscribe button, and the YouTube channel is Voice of the People TV, well spelled out. And on all that social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Come, let's move on.
Oh, good morning and thanks for joining us. You can also be a part of the conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
Yes, welcome on board. It's VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Now let's get into other conversations, all right? Let's start soft and then, so he slapped him. Well, the students reported to his parents who came to the school angry, and then a viral video making the rounds on social media shows the parents at a meeting with the principal and the teacher where the situation spiraled out of control, leading the parents to slap the teacher repeatedly. Well, the incident reportedly occurred at Starville School in Jabi, Abuja, or Jahi, Abuja. Reacting to the situation, educationist Alex Onya revealed that the 8-year-old has now been expelled and the parents permanently banned from the school. He also revealed that the school sanctioned the teacher with forfeiting a week's salary and also issued him a final warning letter never to lay hands on any child or he will be sacked. Okay, I think what the school has done is, the appropriate thing to do. He laid hands on somebody's child, a slap, very, very it's not something you should do. I mean, even growing up, I remember a story. Well, it happened to someone around me, and it was a story my parents would always point to and tell you, look, don't hit anybody's child. And this is the story of an uncle in the neighborhood who felt offended by the actions of a child, that he gave the child a knock. Then you knock your head. So he gave the child a knock on the head. And the child went home, complained of headache. I mean, people saw him giving the child a knock. The child complained of headache, and before you could say, doctor, the child was dead. And then the parents went the voodoo way, did some voodoo and directed it as they buried the child. They did some juju, voodoo, and the uncle, in about a week, lost his mind, became mentally unstable, and started roaming the streets. He basically went mad. And that was always a pointer. You see that uncle, you know him, this was what happened to him, don't do it. So basically, back to this particular story. You don't lay hands on people's children. Like the mother said in that video, do you know his health condition? You don't. Having said that, it was wrong for the teacher to have slapped. If he wanted to punish, you could punish, kneel down, raise your hands, or pick pin, or do those punishment. Or it's a lot better than, a slap to the face, because you never know. It might affect the eardrum or something, or a teeth will fall off, or, things like that. Having said that, the parents, on the other hand, I've said it on this table how a teacher was very strict on me and my parents embraced him, and, it made me get better in the subject he taught, because I came to understand that he meant well. So the parents, you don't just, get up and take laws into your hands, and because you are paying tuition, you're paying school fees, and from that school fees, salary of the teacher is being paid, and you feel you could slap. And then I saw that video on Sunday, actually. The man, the father of the child, got angry, slapped the teacher, and the mother told them, stop recording. Okay, if you don't want to stop recording, I'll do mine. And then she walked up and slapped him too. And I think that was just too much. That was too much. And I think more than expelling the students, they should be sued as well. Yeah, that's my take on this one.
Oh, well, Moses, you have said quite a lot. But as usual, when things like this happen, I always try to walk back because from the recording, when the recording started is when we saw the wife first slap the man, he gave him wah, wah, and later on the husband, the father of the child slapped the man again. Why I like to walk back is, according to the report, the teacher said an 8-year-old pushed him twice.
Mm-hmm. Or like throwing tantrums and
pushed him twice, It was wrong for the teacher to have slapped him. A K, in the buttocks would have all just kneel down, raise their hands and all of that for 5-10 minutes. But unfortunately, they couldn't manage the situation, both the teacher and the parents. And I thank God the way it happened. Because the way people react, some people are more temperamental than others. There is a teacher that will slap, you end up in the ICU. I'm just telling you.
Indeed, yeah.
There's a teacher you will slap, you end up in the ICU, you say, well, is it prison, jail term? I'll go. But you will not, a man, you stand in front of a man and give him a slap and you expect him to keep quiet. But I'm happy that the teacher took in all of that, in his stride and what the school has done. And the man himself didn't help matters. Your wife has slapped the man. Why go to slap him again? They overreached themselves. As a matter of fact,
I think it was the man that slapped first.
The
man slapped first, and then the wife went and slapped to prove that okay, since you are making a recording of it, I will slap him too. And then you directed to the principal.
Whoever slapped first, whoever slapped first, but it was out of place for both parents to slap the teacher. Now, what are you teaching that child? You want to create a bully out of him?
The slap came because the teacher admitted that yes, I slapped him.
And having admitted, that should have been enough to say, okay, please, next time, don't. I have children too, I have children that have been flogged in school. You remember a highly placed PDP officer, sometime in the past. In fact, as a matter of fact, Olisa Meto took policemen to school to go and assault a teacher, that punished his child. Nigerians take out their frustrations. Look, if not for the restraint, that both the FCT minister and the naval officer, the restraint they demonstrated last week, something outright could have happened. And this one again, the teacher exercised some level of restraint, and I thank him for that. But the school too, beyond expelling the child and ensuring that the parents are no longer seen within the vicinity of that premise, I think the police should step into this because this is clear assault. It depends on what the teacher wants, as a matter of fact, but it is condemnable in any way you look at it. What the teacher was wrong, what the teacher did was wrong. But I think the parents overreacted.
Yes.
The parents overreacted.
That's
the teacher having admitted, okay, yes, I slapped him, should have been enough. Sorry, don't do this next time because something wrong could have gone there if the teacher reacted the way they reacted to.
Nobody is talking about the attitude of the child.
He just
did. The parent. I'm talking about the father and the mother who went to school to all, go all out and say they are seeking for justice for the child that received the slap. That's the first one. For an 8-year-old to wake up and start throwing tantrums to the point of pushing an elderly person who happens to be the teacher speaks more to what is happening at home. That is the first thing I would say. Maybe, I encourage gentle parenting. I do that most of the time too. But to get to a point where I have to lose me to say, don't do this. And then I'll punish by saying, that's your naughty corner, stand by the wall, do this, do that. But there are some times that the standing by the corner might not really work. And that is when I see you being naughty in the name of trying to protest or throw a tantrum. Then I'll bring up my slippers or any other thing I think I have around to teach you the good lesson the way it should be. But now, the slap the little boy received from the teacher is what I am against. But if you check it out, you find out that maybe the man's finger must have left some, whatever on the cheek of the child that made the parents notice that was a slap and all that. Or maybe the child, when he got home, would be like, Mommy, guess what? I was slapped today at school.
All you may not have even been a hard slap.
A hard slap.
That's more like a pass on the cheek. I think that child is badly brought up.
Of course.
And from what the parents exhibited, how will you, 8-year-old, you go and push a teacher?
He speaks to what is playing behind him. What's happening at home? That is just
very badly brought up. I think the parents should be ashamed of themselves.
But everybody wants to wake up and say, you don't bully my child, you don't do this, because that was what the woman was saying. You don't do that to him. Do you know how this, so many things. My child I've never laid my hands on. she said so many things. I understand the pango of childbirth and all
Yes.
that, but this is
She's
what
not
I
the
am.
only woman that has
This is what
had child
hold on,
pangs
1%.
and all of that.
I'm against this. Why I'm
Yes.
against it is it speaks to how unruly some people can be trying to seek for justice. There are many ways to punish this teacher. You can, for example, when you come for registration of a child before the final admission, and then some schools have started to say no corporal punishment, no this, no that, no that. Maybe that actually happened to be what they signed when they enrolled the child in school, but something happened. And you don't want to care, you don't check what happened to your child. Now, someone say something on reacting to this, but the person say, what can an 8-year-old boy do that will make a teacher to slap the child?
So many things.
So many things.
So many things. As a matter of fact, Fina, you started off by saying you like soft parenting. Well,
I do gentle parenting,
yes,
but there's a
gentle
beauty
parenting.
to it.
On the other hand, I think I like hard parenting because look, our society has become so permissive. We permit a lot of things, that go on in society. I have a child, that the teacher flogged him. He came back and complained to me that the teacher flogged him. Where? He said in his buttocks and his hand, what did you do? He said I was not making noise, and he said I was making noise. Tomorrow I took him to school. I said, teacher, next time he makes noise, please double the flogging. But
this you just said now reminded me of
excuses.
Something happened while I was in school. I didn't make noise that day. I felt so bad. I did not make noise. I was among the people making noise. But get what? We got what they call that thing. General punishment was what I got. And then I went home complaining to my mom. Guess what my mother told me? If you get to class and people are making noise, make noise, but don't be the be in the needle. Let your voice not to be too head.
Because we condone some of these things. That is why we have the kind of children that we produce these days. And quite unfortunate. We are playing over a lot of things. We are playing with a lot of things. By the time these things start reporting in society, and
it's late already. It's late already. I mean, we have condoned a lot of things. We've imbibed Western culture. In schools now, you're not permitted to beat a child. Now, I understand that some people take it overboard.
Yes.
Some people do it in excess, and they become too hard. I mean, like you said, you don't even know the texture of your palm, and then you slap a child.
Yeah.
You might have. I mean, there's somebody I saw who hit a bottle of drink. He wanted to appreciate it, like, oh, and then he hit it and it broke because his palm is hard. So imagine that kind of a person slapping someone.
We can rule that out actually, because
but regardless of that, you don't just you don't say okay, because I mean we have lost it.
We
have lost it already.
Honestly, we have.
It will now take a lot to retrace our steps. Yes.
Unfortunately, the people that we copied from, they are walking back, trying to introduce corporal punishment in schools. In the Western world, and we are traveling in a different direction, and that makes our case crazier and more difficult for us. So while they are trying to get better, we are trying to get worse.
Yeah,
and
but
it's troubling. It is concerning too.
It is troubling.
Very, very.
It is troubling. The kind of children we are raising, and that's why they say, oh, Gen Zs are,
they're so
very
outspoken.
confrontational. Gen Alphas are even worse because you can't even yell at them. You can't tell them, sit down there. You can't. They say, oh, that's child abuse.
But having said all that, actually,
some of us were not raised that way. So
but Fina said something one day. Those of us that think that we're properly brought up are the ones that brought up this generation. So what's
societal influence?
Societal
Yes,
influence.
you don't want to be tagged as the one who is abusing, in quotes, your child or abusing someone else's child. No, your own child. So because you don't want to be tagged as that, you feel okay. Let me
mind my business.
Pedal.
Oh,
let me take it easy.
Be careful what to wish for.
But all the same, to teachers now, let's find a way to put our emotions in check. You are there as a teacher for a reason. You're not there as a military personnel. So even when a child must have erred in one way or another, don't go all out.
Exactly what I said. Let's be
Please,
careful what you wish for. Let's get into another very interesting trending topic. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Monday revealed the insulting and abusive thank you text message you received from former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose Oshokomole, as they call him, following his attendance at Fayose's 5th birthday in Lagos last week. While the SMS described as a thank you note was made available to journalists in Abeokuta by Obasanjo's Special Assistant on Media, Kehinde Akinyemi. In the message, Fayose expressed appreciation for Obasanjo's attendance, but criticized what he called the 89-year-old former president's irresponsible comments during the birthday celebration. Well, the former governor said he chose not to respond at the event to show the whole world the difference between a sane man and a madman. That's according to Fayose, not me. Well, Fayose also requested that Obasanjo promptly return the money he had sent to facilitate his attendance at the birthday ceremony. While speaking as the special guest of honor at the birthday, Obasanjo recounted how Fayose had repeatedly abused him in the past without showing remorse. Well, he explained that despite seeking forgiveness several times, Fayose continued to insult him, displaying arrogance. Obasanjo also said that Fayose did not initially invite him to the birthday, instead sending former minister Osita Chidoka as an intermediary before visiting personally. Well, there's this altercation. Is it altercation? I think it's an insult, between Obasanjo and Ayo Fayose. Whatever happened, according to Obasanjo, Ayo Fayose had reached out to him through intermediaries, First of all, Osita Chidoka and another person, and invited him for his birthday in Lagos. And he sent a package to him, use this and come. Well, Obasanjo kept the package, according to him, and eventually attended the event in Lagos, 65th birthday anniversary of Ayo Fayose. While that birthday was going on, he was being expelled at the convention in Ibadan. That's Ayo Fayose. That's another story, by the way. Now, Obasanjo said he used the opportunity to tell Ayo Fayose, you have been insulting me all this while, and please, your wife has apologized. You have not apologized. You need to stop insulting me. But all of those things were in the past. And it looked as if everything ended there, only for Obasanjo to get to him. And Ayo Fayose now sent a thank you message to him saying, look, why I didn't respond to you at that event was because I wanted the world to see between a sane man and what did he say, a madman, and all of that. Meaning that Fayose himself was the sane person and Obasanjo is a madman. We are coming from a story where we are talking about losing our African values. I wonder the level of provocation that will lead Ayo Fayose to insult somebody like Obasanjo, calling him a madman. I've tried to imagine and I can't find any, no matter the level of provocation. He is an elder. And he didn't say anything wrong. Everybody understands that while both of you were in government, you insulted him severally. Well, maybe because Ayo Fayose is feeling that Obasanjo probably was the mastermind of his impeachment and all of that. But all those things should be in the past. Why come in on public and start insulting an elderly man, former president, two-time president of this country, and you are calling him a madman? What do you expect younger people? How do you expect younger people to respect you, Oshokomole? I never expected that this kind of thing will come out from you. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed.
For me, I believe respect is reciprocal to start with. Since the elder understood that initially he was not invited for that birthday party, why attend?
No, he wanted to.
No, he said he was not invited initially. Before later, through the mediation of Osita Chidoka, then he now decided to go after Osita Chidoka. After someone played an intermediary.
First of all, sent Osita went. Another person went. Before Fayose himself went.
So he was invited.
Now, when you check, for me, all I have to say here is, when you check the body language of both men, they have something that no one actually know about. They have something happening between them that you and I are not aware of. So for them actually for the invitation alone to have taken that trajectory to this point shows that there are more to this that we need to know.
Is there anything wrong with what Obasanjo said at the birthday?
Secondly, they invited you to go for a birthday party. I know that age sometimes actually play on us too.
He said
now when they invite you,
he said Obasanjo had dementia and all of that.
I know you love Obasanjo.
That is what he said. Yeah, he's an elder. We know he's an elder, but now the thing is that that's why I expect him as an elder to understand that it is not all invitation at this point that you have to
understand.
It's not too right. It's not too wrong making it right. It is you.
No, but that is
it is you. Saying. No, it is you holding on to yourself and also expect. I don't have anything against Obasanjo coming up to say, "Thank you, my son, I've forgiven you, but you see this party due to age and all that, I may not be able to attend it." Believe me, that would have actually saved us all this back and forth. Yes,
listen,
but all the same,
from the information that is available to us, he was basically. I mean, it felt like he was begged to attend because you sent Osita, yes, to go plead with him, according to Obasanjo, to test his mood, and then later called him, and then later came yourself to him. That is begging somebody, please come for my event. That's what it is. That's what it looks like. And from what he said, from what the former President Obasanjo said at the event, personally, maybe the tone with which, I wasn't there, maybe the tone of perception was what angered Mr. Fayoshe, yeah, maybe, but from what I could see, there's nothing to anger anybody in that statement. Okay, you offended me, you said a lot of things, you're not my best political child, but I can't ignore the achievements you have attained. You've done some good things, and I forgive you for the insults you raised. Come on, that is maturity, if you ask me. That is maturity. And then you send him a message and insult him again. He's a madman. I don't want to mention the insult.
And also requested that he send back promptly the money made available for him to.
So does it look to him as if Obasanjo is a hungry man?
No, that is what I was saying when I said initially that as an elder, they say wisdom is profitable to direct. As an elder, you know within yourself that you're not in the best relationship with this person. And then the person finally
you can't tell these things because
okay, now see what it has led to.
Even if he chose not to attend, if this was going to happen, it will still happen. It should not be, I pleaded with you and you didn't come, you are stupid, you're a mad person.
And it will not be left for the world now to see how stupid some people who think that money speaks better than any other thing of value or ethics have actually been seen.
It's quite unfortunate. Whatever goes around comes around. I expect that with time, Fayoshe will go and apologize to Obasanjo.
Yeah, he's the one he has been doing all this while.
There's no need to do that anymore. You don't insult somebody repeatedly, all right? And then even when they say, I forgive you, you insult them again and you go back and apologize. No. There's absolutely no need for that anymore. So I think
someone will do this to him.
Most definitely.
Away from that, a federal high court sitting in Abuja on Monday convicted the suspended dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Calabar, Professor Cyril Ndifon, and sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment for sexually harassing his female student. Delivering the judgment, Justice James Omotosho found Ndifon guilty on 2 counts out of 4-count charge filed against him by the Independent Corrupt Practice and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The court, however, discharged and acquitted Ndifon's co-defendant and lawyer, Mr. Sonny Anyangu, who was accused of attempting to pervert the course of justice, ruling that the prosecution failed to establish any credible evidence against him. Justice Omotosho sentenced Professor Ndifon to 2 years in prison for 1 count and 5 years on the 2nd count, with the court ordering that the sentences run concurrently. The ICPC had accused Ndifon of soliciting explicit and indecent photographs from female students while serving as UNICAL's law dean. In particular, the commission highlighted a case where Ndifon allegedly demanded pornographic images from a female diploma student whose identity was protected under the pseudonym TJK. The student was among 4 witnesses who testified against him in court. Allegations against Ndifon and Anyango included sexual harassment, cybercrime, and attempt to pervert the course of justice. Ndifon denied all allegations, claiming that the prosecution failed to present sufficient evidence to justify a conviction. Despite his defense, the court held that the evidence presented by the ICPC proved beyond reasonable doubt that Ndifon engaged in inappropriate sexual conduct towards a student, marking a significant judgment in the fight against sexual harassment in Nigerian tertiary institutions. I am happy with this judgment, but I'm not that happy. How I wish, I can say this because the court have ruled, I'm not preempting anyone at this point, but how I wish that this judgment happens to fall in with the new bill that is being proposed on the floor, 14 years without option of fine or bail, or I think I would have been happier. But it's a good one. I'm happy to ICPC for them to take up this case and make sure they prove it in court and get someone for once being sentenced to prison for sexual harassment of female students. Not just female students face harassment, too, male students too do face harassment. But this speaks volume to what is happening within our tertiary institution. Sex for math, sex for grade. This, if you don't do this, you won't pass. I can remember what happened while we were in school. Then a particular man kept on, disturbing a certain student in school that you must do this. And guess what? At the end of the day, the girl yielded in. There were videos, there were pictures. It wasn't really a palatable view then, because it brought so many, from faculty to the exams and records, so many people, even to the Senate. A whole lot of things happened then in school. I could remember that particular incident a lot. But at the end of the day, we did not get to hear that the man in question was sent to prison. We heard that something happened or something transpired, and they found a way to cover it. But this, I believe, will serve as a deterrent to some people out there, some lecturers, both male and female, who cannot put their libido in check, who cannot control themselves and go all out to harass people that they should protect. I love what is happening, and thank you very much, James Omotosho, for this judgment, for this particular ruling. I think moving forward, any other person or people who actually cannot handle themselves will understand the implication of all actions.
All right, then let's well, that's about all we can take, because we do have the papers to get to. To the Vanguard newspaper now. How bandits kidnapped 25 Kebbi schoolgirls. Riders killed vice principal in deadly attack. Police confirm Kebbi school invasion. Abduction barbaric. And okay, yes, and then we do have some of the headlines here, the window headlines there. Food inflation still rising, but at slower pace. Akpabio, Mac, Shehu, others mourn as media icon Dan Agbese dies at 81. Tinubu to judiciary, justice must never be for sale. Pope warns against escalating violence, persecution against Christians in Nigeria. And then this one is quite surprising. Nicki Minaj to address UN on alleged persecution of Christians in Nigeria. Nicki Minaj. Yeah. Okay. PDP tension as factions battle for Wadata Secretariat. Taraba Speaker, 15 PDP Assembly members defect to APC. Tension in Enugu community as Governor Mba's kinsmen protest alleged military invasion. Eric Chelle accuses Congo DR of using voodoo. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper.
The Daily Independent is up next with the window headlines. Tension in Enugu community as Mba's kinsmen protest military occupation. Unika's professor jailed 5 years for sexual harassment. And the banner headline, outrage trails kidnap of 25 Kebbi schoolgirls, killing of vice principal. Right after that, FG condemns kidnap of schoolgirls, vows swift rescue. Sergei Okorie, others ask Nigeria to seek external help. Development, a failure of governance, say legal experts. PDP charges Tinubu to secure lives, property of Nigerians. Nigeria's inflation drops to 16.05%, fastest in a year. Tinubu pushes for practical measures to boost intra-African trade. Lagos to 20 billion naira bond oversubscribed by 55% at 310 billion naira. Right after that story, 14.8 billion naira green bond attracts 97.7% oversubscription. And that is on page 7. We have another bold headline on the cover page of the Daily Independent. Tinubu admits compromise in judiciary, says it undermines integrity. And the last but not the least of the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independent, Obasanjo Fayose reignite decades-old feud. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper. And that's how far we can go on taking a review of the National Daily. Do well to join Chikum and Moses per point of the hour, 10 a.m. here on Voice of the People Television. We'll have to go on a quick break and we'll come back. ISWAP terrorists kill Army Brigade Commander awaiting rescue after an ambush. Stay with us. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day,
The grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. Nigerian Army top officer and Commander Brigadier General Emumba has been killed by Islamic State West African Province ISWAP fighter after the terrorists reportedly intercepted and tracked his location along the Damboa-Biu axis in Borno State. Multiple security sources have confirmed. The tragic incident occurred shortly after the brigade commander had participated in a successful joint air-ground offensive against insurgents in the area. According to report, the general had earlier spoken with his superiors, confirming that he was safe following the operation and was regrouping with his team. The officer's communication may have inadvertently exposed his coordinates. He was captured alive while the terrorists interrogated him briefly before summarily executing him. Meanwhile, Mohammed Idris, Minister of Information and National Information, says that President Bola Tinubu has ordered the swift rescue of the female student abducted from Government Girls Secondary School in Marga, Kebbi State. Gunmen attacked the school on Monday morning and kidnapped 25 female students during the raid. Nafiu Kotokashi, police spokesperson in Kebbi, said that Hassan Makuku, the school's vice principal, lost his life during the attack, while Ali Shehu, a security guard, sustained gunshot injuries to his right hand. Reacting to the development in a statement, Idris said Tinubu has condemned the attack and reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to protecting all Nigerians, especially school children. Quite unfortunate indeed. We have with us in the studio Prince Francis Chilaka, who is a public and political affairs analyst, and joining us virtually is a National Secretary, retired member of the Nigerian Armed Forces, Ambassador Dr. Omei Roy Okideve. And also will be joined from Oka by Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu, former member of the State House of Assembly. He is also a political and public affairs analyst. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Prince Francis.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu.
Good morning.
All right, good to have you join to this conversation. Ambassador Roy, good morning, if you can hear me. Good to have you join today's conversation. Ambassador, if you're there, please. All right, let me start off with the studio. I would like you to unmute your device, if you can hear me. Unmute your microphone, Ambassador Roy, if you can hear me. All right, well, we'll let you walk through that to, establish proper communication with you. We'll bring the conversation to the studio where we'll have Prince Francis Chilaka. Prince Francis, what do you make of this? There was a statement made by the president after 25 girls were kidnapped, from Kebbi State, that the security operatives should move swiftly to make sure that those schoolgirls were rescued. Let's take it back to what happened some years ago where girls were kidnapped, in school, secondary school for that matter. We have the likes of Leah Shoibu and all the Dapochi girls and the other one that played out. And up until today, we're yet, even last 2 months or thereabouts, parents of those school girls come up to still talk about how some of their girls have not been reunited or granted freedom. Please, what do you make of this incessant kidnapping of girls from schools and the fact that the present administration have told the world that they are already working hard to end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, especially when Trump talk about coming in to help out?
We're back to the trenches. We can't hide our faces in shame, but that's the truth. Nigeria, for me, is gradually becoming a failed state because all the indices of a failed state is staring us in the face. And unfortunately, we just keep pretending to ourselves, and the government also keep pretending to itself. I think the problem is that our leaders don't understand the fact that the people have given up their sovereignty to them. And when you give up your sovereignty to your leaders, you want them to take care of you. They provide security, provide good health, provide good roads. But this is not happening in this country. And so each time these things happen, like the Chibok, the Dapchi girls, you just hear the president, give you beautiful speech, come asking the military to do this, asking the security to do that. But if you follow the details of what transpired, the police account of what transpired, the army account of what transpired, you find out that it sounds very, very childish. Because the police said, oh, we engaged them. And, they were trying to flee, they jumped the fence, or they jumped the walls, and they went away with these girls. And I keep asking, when it happened, when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, there were about 100 or something of them. How were they moved? Were they moved in trains? Were they moved in buses? Were they moved on the back of cows or the back of camels? So how do they move these girls that nobody gets to find them? And where is this bush that they moved them into? So it doesn't really add up. It simply shows you that, that there's something fundamentally wrong with our security architecture.
When you say something is fundamentally wrong with our security architecture, let's take it to what happened or what played that took the life of Brigadier General M. Uba. We're told that he was safe, and then he made a phone call to tell his superior that he was good and secured, and next to that thing was he was apprehended, and the rest was history. Let's take back to what Bolaji Akinyemi said when we seek the military aid, talking about the United States of America's aid, joining Nigeria's security now to help to rescue the Chibok girls. He told Nigerians, he made it known to Nigerians that the United States of America team accepts to use a certain gas to pass out the military, the militants, and take out the Chibok girls. But to their greatest surprise, when it was time for them to have the raid, they noticed that the terrorists that were trying to bombard were all wearing masks to prevent them from the gas that they are going to use to take them out. What does this speak on how complicit and how porous our military, space happen to be with the reintegration or readmission of repentant Boko Haram members or terrorist members into the military?
What you have playing out in Nigeria, especially with our security architecture and especially with information gathering and dissemination, is that there are people who are sympathetic to this Boko Haram, bandits, terrorists, call them what you want to call them. There are people who are sympathetic to them. And it is these people who are sympathetic to them that passes information to them. I mean, there's some funny explanation going on social media. Oh, that it's because of the social media that the general was captured and killed. And I laugh. And I said, first and foremost, when the news got broken that the general had got missing, they said no. They said we have a government that has a way of trying to deny everything. And that's why I say each time government begins to deny something, then it means that there's something there that we need to look into.
Someone says something about this general. Some people telling the people or the people that kidnapped him, the ISWAP team that took him where he was. Because, for example, we don't have the codes to track, to start with, getting the satellite information on the phone call being made, lay out there in public. It's not there where anybody can actually find it. Now, and we also know that some of these men, the terrorists, most times they make pictures and videos close to mountains and they send the information without them being tracked too. So how possible is it that they were able to, launch a coordinate to crack the position of this brigadier general, or brigadier commander, beg your pardon, before his pick up? Are you seeing anything more like a snitch telling them where this man is and for him to be
you see, you're trying to go round and round and round the truth. The truth of the matter is that there's serious flaw in the Nigerian security architecture. And I say this, you see these people, these bandits, they come on TikTok. They do giveaway and people collect it and nobody gets to arrest them. But between you and I, and the four of us here, go to TikTok tomorrow and say something that the government finds offensive. In less than 1 hour, you'll be picked up.
Okay. All right. Prince, before we go to the virtual guest, let me stay with you. The issue of insecurity is more than troubling to all of us. And our president has given marching orders, make sure you rescue these girls, more like a soundbite that we hear all the time. Why, do you understand why it's been difficult for the APC government? I say the APC government because it happened under Buhari. We had the United Arab Emirates give us 411 names of terrorists or sponsors. Buhari put that list inside the cupboard and never did anything with it. Malami was the Attorney General there. Now Malami wants to become president of this country.
No, he wants to be governor.
Okay, sorry, he wants to be governor. Yeah. He wants to be governor, sorry. He wants to be governor of Kebbi State. I don't have a problem with that. Tinubu is in place. That list, nobody has revisited that list. Do you read any intentionality, or is it complicit? Is the government complicit?
How did APC come to power in the first place? Protest, propaganda, those were the tools. Don't forget, they used the issue of Chibok girls. They used the issue of Dapchi girls that were kidnapped. Your present vice president was the governor of Borno State when it happened in Chibok. When the girls were kidnapped, what did he do? Your current minister of FCT, remember, was the then Minister of State for Education, who claims that he went there and he told them they shouldn't allow the children to go for the exams. But the government said no, where everything is in order. So when you put all this together, you ask yourself, we have also heard how some people had come to say, oh, we brought these people into this country for them to help us in case the election doesn't go the way we want. Who has been arrested? You have a Sheikh Gumi who's been going about the whole place asking the government to negotiate with bandits, terrorists, Boko Haram. And I ask, what do they want? What is the reason for negotiating with them?
All right. Let's hold our thoughts and let's take this very quick break. And when we come back, we'll continue the conversation.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
One later. All right, then welcome back. Now let's continue the conversation. But we have joining us here. We have Ambassador Roy Ohidebe, National Secretary, retired members of Nigerian Armed Forces. Good to have you with us in the studio.
Thank you so much.
And we still have Honorable Ejiofor Igwat, so we'll come to you very shortly. Ambassador Roy, let's start off with the issue of the general that was murdered, allegedly, and also the girls in Maga. But let's start off with the general. I have seen the video, and I have questions. I had to slow it down to see the reaction. And to me, I may not be right, but to me, it doesn't look real. And we see the Nigerian army denying the arrest and execution. What do you make of that? And if you've seen the video, which I think you have, is it real?
Okay. One thing I like telling people is this. When your house is on fire, what do you take out first? Every emergency response, emergency situation advisory, intervention, procedure will always tell you, leave. Leave your phones, leave your bag, leave whatever, don't touch anything, just dash out. Okay? If you are one of the wardens in the building, try to scale out people, windows, doors, ladders, whatever. Now, I also ask people, when you think your level of presence in the security in the country is protected, what happens when your neglect makes such negative incidences begin to point you out as a victim? We have young soldiers that have been kidnapped, killed in open videos, beheaded in open videos. We have 2 military personnel that went to their village to get married. They were kidnapped and they were killed. And there was one lady officer like that. It also happened to her. And everything was just looking at stories. Now, let me tell you, as we speak now, even commissioners, senators, they are being kidnapped. So, when a colonel, at colonel level, who has a red neck, is coming in the barracks, you need to change your direction. Because with that red neck, you have the right to pronounce anybody dead. You have the right to declare open fire as a colonel. I'm not even sure I can come into a place where there is a general. I'm not sure. I'm Special Forces trained. We just formed the elite Special Forces veteran community in Abuja yesterday. And we did an ESCO meeting where they made me the Deputy Secretary General, Parachutists Association. Those are elite forces. Where you see a general standing, you don't enter that place. And the perimeter control system around the general, beyond his armed orderly, is massive. When a country begins to see itself being abused in the highest of its estimable places, that is an awakening. If it is not woken up, then it's dead.
Okay. So you believe the video?
The video that came out needs to go through the military processes. The DMI needs to look at it. The military spokespersons need to come out with a statement. But so every other things now, we believe that social media can populate.
Now, talking about social media, does it make sense that a general lost track in trying to escape, was disconnected from his team, and was using WhatsApp to communicate? Does it make sense that he was sending videos of his location via WhatsApp, a social media application? What does that say assuming this is true, because I have a problem believing this, but assuming this is true, what does that say to reconnaissance?
No, I would like to put it like this because it will be like we are looking at the flame, we are not looking at the embers that boost the flame. What does that say about the Tucano that there was so much hype about? What does that say about military equipment that we have seen corruption cases popping up about serving personnel and government civilian procurement procedures representatives? How do these things amount to the budget for military and the physical accessibility of those military gadgets, equipment, platforms that military personnel are supposed to deploy when they are in dilemma or they need to create an attack? Now, if a general don't have devices on him that he could geolocate to wherever he is, if a general is moving without him doing video on WhatsApp, can't we permutate from the DMI office or system to know where the general is, especially when he's on active combat? We don't need to be mentioning devices here. I know where my son is right now in Texas. My daughter in New York knows where I am right now as I sit here. So if we don't know where a general is, then he needs to use a public system. Then that also tells you about where the country is in preparation.
Where the country is at this moment, Ambassador Roy, we know the problems. Very troubling.
Yeah.
Very disheartening.
Yeah.
A general is reportedly killed.
Yeah.
General of the Nigerian army.
Yeah.
By who? People will call ragtag.
Yeah.
Terrorists and all of that. Ambassador, how do we get out of this logjam? We know the problem. What's the solution?
Well, one of the things that we need to understand is this. The problems were created by us, but we did not know the magnitude that it will get to. That is why you see politicians now porting from, everybody's porting to APC. After this election, if APC does not win, everybody will be porting to wherever there is a win. What is the criteria and the policy to port? Now, every organization in Nigeria already believes in godfatherism. Every organization in Nigeria already believes in favoritism. If the people that are making the budgets ask for budget padding because they need to get something for themselves, if the people that stay in the villa, like the vice president, asking for billions and trillions of money to renovate his office when a school carrying the next generation of the country does not have protective delineation against incursion and abduction, what is the solution you want to have? The first solution is for justice to prevail. Justice against crimes instituted in the Constitution, murder, arson, criminality, corruption. Once justice begins to prevail, then the government to remove its hands from agencies. The police, they should create their own system where they nominate whoever comes to be an IG. The military should have its own system where the CDS or the chief of staff comes out. The politicians should face delivering democratic benefits, education, roads, medical, and all
You
that.
talked about the military. You served in the military. You know, the Nigerian military, I recall, when we used to go for external operations, we would come back with laurels and all of that. In the Nigerian military, what do you think is the problem? Is it problem of lack of equipment, or is it problem of lack of training? Or is it political complicity on the part of the political elites? What will it be for you?
When let me remember one instance when I was serving in 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, Kaduna. And we had a gunshot somewhere. We were just about 6 of us. And the young officer there was moved. We moved immediately to the location. And we saw that, policemen were handicapped. And there was no phone calls then, so we communicated as we communicate. And we got approval to protect the police, to protect our community, and to withdraw immediately the police reinforcement came. And that was what we did. When I was in Calabar, when Bakassi issues were coming up in the amphibious training school, we had a ready team to protect our military that were already in the front line as special forces personnel. Now, we don't connect with any civilian institution once there is threat to life and national security. There was no NSA office. NSA office that will bring in to begin to decide what the military and the police does. There was no interpretation of Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. There was no, who is that guy there? Is he a Muslim or a Christian? Everything becomes what is a threat to the country and we wipe it out immediately. We don't have any court. When the Nigerian government, politicians, started to go out to beg for loans and benefits, that was when you started to hear human rights in how we treat criminals. Then murder cases and firing squad began to get interpretations. So the governor that is supposed to sign a firing squad begins to ask, who is that guy? They say, he's a boy to ambassador. Have you called the ambassador? No, sir. Call him now. Ambassador, this boy, I think you should tell the judge to just pend it. I'm in France. I'm trying to buy some houses for my children. So they penned it and their alert beep, bim, bim, Oga don't send, Oga don't send. And everything is pended. And that is the process. I'm talking as a witness. I'm not telling you hearsay. Now, when we began to weaken the strength of penalties, accountability, then we opened the door for frivolities.
All right, thank you so much, Ambassador Roy, for that. Let's take this conversation to Honorable Geoffrey Iguatu. Good morning once again, Honorable Geoffrey Iguatu, and good to have you. Now, the present administration has spent $801 million worth of, in buying equipment, weapons now for Nigeria for us to be able to curb the issue of insecurity. With the way things are going and the fact that some people have also come up to say that some military personnel at this point are complicit, and also the reintegration or readministration of repented Boko Haram members or terrorist members now. And sometimes people say that they've been enrolled in the military. Are we going to see all this help out in any way to curb the issue of insecurity? The spending of $801 million, one breath, and in another breath, more like pardoning and also encouraging people who have killed to still be moving freely under the non-kinetic measure of curbing insecurity.
I don't think the issue still remains or is anything about funding. What is the problem in Nigerian military is about tactical formation, it's about information leakage, it's about betrayal, it's about sabotage. There is no way anybody can convince most Nigerians that there is no leakage of information around the military circle. Now, if you accuse me of stealing anything and you invite the police, you go to the police station, one of the things you see is that 2 trucks of mobile policemen will be sent to my house to arrest me, and there is nothing I will do to run away from them, just because you accuse me of stealing 1 or 2 little things or one of very minute cases. Now, bring it up to that level of military. How can a brigade commander at that level be so easily captured and killed? It sends a very bad signal. It is a very shameful occurrence. It's a pity that we're hearing such from this great country, this supposedly great country, Nigeria, spending $800 million to buy arms and ammunition and giving it to people who are not dedicated, giving it to people who are sabotaging the national security to handle, makes no difference. It doesn't make any sense. No, the level of killings, the level of abductions are far becoming constant, even more constant than when Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was the president. The number of people that are being kidnapped, 25, 200 and something, 300 and something, schoolgirls. This is a very, very, very pathetic case. Nigeria is turning into a very dangerous.
A pathetic case indeed, very unfortunate. let's bring it back to the studio. Prince Francis. Now, he did mention the Jonathan era when this happened. 200 girls kidnapped, and now 25. And do you see a pattern in this? Could this be politically motivated to make the government look inactive, look bad, so as to have something, to say, to topple or to, push out this administration?
Yeah, I think that would not be the right word to use, because when the American president said he was going to come to help the Nigerian government, suddenly our politicians became very patriotic. If you noticed, you saw a lot of, I call them dead politicians coming up to do videos and telling you how patriotic they are, telling you how the Americans are coming for your natural resources and all of that. So if they could do that, and then the government was showing that they are in charge, I don't think anybody is doing anything, to paint this government in a bad light. But I just think that the government itself has failed the people. And that's why I said that when you and I gave up our sovereignty to the government, we gave it up believing that they will provide security for us. But they have failed us, and they continue to fail us. And there are questions. We talk about 400 and something names given to the former late president. The new president came in. He has not done anything about it. Nigerians are living in IDP camps in their own country. Nobody is saying, how do we take these people back to their ancestral homes? Nobody is asking who is occupying these ancestral homes. So it's just a failure in governance and government not facing the reality to know that the battle before them is something they cannot handle with all the videos people are making, talking about sovereignty, talking about patriotism.
All right.
The issue of insurgents, these guys, always on TikTok, always doing videos. In fact, I was watching a TikTok video last night where some of these bandits were making videos, and a supposed soldier was commenting under the video, saying that we'll get you and all of that. And it was laughable to me. What do you make of that? And also, I'd like you to react to the 25 girls kidnapped, the kidnap of the 25 girls. What do you make of it? Could this be
okay? For the TikTok,
can we trace them using algorithms?
Your son can trace them.
Exactly.
Your son, your children of today. My child will tell me, Daddy, share your screen, and they will just do some things on my phone and it's sorted out. I'll say, how much will I pay? You get it? These things are an insult. Go to schools in Nigeria here. Look, I like talking about our university students. You can have young boys and girls that will become strategically deployed to monitor these things. But you take your own TikTok now and talk about a senator and go and hide. You hear the other guest that is virtual. He said 10 trucks of mobile policemen will storm that place. Go and hide in another village, anywhere, inside a canoe, and be there and be doing your TikTok. Another canoe will park by your side, and you hear we are from the DSS. You are under arrest. So we begin to see a country like this Oga said now, that have removed priority from citizenry deliverance of democracy and place priority on individuals and cliques and cartels within the country. If you talk about the 25 girls, I asked someone the other day, I said, if those girls were one of your daughter, one of them is your daughter, tell me your state of mind right now for your daughter to be in the hands of drug addicts, wanton destruction mindset, set of people. Now, remove that and tell me, amongst the women in Nigeria today that are elites and highly educated, what kind of intervention have they come together to look at? Now, remove that. Come down again to the security system and ask me, I believe I can. We have done it before. Even those days when we were doing Operation Sweep and all those things when I was in Dodan Barracks. We can keep a bait, park a car somewhere and put double trafficator. Before 10 seconds, around 4 a.m., you will see over 20 people in hoodlums around that car looking at it like this. You get it? You can put a bait. All the schools in our outskirts, sir, in all of those exposed regions, sir, they are living baits. Why not create intervention system, deterrence system, and meet them at the point of entrance, far away from the school? Because immediately they gather and begin to move in that total space, they come together, they are not scattered. And intervene there, and
yes,
you get it. And that helps you to give deterrence to other places. It shows your presence. It shows your capability. Even if we are 6 of us and there are 100, and you don't give us that threat of mind the way you do, mind the way you do, mind the way you shoot, mind the... If you tell us that this is a threat to national security asset, every educated child is a national security asset. All these politicians that you see, the wristwatches they buy from Spain, China, and all those Dubai, they have a closet in their house that is biometric controlled. Wristwatch.
Okay. Ambassador, it's good that you are here. You play around the intelligence community, and graciously you live in the United States. And I want us to see what can we learn from the United States with your experience there and your experience back home. Especially, we have a situation where, in many cases, in most occasions, before these attacks come, the intelligence community is informed. Communities say, look, we have information that hoodlums, terrorists, gunmen are going to attack us. And the same military says, oh, don't worry, everything is in control. 2-3 days, 1 day, hours later, that same community is attacked. What can we learn from where you live? What's the
Let me start with your first question. There is no country in the world that does not have criminality.
Beautiful.
There is no country in the world that a criminal cannot see vulnerability.
Okay.
But do you have the audacity to exercise your criminal tendencies? If I leave my car and it's exposed to theft, do you have that audacity to take it and not be sure that you go to jail? Because intervention and opportunity to get to identify perpetrator, do we have your data, your registration lines, your ability to use phones? So many of them use phones to even collect ransom. Do we have the correlation of your geofencing? Where are you at this point? When you leave point A to point B, is there any flag if you have been flagged? Do we have communities that they take your identity so serious that before you buy some items, when I got my gun clearance, before I could get a Glock to buy, I had to go through some processes, and even while using it, there are rules of engagement. And you are sure that you violate those rules, you are going to answer for it. There is no judicial system where even the president has wanted to do many things. You remember the old time the US wanted, Donald Trump wanted to build the wall to block up. The judiciary will be asking questions. Not another political party, not innocent citizens like you that are supposed to be enjoying your sleep this morning to be asking questions, But here we have the judiciary itself starting in the dilemma of discord from even the NBA elections. So chairs are being thrown at each other. So we need a society that is answerable to certain tenets that keeps you geofenced, geolocated, and the integrity of your daily activities, you are answerable to them.
Your team, special forces, elite forces, right? The one you just
yeah, that's PAM, Paratroopers Association of Nigeria.
Sorry again, please.
Paratroopers, those guys that use paratroops to come from the plane, with their weapons
amazing.
and intervene.
That's what we need.
So we have airborne
paratroopers. Are you offering your services to land in Sambisa and
No, it's not a question of if we offer our services. It's the military system. If it is a waterway area, Navy guys pumping there. I'm an amphibious personnel. Some military personnel to go and get the crocodile badge. Water to land attack is swift.
Okay, but your team, are you offering your services to?
We don't need to offer our service, sir. We have serving personnel that are paratroopers. It is a green light means go. There is no other question again. Everybody become a falling stone. And if you don't see an officer that is standing there hoping to be a chief of army staff, hoping that one President Tinubu will come tomorrow and say, you have served, go and rest, you have $20,000 every year.
Or 60,000.
You have a medical travel every year.
Bulletproof.
Not following the army military discharge tenets. Meanwhile, other officers like you are forming groups to protest on the street that they don't have medical cover. You are giving benefits. So, as a young officer coming up, I want to get there. I want to grab those benefits. I want to be an ambassador. After serving and people, soldiers and citizens have died in thousands without any accountability on my part. And after I become an ambassador, they said they found out there are dollars and money in one building in Ikoyi. Then I run down, I'm trying to intervene in it. And other generals are seeing. And you think when the politicians call, they won't say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
No, let's get your opinion on the fact that, Donald Trump saying something about possible bombardment of Nigeria. What do you make of that? Because today, one of the national dailies, Sergei Okori and others are asking that Nigerian government should seek external help to help curb the issue of insecurity. What's your take on the statement made by Donald Trump, and what do you think that will be for Nigeria if such is to happen?
Do we agree that the world is a global village? Yes, we do. Why? Because you can be in your house today and you want to sell anything, you can sell to somebody in China. Somebody in China can sell to somebody in Nigeria just at the press of a button. Transaction is made, goods are sent, monies are sent. So the world is a global village. So we live in an estate. So in that estate where we live, your children are playing loud music, smoking in their home, and breaking bottles and fighting in the compound. And it's disturbing my peace. And it's allowing other hoodlums to come and gather in your place. Because as a father, you cannot call them to order. Will I not come and knock at your door and say, hey, what's going on here? Who are these guys smoking in their home? If you don't take time now, we'll run down this house. So, because we go there beggarly, because they know how much our people move out of the country against what they put in to deliver governance, is because we have sold our pride as the giant of Africa. Why is America talking to us? Why are they not talking to AU? Shouldn't they be talking to ECOWAS? Let's bring it down to say, take care of those African countries or else we'll come to them. All the institutions that we have put in place to stand in the gap, to represent the integrity of our country. Who is our ambassador in the US?
Well,
do you know him? Have you heard him speak?
Well, the president will appoint some in the days to come. Let's hear from Honorable Ejiofor again. Honorable, what would you like to see happen, as the president has said, look, there should be swift action to release these girls? What do you see happening in the coming days? Let's get that with your concluding thoughts on this one.
Well, I think the president making that statement of a swift action is just they're trying to paint the thing in such a manner that Nigerians will feel that there is something about to happen that will be different. But I don't think so. One of the things I think the president should do is to overhaul the entire military formation and find a better tactical formation that will keep our citizens prevented from such harms. This swift action, for how long do we continue with that kind of situation? Kidnap, abduction, swift action announced, presidency condemns the attack, victims, and people are suffering, people are dying, people are devastated. The country is in a bad state. So I think the president should do more than that. He's the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, the Commander-in-Chief. He should take up action in making sure that there is a permanent solution. Something more concrete is done to prevent these attacks. Is this not the same military, the Nigerian military, that went to ECOMOG and all them international missions that became successful and became great? News of their exploits were everywhere. Is this not the same military? What is happening? You heard the former military man talking about tribe, religion, and all the rest of them in the military. Something should be done to address these things so that whatever swift action the president gives instruction for will be carried out. When the president makes these announcements, the problem will be how is it being carried out? Who is on ground to make sure that these things the president's order is being carried out without any other sentiment attached to it? So it is important that security is taken to the high level that it should be at this moment.
Honorable
It's a very gruesome incident.
Do you believe in the principle of responsibility to protect? Should we encourage America to make use of that responsibility to protect by coming in? Because Nigeria we've done it in Nigeria before.
Well, if your house is on fire, and you have just you and one or two people to rescue 20, 50 people in the house to get all the property out of the fire, you need help. It depends on how you want to get help. But if you decide to choose what kind of help you get, you might end up having the house completely burnt down. So it is your choice to make. What kind of help would you accept? When people run in with a clear mind to get you out of that bad situation, and you think they want to steal your TV, they want to steal your chair,
they might steal your TV in the process. There's the possibility, but you weigh your options, which is better.
Use the TV. Is it not better
the house still standing or your TV gone?
You need to arrest them. You need to beg them instead of allowing the house to get burned.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. Prince Francis Chilaka, let's conclude on this one. Your concluding thoughts on this?
Well, my concluding thought is that I'm scared. It's like I'm scared for the country, just like any other person. I grew up in a country where I could take a train from Lagos to Niger State, take a bus to Sokoto. I was moving around freely. Nobody even asked me then if I was an Igbo or Yoruba or anything. But today you can't do that. You cannot do that. So it simply shows failure in governance. And until these political leaders begin to realize that they need, as a matter of fact, that they need to take politics out and face true governance, we will continue to be where we are today. People will say, oh, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Right now, I don't even see a tunnel, talk less of a light.
All right, then. Well, I don't know if I should ask you for your concluding thoughts as well, because I don't know, or consider your last statement your concluding thoughts on this one.
Okay, sorry, Ambassador. As you conclude, I would like for you to add, does Nigeria constitute priority to America's national security interest for them to want to intervene in Nigeria? Are we priority to them?
This angle let me respond to this angle about America and Nigeria. If somebody tells me that in fact, just denigrates my personality, okay? The first thing I look at is why that person can or could denigrate my personality. And I begin to work on it, okay? Those days, they used to say old soldiers, once you retire. And I vowed that when I leave this military, because I saw things that made me to say I want to leave, I said I will not be an old soldier. So if the United States of America said they want to come into Nigeria, why? And the question also you will ask yourself is, after the United Nations, this presidency comes into Nigeria, if they come or they don't come, do you have the Does it sit in your front burner to address all of these things? Have you guys sat together to say, can this end in our tenure? Like he said, Victory Primary School in Benin City, once my dad dropped us with his MNO 2000 Peugeot station wagon, we all want to trek back home. We gather together, we visit each other's house, take a drink, and we are going again till you get to your own house. No fears, no worries, no concern. So if America, China, or whatever wants to come into Nigeria, what they say, is it true? And are we ready to address those things conscientiously and have a better and stable country?
All right, Jerry. Let's go. Let's consider that your concluding thoughts on that one. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'd like you to stay with us as we get into another conversation. Let's talk about the PDP crisis now. Turaki, the newly elected PDP chairman, PDP leaders storm police headquarters against Ayawo, Wike, others as PDP crisis deepens. Let's talk about this when we come back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's still VOP this morning. The newly elected national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Kabiru Tanimu Turaki, who happens to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, and several other party leaders were at the Nigerian Police Force headquarters in Garki, Abuja, to lodge a formal complaint against expelled Senator Samuel Anyangu and FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, among others. The development comes after the Mohammed Abdurrahman-led faction of the PDP, backed by Wike, had summoned an emergency National Executive Committee meeting and Board of Trustee meeting for today, Tuesday. According to the notice issued by the expelled National Secretary Samuel Anyangu in Abuja on Monday, the meeting will be held at the NEC Hall of the party's National Secretariat at Wadata Plaza in Abuja, while the meeting of the Board of Trustee faction loyal to Wike is scheduled for 11 a.m., that of the NEC holds at 2 p.m. You will recall that the PDP's National Convention in Ibadan, Anyangu, the party's former National Secretary, was expelled alongside high-profile figures like Wike and ex-Ekiti or former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose over allegation of anti-party activities. Meanwhile, chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, Umar Sani, has claimed that the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike, asked the party not to field a presidential candidate in 2027 as a condition for the crisis rocking the party to be resolved. Sani made the claim on Monday during a monitored television interview where he disclosed that Wike gave the condition during one of the meetings with the Reconciliation Committee set up by the PDP Board of Trustees. According to Sani, Wike told the PDP that the only condition for peace to reign in the PDP is that the party would not field a presidential candidate who will run against the president incumbent in 2027. He further exclaimed that Wike said that if the condition is not met, then it will be a fight to finish with the People's Democratic Party. We have with us in the studio Prince Francis Chilaka, a political and public affairs analyst, and joining us here in the studio is Mr. Elvis Eli Mihele, who is a political and public affairs analyst. And then we have from Abuja, Mazi David Ihoma, who is an Esquire and a public affairs analyst. And we still have Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu, former member, Anambra State House of Assembly, here with us. He's there in Oka Studios. All right, let me start off with you, Honorable Ejiofor, as a politician, the active participating, or as a person politician on the table this morning. What do you make of this back and forth in the PDP? What do you make of the statement made by Sani, that Wike gave the only condition for peace to return to PDP to be that the party that happens to be one of the biggest or the biggest party in Africa as of 2009 will not field in any presidential candidate in the 2027 general election in Nigeria. What does this portend, please?
It's a spell of doom. The People's Democratic Party is cracking continuously, and if care is not taken, it will go down more. One of the greatest mistakes the party made was to give the presidential ticket to the North in 2023. If you recall, before 2023, the top echelon of the party, led by Atiku and co, were sympathetic to the North, insisting that power should go back to the North and all the rest of them so that it will return just with that gentleman agreement. But the mistake of giving the North the ticket instead of the South caused a lot of trouble, and PDP has not survived that trouble till today. I do not see anything much more better coming out of PDP till after 2027. As per Wike, Mr. Wike, His Excellency, is a very tough man. In the sense that he goes on with his kind of brash way of playing politics, not minding whose cause is God. So the PDP leadership should be very careful how they handle him. They should be wary of his...
When you say they should be very careful how they handle him, he's been expelled from the party. Because he was suspended for 1 month, and after the national convention that happened in Ibadan, there the party unanimously agreed that they have to expel him. And the reason for that is anti-party activity, which we know happens to be part of the constitution of PDP, as a way for someone to be expelled or be sent out of the party. So when you say they should be careful, are they going to be careful of someone who's no longer a member to their party? Or what bits are you calling for them to
that
take
when
care?
you want to do an expulsion, it has to be within the ambit of the law. You must make sure that you conform with every provision of the constitution of PDP and the Nigerian constitution so that you don't make mistakes. If you make mistakes with somebody like His Excellency, so we can will deal with you. So, politically speaking, PDP should be wary of how they handle anything that concerns him, because he will look at loopholes, he will look at mistakes, he will look at cracks, he will look at a lot of things to strike. And when he strikes, his aim is to make sure there is rancor, there is bitterness, PDP is not united, and there can't be any credible opposition to APC and the President Tinubu in the 2027 election. So that's why I said they should be wary of Mr. Mwike. You can see what is happening now. They are trying to create a faction at the national level. One faction is calling for a meeting. The other side is saying they are the main PDP, and they have expelled. So the expulsion has to be ratified, or rather, the expulsion, they have to do everything possible to make sure that it is implemented to the core, so that nobody will take over the party, and then we can have a credible opposition. You know, when you have a credible opposition, democracy is sweeter. When you have a strong opposition, democracy becomes better. So I don't think President Tinubu will want a country where there is no criticism, where there is no strong political party. He has been in the opposition. He grew politically from the opposition.
Interesting point you just raised there, Honorable Ejiofor. Thank you very much. And in one breath, the president was kind of happy when he said that he's not wishing any party wrong, but all the same, he's happy that internal wrangling is happening in most of the parties in Nigeria. Let's take this conversation to Mazi David Ihoma. Mazi, good morning and good to have you join today's conversation.
Good morning.
It's interesting you're in Abuja. I would like to ask, what is the situation like, even though maybe, I don't know if you're in Gariki Access, we learned that some top leaders of People's Democratic Party, especially the newly appointed national chairman, have decided to go to police to report a possible hijack of the party secretariat by expelled member of the party. What do you have to say about this, and what does this portend actually for PDP? Because some people are saying that the party is already dead. Some are saying that no, it's not dead, it's still alive. And help us actually work around this. Expelled members of the party forcing their way to have a meeting, schedule also the secretary the same day that, will I say, the legitimate members of the party are to have their BOT meeting.
The fact is that PDP has made their mistake in the past, and that mistake has been corrected by the expulsion of Wike and others. Because for me, Wike has been an albatross to the PDP political party. It has been acting against the interests of PDP. So for there to be a formidable opposition within the party, it's essential that Wike and his like should be expelled, because they have actively stand firm against PDP progress. He has been a faction, what I call it, a mountain of Gibraltar that have refused to move to ensure there is a formidable opposition from the party itself. So expelling him is a very good step in the right direction, so that the PDP can unite themselves and see if they can actually try to be able to stand the position which they were before they were defeated in 2014. To that effect, I think that is a good decision in a proper direction. With respect to them going to the police headquarters, to force headquarters to report them, their weekend and others, there's a likelihood, and based on the circular they have posted online about their meeting, there's a likelihood they might want to infiltrate the secretariat or take hold of the secretariat and deprive the current party leaders from accessing the secretariat, because if they have the secretariat to themselves, then they have displaced these new schools that were recently elected. So they will do everything possible to ensure that Wike and his allies will not have access to that secretariat, because if they have access to it, they will hijack it and deprive the other persons from access.
All right, and if they have access, Barrister Ihoma, I'd like to stay with you briefly. I want you to help us, relying on your knowledge as a lawyer, between these two factions, which one is the authentic faction of the PDP? we have a convention that 2 courts stopped and 1 said go ahead, and the convention held. As a lawyer, tell us, from what you understand from the electoral law, from the constitution of the PDP, from the Nigerian constitution, which faction of the PDP is the authentic one?
The authentic one is the Turaki, the recent escrows that were elected. The fact is that everybody is entitled to ventilate their grievances in court, especially where there is a deprivation from enforceable rights. But there has been Supreme Court cases where there has been heard that the internal affairs of the parties are internal affairs that is not within the ambit of the court jurisdiction. So, decisions that be made by the court to forestall or to prejudice the PDP from having their convention could be said to be, we say, is that anti-democracy, because internal affairs of the political parties are their internal affairs. But where the court will intervene is where those internal regulations of those political parties were not followed. That is where any person can ventilate their grievances to the court. But the court does not actually have the decision to inquire into the internal affairs of parties or decision of parties as the case may be. That's the opinion.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister David. Looks like the judges are they not aware that they shouldn't intervene in the internal affairs of the party. Well, thank you, David. Let's come back to the studio because Prince has been shaking his head. Elvis has been shaking his head. Elvis, PDP has expelled Wike. What do you see coming? What do you think?
I think it came too late for me.
Okay.
But it's better to be late than never. Wike has been a bull in a China shop in PDP over a long period of time. And I was expecting that PDP, that has had the opportunity to lead this nation for 16 years, with all the paraphernalia and all the setting of that party, would have taken a better decisive decision before this matter got to this level.
Do you think the expulsion will stand, seeing that even INEC officials were not at the meeting?
That was my
INEC official, according to Electoral Act, May is what was used there. INEC may or may not as supervisor. They are coming as just to come observe. The last convention that was held by Labour Party, INEC was not there. They went to court after the convention, and INEC today recognized Abure as the chairman of Labour Party. We have seen it before. It's not new. So it depends on the card PDP will play out after this convention.
Elvis, on Friday, a court in Abuja issued a restraining order stopping that convention.
Yes.
Because Sule Lamido had gone to court.
To court, yes.
And says, look, my fundamental human right to vote and be voted for had been breached. And the court said, look, that convention should not hold until, you do the needful. And the convention went ahead. Wasn't that a
but there was another court. There was another court injunction from Ibadan, Justice Akinola, and said the convention should go ahead.
No, that was before. There
was another one that same Friday. That same Friday around 2:30.
Okay.
That same Friday, and said go ahead. So you saw
in the midst of all of this,
you saw the statement of the president at the judges conference yesterday.
That it shouldn't be for sale.
It shouldn't be for sale. So let's first of all the judiciary sort out its whole and let the political party to make their mistake and sort it out. The court has given judgment that every internal affairs of the crisis within the party.
Are you speaking logic or are you speaking law? What is obtainable?
I'm not speaking law. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm speaking from.
I said logic.
Logic. Okay, yes. I'm speaking from the judgment that we have had in this nation before, that whenever we have any crisis within the political party, we should lead the political party to sort it out. That was at the Supreme Court. So PDP will always tell you that it's an internal crisis. The same family is a family crisis, family matter. The same family matter led to the expulsion of Wike. For Wike to be given that kind of audacity, very brazen audacity, that PDP should not feature presidential candidate in 2027. I mean, Wike is just one member.
Someone just quoted him. Wike has not come out to say that.
Yes, he said it was part of the conditions he gave in the resolution committee that was set up by PDP. PDP never wanted it to degenerate to this level.
Do you believe that to be correct? Because the same Wike had also been quoted as saying that, look, we shouldn't make the mistake of 2023. So the presidential ticket should come to the South. And it's the same weekend now that is turning out to
Under
say,
which political party is still preaching the presidential ticket?
PDP, of course. PDP.
If he's genuinely saying that, but why will he give a contrary view, a contrary statement in that reconciliation committee?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. Do we have to believe what this other fellow said?
Well, Wike is alive, you know, and he goes to press all the time to brief the press. I know the next press briefing is going to have maybe by end of this month or first week of December. He's going to react to it. Let's hear from him.
The Prince. Prince, you have just been giggling.
I'm just ashamed of our political class. Honestly speaking, I'm ashamed. And it makes me feel ashamed of being a Nigerian. Because you have a parade of individuals who have no focus, who have no vision, who have nothing to offer this country. I mean, look at what's playing out. PDP, already we know that PDP has been factionalized before now. Before the 2023 election, you saw the G5. They were part of PDP, but they worked against PDP. To a large extent, something tells me that all this drama playing out in PDP has the footprint of your president in it. I strongly feel that way.
The president that is not a member of the PDP?
No, I will tell you why I feel that way. The man that championed the convention in Ibadan, the Oyo State governor, isn't it?
Seyi Makinde.
Seyi Makinde. Is he not a member of the G5?
He was.
He hasn't told us he has withdrawn. He has not come out openly to say he's no longer a member.
A repentant member.
Because I want to know, has he repented?
Now you made mention of the
man you have appointed as the chairman, currently chairman of the group, their own faction now, is on suspension. Don't forget. He was suspended by his ward for anti-party. So what is it? The politicians are only thinking about themselves. See, all this noise they make in public is just for the ordinary Nigerians. In the night, they sit together and decide how to balkanize this country. And that is why I'm so upset with the Nigerian people. We're easily carried away. We move on so easily, we forget. We should be asking Makinde, you played a role in 2023. Have you repented? Have you apologized to Nigerians? These are same people who worked against Jonathan. And they foisted what we have today. The cancer that is eating up Nigeria. They're all part of it, including Wike. So Wike has become, what do I call him? He has become the bride that everybody sucks after. If you trace the problem in Labour Party, you'll find the footprint of Wike. You trace the one in ADC, you'll find Wike. Is it only Wike that we have in this country?
Talking about ADC, Prince Francis, we're still looking at how strong opposition parties in Nigeria will be for them to be able to give the ruling party what is supposed to be more like a run. We learned that the ADC, they have a new secretariat now. And when they unveiled that secretariat, some persons whom Nigerians have pointed to before, looking with them, were not among the people that went for the unveiling of that. I'm talking about Peter Greg Robi and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. And then somebody said something. What is happening? Why is it that the likes of Atiku Abubakar is not part of that people that attend the opening of that secretariat, even when the secretariat was what he used as when he was doing his campaign for the 2023 election?
You see, we play too much in this country. We leave the substance. We chase shadows. I don't know why. I don't know how we got to this level where if Peter Obi sneezes, the country will shake. If Atiku falls from his bed, the nation will shake. No. Let me talk like Wike for once. No! It should not be. No.
You don't have this.
Because Peter Obi, as we speak, I'm sure he's not even in the country. And I cannot say where Atiku is. And I cannot hold brief for them. But the point is, whether you're opening a secretariat or not.
So you think his absence there means...
It doesn't matter. It's It's not the absence that is going to give us a new government in 2027.
When you say it doesn't matter, both men have been so vocal about a possible coalition for them to see.
The coalition has nothing to do with the secretariat.
When you say it has nothing to do with the secretariat, also Malam Abdullahi told Nigerians that they were given, I'm talking about the both men, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, given until the end of Anambra election to decide whether they are part of the coalition move or not. And we've not heard anything about that. So does this mean that the hope that Nigerians were having that Atiku Abubakar or Peter Obi is going to join an opposition part or a coalition to make sure that the APC as a ruling party will receive more like what they should get,
let us
So what will happen if they have not been able to identify with the party and another election is already over and the opening of the secretariat too, they were not there? What does that portend?
Let us be very honest with ourselves and look at things holistically. The Anambra election has come and gone. Between you and I, we saw the vote buying. It was glaring. Has anybody been persecuted up till now? No. Now, on the other hand, if you look at what is happening with PDP, do you think that PDP will have a candidate come 2027? Don't forget, Wike faction, I know they will go to court. And we know the way court cases are delayed. Peter Obi and Atiku are individuals. They will decide where to pitch their tent at the appropriate time. If you have followed the political trajectory, you'll find out that each time a particular party is mentioned and they try to enter that party, what happens? Disintegrates. It happened with the SDP. Today, we don't even know where Labour Party stands. The ADC itself, we don't even know, because don't forget that in the whole thing, people are still challenging the chairmanship of David Mark. So you cannot just jump. You say, look before you leap. And I think that anybody that is forcing Peter Obi or Atiku to make a declaration for a particular party is not helping them.
All right.
How about if they declare for ADC today and ADC enters into another storm?
Thank you, Prince. We'll press for time. Thank you so much. Let's get your concluding thoughts, Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu, in 1 minute, please.
Well, PDP is in a very sorry state. It's a pity. I don't think PDP can survive this before 2027. I do not think PDP can survive this before 2027. That's all I can say on that.
All right, thank you so much. Mazi David Uhoma, please, let's get your concluding thoughts in 1 minute. Can you hear me, Mazi David?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
I can hear you.
Let's get your concluding thoughts, please.
My concluding thought is that I know it's going to be a rough road for PDP to surmount their decisive members that have actually plunged their practice into crisis. But the new elected ESCOs maybe can take steps to see if they can, try to ameliorate the damages that have been done and try to form a formidable opposition for 2027 election.
All right,
that's what I can say.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mazi David Ihoma, for your concluding thought. We sincerely appreciate you, gentlemen, for being part of today's show. We thank you. Mazi David Ihoma, a barrister and also a public affairs analyst. Thank you, Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu, former member of the State House of Assembly, and also a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you once again, Mr. Elvis Lee Mihele, who is a political and public affairs analyst. Also, Prince Francis Chilaka. Thank you so much for being part of today's show. We sincerely appreciate. On behalf of the backroom staff, the amiable producer of the show, Chema Innocent, and also the people that helped to push today's VOP this morning to come to your screen, we say thank you. And on behalf of my colleague in the studio, Moses Humphrey, Chukuma Okoro, I am Fina Okechukwu. Join Moses and Chukuma for this paper review on top of the hour 10 a.m. here on Voice of the People Television. Bye for now.
want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports, and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
It's 10 o'clock and it's that time we dive into the papers, looking at the headlines from the dailies. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, we have Elvis Elime Hele. He joins the conversation. Good morning once again to you.
Good morning, Moses.
And we're also being joined by Gili Fanino, who is a veteran reporter. And well, he's doing other things right now. Well, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good to have you with us.
I'm not a veteran.
Okay, okay. Whatever you say. But don't worry, you're safe. Yes, sir. Now let's look at the papers now. We have the PDP story is on all the dailies, and the president's speech as well is staring me in the face. So would like for us to, let's start off with the president's speech and then we'll segue into the PDP conversation. The president, according to this day, as reported, says Tinubu, public perception of judiciary not favorable. Judges must shun corruption. Declares justice not for highest bidder. Says no amount of reform can succeed if integrity is compromised. Remember, 2023 was eyes on judiciary. Well, the president is saying, well, and then from the Punch, it says Tinubu calls for corruption-free judiciary at judges' conference. All right, and yes, it's well, it also appears in some other dailies, but those are the headlines. Those are the headlines. Mr. Elimehele, your take?
Yeah, it's a good advice that came from the president, and Nigerians are looking at him on how his statement will come to fruition. First of all, we have to look at the way these judges are appointed. It has to start from there. The situation where the president picks and approves and sends to the House for ratification. If that method continues, what we are seeing will continue. Let the people be part of it, as it's done in some part of the world. Okay, the Chief Justice of the nation, let the people be part of it. Let them apply, and let them, have that voting like it's done in some, like in the US, from the world level to local level. Then people have to know their antecedents, their CV, what they have done before now, and in their respective position as judges and even as lawyers when they started their profession in the judiciary. But when you just pick, the judge will do the bidding of his paymaster, and that corruption that he is talking about will always come. But you just made mention of something. In 2023, we're talking about the all eye on judiciary. But at the end of the day, Nigerians were disappointed because you see all the electoral cases that went to the court in 2023. Which one came back favorable to the opposition? It went to the bidders, the highest bidders. So this statement is good, but they have to come up with a reformation. That reformation on how they are appointed.
Who's there?
And the presidency that made the president that made this, he should allow a reformation on the appointment.
Is it the president's duty or the assembly?
The National Assembly, he has been sending bill to National Assembly. If he's serious about it, let him make a presidential bill, send it to National Assembly. Then the National Judicial Council that that does the discipline and orders of the judges too should be an independent body. It should not just be that even as National Judicial Council, the Chief Justice of the nation is the chairman of that council. It's not a good one. So the corruption he is preaching against will not work if these things are not rejigged.
All right, lip service, how you say?
You see, for me, I think it's deeper than that, because it's just that statement from the president is a validation of the perception of the public, and it's really very deep for judges to even imagine a judge is corrupt. It's like you are throwing the country under the bus. Who do you run to? If the judge that they say is the last hope of the common man, the judicial system is now riddled with corruption, who do you run to? So which means for you to get justice, you have to begin to save money or look for money at all costs. Whereas, if every other part of the society is against you, you are supposed to rely on the judiciary to fight your case. Now that you have to require money to fight your case, it's very, very dangerous. You see, NJC should live up to its responsibility. How do you allow somebody who has falsified his age? The retirement age of judges is now 70. What are you looking for that you want to surpass that 70 that you are not able to do? Most judges are appointed in their 40s. So if you are appointed 30 years on and you couldn't do anything, what is there in that office that you want to beat the 70 years retirement age that you are now falsifying? Some had even spent before they were discovered. Some had even spent more than 3 years post 70.
But you know, certainly we are talking about a country, Nigeria, where age is not an issue. You can see the greed. The politicians at 80 are still looking for elected positions. So the judge also want to be like them. This is Nigeria where we don't really put so at age. Even our present president, who knows his age?
Now, corruption is not about stealing money alone. That you even falsify your age is corruption. That you give judgment to the highest bidder is also corruption. Now, if you have all those things revolving around the judiciary, who then do you turn to? It's like somebody who said, if somebody comes to your house to attack you, you say police is your friend. It is not your friend. Who is then your friend? Who do you run to? You go and call another thug that could compromise at the doorway. It's really, really something that runs deeper than what we are just looking at.
Yes,
and
I like the word you use, that runs deeper. I think the president's comment is patronizing. Yes, it's patronizing. Because it's gone beyond perception, it's a reality.
It's a reality.
The president.
That's what I'm saying. He has validated that perception.
Yes, you know, it's a reality. And the president understands that. But I think he's been smart by half, because somehow a lot of people think that he is also a beneficiary.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
You know, so that is the truth of the matter. So, but what can be done? Like you said, what can be done? Something is happening now. You know Professor Chidi Odenikalo. He is the former DG of National Human Rights Commission. And he said something after Wike's expulsion. Do you know what he said? He said that by next week, expect Wike to go to either James Omotoshu or Peter Leaf and get an injunction stopping his expulsion from PDP. These two judges have become quite notorious. You know, I don't know the final points of the law, but a lot of lawyers also say, look, why are you always giving this kind of controversial judgments? It speaks to what the judiciary has become. And like Dele said, if it gets to a point where you can no longer run to the judiciary, are you going to resort to self-help? So where else will you go to?
That'll be chaotic.
That's become an anarchy. Because that is the situation we have. Now, what the president needs to do, you know, hands on, it should go beyond rhetoric, you know. How do we sanitize the judiciary? The National Judicial Council, how do judges get appointed? We have a case where between the NJC and the state governor in Rivers State for 2 years, the state didn't have a chief judge. And so many of the cases had to pen, you know, because they were in his court. The chief registrar was Armstrong and all of that. So until we get a situation when these things are done seamlessly, we will just be running a circle show like we do now. But I'm happy, you know, that the president recognizes the fact that, look, there is something wrong with the judiciary. It's a good take-off point, you know, for things to get better for us. And the buck stops at his table too, you know, because he appoints the chairman of the NJC, who is coincidentally the Chief Justice of the Federation. And it's also curious to understand that each Chief Judge, I think for the back-to-back, the three of them, anytime they are leaving, they tell us that they will rot in the judiciary. So while you were there, why couldn't you do anything? And the new one that is coming will come to tell us, look, I'm going to sanitize the judiciary before I leave. And the day the person is doing his passing out or whatever they call it, you know, the person will say, look, there's a problem here and we need to fix it. You were there for like 4 or 5 years, you couldn't fix it. Is it a problem of lack of will? Keep going back to that word, political will. Lack of political will. Who has that will? Who has that will that is keeping it? That political will. Who is keeping it that he doesn't want to release it to Nigeria?
It's always a big problem. Honestly, I'm not really comfortable with this. I'm not really comfortable.
Okay, now let's now segue into the PDP crisis. Well, Mr. Elvis here has talked about he has given his own view on the PDP crisis. I don't know if he has other things to add, but let's take your own view, and before you react, let's take the headlines as they appear, because that's what we are reacting to, actually. The Punch says PDP HQ showdown. That's PDP headquarters showdown. Makinde Wike factions hold rival next sessions today. All right, today is the D-Day, as it were. PDP crisis may consume 2 governors. Others, as factions fix parallel meetings. I saw in another paper, I think the Vanguard, that there are more defections from the PDP. Let's see if I can quickly get to that particular headline. It's, I am pretty sure that it's from the Vanguard newspaper, where it talked about more defections from the PDP to the APC, and all of it as the PDP is facing the crisis that it is facing currently. Let's see now. I think I'm pretty much there. Okay, so Taraba Speaker, yes, Taraba Speaker, 15 PDP Assembly members defect to APC. That's from the Vanguard. So, and conventions were not held.
You see,
Congresses were not even held there.
On Saturday in the afternoon, I was in transit.
Oh, the Guardian says it's 16 actually. Okay, well.
That's just a precursor for the governor, advanced party of the governor. The defectors they are the advanced party. You know, when governor wants to visit a place, advanced party will come. So that's the advanced party. Let's leave that for now.
We saw it in data.
Now, while I was on the highway, I tuned in to a particular station, and luckily, that station was reporting live from the convention ground. First thing I noticed was that they told us the man that is the MC of that convention announced that representatives of INEC were there. And that gave me that.
But they left.
They didn't come. The same, I think maybe one of the top officials of PDP, top leaders, had to take the microphone. Bala Mohammed, yes.
The present governor.
The present governor of Bauchi.
State.
That there is no INEC person here on ground. That those people that showed up were national officers of the party. That was very instructive for 2 reasons. How can a party with cohesion not know that there was no INEC presence? And would INEC have come to a convention like that?
Elvis is of the opinion that INEC presence really doesn't matter.
Who said so?
Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Go ahead. See,
yeah. The electoral assay may.
When you
and
say
we have seen in the Labour Party that they did not attend Abure's convention.
And what was the result?
Abure today is still in their website.
No, what is the result?
Recognized chairman of a Labour Party as we speak in
Even when
Nigeria
the Supreme Court says that
the last meeting of INEC, Abure was there.
You see?
The last meeting held by this very present chairman of INEC, the new chairman, Abure was the one that attended Labour Party's position.
You see,
so there are issues.
The issues are, I always say one thing. If a law is passed, let's not even wait for it to be passed. If there is a bill today tendered before the Speaker or President of the Senate or House of Reps, I can tell you before night falls, people will walk around it and look at the loopholes, waiting for that law to be passed so that they can circumvent. What that told me on Saturday was PDP, with all its structures, with all its organs, shouldn't have mistaken party officials as INEC officials. There should have been communication between INEC and the NEC, National Executive Council meeting, or National Working Committee, or the organizing committee of that convention, that we are sending so people to to your convention.
No, that is what Elvis is saying. And I
it's another thing if it matters or not.
Okay.
The fact that that man, who is also a member of PDP, announced it, that INEC was present, and then another person.
It could have been yes, I wanted to say that it could have been an honest.
Okay, let's agree without conceding that it's an honest mistake. Now, politics is a game of number. It is too late in the day to sack the likes of Wiki. Because the maximum somebody that has been expelled. What does that mean?
Expelled him.
Not with the new National Working Committee of PDP.
That is the problem. Which National Working Committee?
That is what I'm saying. So now they took vendetta into that convention and predetermined who to sack and who to retain, even when you are not properly seated. Now, this is another round of crisis. They have not resolved the previous ones. They are now adding another fresh one to it. Now, how do you think PDP will survive this crisis before election in 2027?
Okay, this crisis. Now, let me take it up from there. First of all, the Ibadan Convention, based on the position Elvis canvassed, I had a lawyer on my show who also said, look, now what INEC needs to do, what PDP needs to do is to officially write INEC that they are holding a convention on so day. And what is INEC required to do? To just acknowledge receipt of that notice, signed receipt by me, and for them, for the party
to be properly informed.
And for that, they choose to or
either invite or not.
No, either to observe or not. That is one. Now, the new National Publicity Secretary that the convention produced, Emma Mobong, says that, look, when people raise the issue of some states didn't have delegates. You know what he said? He said, yes, some states didn't have delegates because those delegates, the congresses had not been conducted. But we also made the quorum, which according to PDP constitution, you must have 2/3 of the 36 states, which is 26. They said that they had more than 24 produced delegates, for that convention. And when he was asked about the sack of Nike and Co, he said that, look, that the convention is the highest decision-making body of the party, not even the National Working Committee, not even the NEC, but the convention, because it comprises of all the delegates. And when he said all, 2/3, so they already had a quorum. Now the point is this: that same lawyer said that because Sule Lamido had a restraining order, stopping PDP from holding that convention, that it is voidable. That either Sule Lamido or another person whose interest has been injured by that could go to court and say, look, Mr. Court, he had an order that the PDP should not hold the convention because this man was excluded. There was a breach of his fundamental human rights. And when I raised the issue of the Supreme Court saying that, look, that the internal crisis, the leadership problem of a party is its internal problem, he said no, that Sule Lamido's fundamental human right had been breached.
Which transcends private affair
of the party. So that it is voidable that someone could go to court and say, look, Mr. Court, PDP held this convention when you had
against your order.
And so that the same court or another court could also void the convention. And so when I asked him, by your estimation as a lawyer, relying on experience, you understand what has happened in the past, with the PDP. Which faction of the PDP
will be recognized now?
He said, well, I can't make an opinion because I'm biased. I'm a Wike supporter. So I cannot tell you that it is
which in itself is an opinion.
Which itself is an opinion. And I said, no, I want you to give me a legal opinion. He prevaricated because he knew.
That the convention that held in Ibadan has produced leadership for PDP. Leadership for PDP. And that's just
it's a problem for the PDP. Like the end point, like you said, is that PDP might not, at the end of the day, survive this onslaught before 2027. I think that is the game plan. And it leads me to think that, look, both Sheyi Makinde and yes, are on the same page. And they are working.
Very good.
Absolutely.
I like that.
Absolutely.
I like that. That payoff line settles everything.
For me, that is it.
That's the truth.
Because you know
forget
what,
about market expo story.
You know what? One curious thing and one funny thing is that the new chairman of the PDP is what? A lawyer, not just a lawyer, a senior advocate of Nigeria.
Yes.
So doesn't he understand the implications? The the legal hurdles, you know, the landmines before him and all of that. So I think there's a lot going on. And Kefas Abu is leaving.
Yes, he is. That's why his people are ahead of him.
Are we to
now we see move to
they don't deal.
Fintiri saying, look, well, we disassociate ourselves from
they
the
will also
expulsion.
leave.
They will also leave.
They will also leave.
They will also leave.
You see, why is it
that they will leave too?
But I've predicted all these things, and I've said that it is not that they like APC. It is not that they like Tinubu. The reason why they are moving is the three other political parties that are in opposition are sinking, and nobody wants to sink.
They are afraid that they may not have the party to fly their ticket.
No, they will have.
No, even if you have,
they will have.
Outcome? No.
You see, the Samfara example has taught them a lesson. Samfara won in all the offices. They were already celebrating, and those who lost had gone back to their private life. Suddenly, just one technical thing of somebody signing that is not supposed to sign.
That's
swept. And so that's why they are moving to APC. As at now, APC has its internal crisis.
But are we saying that there will be no opposition party outside PDP that will also contest 2027 general election? With
In fact, there are multiple that will contest. But the point is, how strong will they be? And what is the landmine? Are they going to remove those landmines?
If we are talking of being strong, we are talking of state governors living. If you stand as a state governor and you have met the need of your people, forget about it. Unfortunately, we don't have independent candidacy in Nigeria. If we have it, there are some governors who have actually done well in their respective states. Even if there were independent candidacy, they would have won election.
No, but Elvis, you also know that there is no independent candidate.
It's not about whichever party
it is not about what your people want. It is about what the court says about who signed their nomination.
Exactly. As of today, now, if you are a politician,
who is the chairman of Labour Party?
Who is the chairman of Labour Party?
I mean, no, Mr. Koro, it's like supposing ADC is able to put his house in order before 2027.
These are suppositions.
We are
talking about reality.
Even the reality on ground. Are you saying that APC will continue in this trajectory before 2027 election?
That is still a conjecture, but what is on ground now is what is making these governors to go to APC.
Because if you look at most of these governors are first-term governors.
Yes, and they want to return.
Return in 2027.
And the only way they can return.
Look, I've done a lot for my people. You know.
But eventually, if I now contest on the ticket of this party,
we win,
and then I won.
I think in all this, one of the governors we should be sympathetic with in this matter is shouldn't be Abia State Governor.
How?
Alex Oti. Because, like you just made mention of Labour Party, we don't know what will happen. And he has not even told Nigerians that he's living for anywhere at the moment. So why should people be bothered about? And he has done so well, according to the people from his state. So why should people be talking about where will he get his?
You don't have to bother for Alex. You know what? He knows what to do. You know what? He knows what to do. When the issue of Labour Party came, when they wanted to conduct local government elections, within 2 weeks, he moved everybody to Zenith Labour Party.
And
they won there.
So what are you talking about?
That's exactly what I'm saying now. There are still some other political parties that, if the governors are not actually greedy on their own too, and they feel they've done so well,
have you seen a governor that is not greedy?
They can move to another party.
Since democracy started in this Fourth Republic, show me one governor that is not greedy.
It happened in Rivers State. It happened in Rivers State when
Fubara
had
council election.
PPA was picked in less than 2 weeks, and they swept the polls.
We should be saying that let the governors also build their own party at that grassroots within their own jurisdiction. We saw Uojus Okalu built a party in Abia, that same Abia, some time ago. PPA and contested and they won election in Abia. They won election in Abia.
He won because he was governor.
And that's what what I'm saying. So since you are still there, you build a grassroots party and contest under it and carry your people along. Who says?
Now, let me tell you.
Tinubu
Why they will not
built AC to ACN that got to APC today because he stood by it. Why can't another governor also do so? They have all the resources to do it.
Abga had a potential for that, but right now we don't even know.
No. Soludo has actually sold Abga.
Yes, because I like the fact that you brought in the ABGA and the SCA. You know, we are actually supposed to have regional parties.
Regional parties will not be always be. Everybody will not always be looking at national. There are parties to the
it makes it very strong.
It makes it very strong.
You know,
it gives them negotiation power.
Then there will be compromise. There will be negotiation.
Exactly. And you will not have more people to go in the National Assembly. Not, you know, when these people they'll bring in their candidates will also be in the National Assembly to debate.
That was why it was easier for us to run a government of national unity between 1979 and
83.
You know, but at that point,
UPL was strong here.
Yeah, MPP was strong in
the East.
MPN was strong in the North. And you could see the debate. MPN was growing to become a national party.
Yes,
but it didn't also decimate the other
parties. So you must extend your hand of fellowship to other people to be able to get to thoughts.
I think these cross-carpeting governors should actually look at where we are coming from, the history of what we are.
They will not look at that because it's more expensive to do that. It's more expensive.
Okay. It's easier to cross-carpet.
It's easier to cross.
Your team ahead. You know?
Right. Now let's talk about a more human angle issue. Let's leave politicians and you know. Let's talk about the abductions. The Punch reports mass abductions return. 145 missing in 4 days. 145 missing in 4 days. Kidnapped Kebbi schoolgirls, Zamfara. Niger villagers search intensifies. Atiku PDP react. FG pledges swift rescue. Let's see if there are riders to that story. Okay, there are no riders to it. But basically, we've had abductions of at least 145 people in Kebbi, Niger, Zamfara states in the past 4 days. Now, the paper reports that this resurgence of mass kidnappings raises familiar political and security alarms as the country gears up for the 2027 polls.
Thank God that they mentioned 27 polls. You see, all these things are towards election.
But it's unfair.
That's what I'm saying.
That you see, will have to suffer because politicians have ambition.
Moses, I have mingled with politicians that, as I'm talking to you, when it comes to getting things right, I'm almost becoming a pessimist. And I'll tell you, you see these politicians, when they want to discuss, they don't look at you and I as a factor. They look at land mass and population. And they will bring the map of Nigeria to the table and say, as long as this place is ceded to me, there won't be problem. But the moment you cross from your own end to my own end, there will be problem. And who is the victim of this problem? The masses. Now, innocent people are kidnapped for political reasons. The other person who is supposed to take charge is also looking at his second term, securing his second term. So it will not be decisive. And in the process, not all these 143 will return home. And losing critical human capital
another
to
problem
politics.
Is the 25 girls, if care is not taken, next thing we will hear is
they'll marry them off.
They are profiled, and then the Christians among them picked out, and the international community already. The Pope is also saying, look, pray for Nigeria. Because there are mass persecution of Christians in Nigeria. So before long, the international community will now wrap it around religious killings.
You know why you cannot discountenance the Pope if he's talking. That man had been here in Nigeria.
He knows more about
for a period of time. So he understands the intricacies. He came in here as a bishop. And for him to be a bishop as a missionary, he has places he was superintending over. And so he understands the dynamics. Unlike somebody who is far flung from us, who doesn't know anything about the dynamics of this country.
And he's relying on second-hand information.
Yeah, and he's relying on second-hand. But this one knows everything. So that's why it's instructive.
It's not different from what happened in Chibok girls, when we were preparing for 2015 general election. We have seen another one.
It seems to have become a pattern.
It's a pattern. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And it has become a pattern.
Discredits
and
the
northern big wigs knows much about this. They are bringing this one again to destabilize this nation towards 2027 general election. We will now have where to begin to paint their tent on this. Jonathan's biggest sin was that Chibok girls
were not rescued
in his regime throughout administration before he left. But today, their brother came and spent 8 years with the toga of a general in the retired general in the army military, and he could not bring the Chibok girls back. So this is just a repetition of what we have been saying.
Being a repetition, history repeats itself because men don't learn from history. But I think, unfortunately, or fortunately, men are going to learn this time because the person in the saddle, the current president, is a master of the game. So we have been told. They did it to Jonathan and succeeded. I'm not sure that they will do it to this one and succeed. You know why?
Why?
When the North cried foul and said, look, we need to change the service chief because they are not doing enough, the president didn't listen to them. When they pushed Jonathan, push, he removed the head. You know why the president changed the service chiefs? Because of the school scare. A lot of people believe, and I believe too, it has nothing to do with
insecurity. You have nothing to do with insecurity, yes.
You understand? So the president is giving them.
My fault
yes,
as well.
The president is matching the game, game for game. Because he too understands the game and believes that, look, these are people that president already, I believe he already has a matrix box. And inside that box, he knows which interests, I would classify, who to talk to, who to ignore, who to pander to, and all of that. So it is a game that they are playing.
I would like to read out this headline. I just saw it now from the Guardian. It says, genocide. U.S. lawmakers alleges Tinubu lying, protecting own interest. The writers, Congress to debate Christian persecution in Nigeria on Thursday. So they're going on with the conversation. Group alleges fresh killing of 99 Christians. So we are not out of the woods yet.
No, we are not. The truth remains that
in fact, it will escalate.
Yes.
From the way it is now.
This recent adoption now. And you have, even since Trump made that statement, you have seen the killing in Benue and all that, and that have been going on. So
I think the House, the person
when
that
we
spoke,
possibly know what the debate will swing.
The person that spoke is very well informed. He understands because since this issue of Christian genocide happened, people went back to the archives, went into the archives, and they were able to dig up facts, pictures, speeches that the current APC leadership and the one that passed on, Muhammad Buhari, may God bless his soul, including Amechi, they went to United States. They met with the Secretary of State in Foggy Bottom, talking about John Kerry. They presented a case that Christians were being killed in Nigeria. Now these people are in power and the same thing is happening. Do you know what we see? We see serving Christians coming to defend. Look, there is no genocide. What we have is sectarian violence.
We see religious leaders.
Religious leaders.
I think it's all
religious leaders.
Even can.
Even can.
Even northern can.
They play the ostrich.
They play the ostrich. So the president's interest, is in the mix. And so that person that spoke understand. We all understand that the whole thing is around
politics.
Sheyi Gumi said something. He has been speaking quite a lot. He said something the first day he appeared on this show. He said, look, if Trump as much as harms one Muslim in the name of defending Christians, he is going to unleash, the Muslims will unleash mayhem on the
Christians. He didn't say he said Muslims will turn their guns against
Christians. He said that. It was very instructive. And yesterday, do you know what he said? He said they are not afraid, they don't cry when they lose someone. I expect this. There's been a resurgence. You know what they're trying to do? They're probably wanting to draw in Trump. Of course, if they draw in Trump, either by footprints or by any means that he wants to, take out the terrorists, it will make 2027 difficult for everybody.
There will be religious war.
Understand? And that is practically what they want. That's what I think. These are my conjectures.
Okay. Let's look at a few more headlines. I see nobody else is reacting. Let's move on. I don't want to talk about defections again because there's mass defections. Dume predicts implosion in APC. Let's leave APC.
We can talk about inflation.
Yes, we'll talk about inflation. Declining food prices. FEMA Naira pull inflation to 15% national target. And then, as always, I like the breakdown given here by The Guardian. Rice, about 24%, minus 24%. Eggs, 27%, the same eggs that made Ushe to go through problems in her NYSC. Beans, minus 48%. Gari, minus 44%. Granite oil, minus 17%. Soft drinks, 67%. Carton of chicken, 15%. Bag of sachet water. Bags of sachet water, 67%.
Reduction.
Has it? No, these are not. Okay.
These numbers are their reduction.
I don't think they are. Well, anyway, the riders to that story, let's see the riders here. The rider eases to 16.05% in October. Rice, beans, gari, others heads to deflation. We bear brunt of crashing food prices. Farmers lament. Manufactured goods remain sticky or steeply priced. Well, those are the riders.
Sometimes when we see these statistics, we wonder where it is actually coming out from. Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, where they get their facts. We all know too well that even if you tell me now that a bag of rice is 60,000 naira, you don't just buy a bag of rice and put it in your pot at home and just become food. There are other ingredients that follows it. You've not even thought of a kg of gas to boil that rice. You've not thought of the tomato and other condiments. So when they are coming to tell us bag of rice has come down, beans has come down, does it make food? Does it become food when other things are not applied to it? Then I heard the lament of farmers there because I'm a farmer.
You bear the brunt of it.
Yes, I'm a farmer. I know what it means.
Can a Lagosian be a farmer?
No, I'm a farmer, Mr. Fadima. I'm a very good farmer.
We will talk about that after the program.
What do you farm?
I farm cassava and palm. I'm actually into palm.
In Lagos?
No, not in Lagos.
That's why I said, how can a Lagosian?
You know why it's paining me? I have over 4 acres of cassava that are due for harvest now. Unfortunately, the cassava price, the gari price has actually gone so down in the market.
You don't even want to harvest. You want to live in
I'm not harvesting, but even as I'm not harvesting, I keep maintaining the farm.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the farmer, you open borders for rice to start coming in. Then the price of rice has come down a little bit. Nigerian farmers who have borrowed money without assistance from federal government and all that, a bag of fertilizer is as much as something thousand. And you need so many, nothing less than 20, 30 bags. At the end of the day, you just discover that go to farm, let there be food insecurity, everybody will go to farm, the farmer bears the brunt. Then the greatest problem, to move your farm produce to the market, Moses, is alarming. At the end of the day, you see why I'm discouraged now about harvesting. I think in September, we did a little bit of harvest. We moved the vehicle to the market with about 100,000, and what we sold was barely 180,000. Then I paid the laborers that did the harvest. So this is the brunt of the farmers. Where is the encouragement?
It's a serious disincentive.
The disincentive is so high that when they are reading out these statistics, why don't you encourage? Look, if the food crisis, the price is crashing because we are producing it by ourselves locally, we understand it. Okay, we are enjoying it. We are giving out employment, and we are now food sufficient.
So your position is that it is imported food item.
It is imported. It is imported. Okay. It is imported food that is imported.
Are we importing gari?
Gari,
beans.
Burkina Faso pour in these things into this nation.
Gari.
We import, there's practically nothing we don't import into Nigeria. That is the issue. So the local farmers are not protected.
No, not just the local farmers. You and I, we are not protected. And then when you and I go to eat, you know,
the thing has not gone down.
It will not go down because why it will not go down? They have not factored in transportation.
Instead of going down,
you know, gas. Do you know how I got to know that price of these commodities had gone down? One day, it was a sleep. My wife was discussing on phone with a friend. And I said, I need like 10 mudu of gari, so I'm sending 6,000 naira to you. I kept quiet. I said, but the impression is that this thing is 1,200, 1,500. So I've been shortchanged all this while.
No, it's not all this while. It's a new thing.
So
I went to
so what I did was when it was time to give the following month allowance, I did my own calculation and the thing dropped. And she looked at my face. I said, I already know. Don't defend anything here. And that was how we settled the case. That was how I got to know. But the truth about it is, the area of the farmers being protected, I think it is necessary. And that is why government should be uptakers of produce. Till today, where we sell, let me just give you an example. The volume of mangoes they produce in Ogbomoso axis in Oyo State, honestly, can service 10 agro-allied industries set up in Ogbomoso.
But I just fell on this story, and I would like to read it out. So let's see your reaction to it. Nigeria targets global leadership with 62 million ton cassava output. FG mobilizes 80,000 farmers for 160 billion naira wheat production. Does that concern you? The federal government yesterday said Nigeria is positioning itself for global leadership in cassava production, boosting an output of over 62 million tons and advancing reforms to build a sustainable technology-driven cassava industry across Africa. Don't you think you should chime in on this, harvest and...
That's a good one. If the people that are going to produce that 60 tons or whatever tons there are actually encouraged. The problem there is that it's mentioned in the papers, but by the time you have to say, okay, what do the farmer need? The farmer needs fertilizer, the farmer needs tractors, the farmer needs chemicals.
And then the protection.
They need protection in their respective farm. Then they need farm vehicles and good roads to move out there. Most of the farm roads, Moses, they are appalling. The drivers will tell you, I'm not going there because by the time I go and come back, I'll lose my tires. But we used to have DFRI in this nation during IBB, Directorate of Road and Rural Infrastructure during IBB. Those kind of laudable programs ought to have been sustained. What were they doing, Mr. Okoro?
They were clearing
roads, farm roads, rural roads. So it could encourage, so that when the farmer says, okay, I don't have a vehicle to move out my produce, I'm hiring a vehicle. When the driver knows that the road is at least motorable to some extent, the price itself reduced. Then look at all these. Look at the price of fuel now, 900 and something naira a liter. They will tell you we are buying fuel. How are the farmers subsidized? So if you are drilling out 60,000 tons or whatever thousand tons, how are the farmers going to be how are the farmers going to be factored in and encouraged so that this global leadership that they want to take toga of it, the farmers in Nigeria will be the one that are actually producing it, not just mentioning it. We saw rice pyramids sometimes during Emefiele's time.
That was the fake pyramid.
Those are the things you see here because the people who will actually do it are not empowered to do it.
You see, one thing that is worrisome about all this mix is, I can tell you that federal government may actually release those funds, but how does it get to the real farmers?
That is the problem.
I told you a personal experience.
Yes.
You know, and I'm sure that a lot of people will have such similar experience. Why should you give seedlings to somebody who has never been to farm before?
I think.
We saw
what is happening now?
Akinwumi revolution in fertilizer. That's you just get your own allocation right on your own phone without going through a third party or one politician now bringing it and using it as empowerment.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't we encourage such things in this same nation? How can we do this?
We are running out of time. Back to the inflation. I think the president made a promise in the budget, 2025 budget. The threshold for inflation was to reduce it to 15%.
Yes.
I think what we have now is 16.05.
Think you have achieved it?
I think we have 2 months left, for this.
Less than 2 months.
Less than 2 months for this year, the cycle to run through. If we started at something and we are now at 16.05, I mean, it's a good score for the president. But the fact is this: how are we achieving that? Like Elvis has just told us that most of the food items that are crashing the prices are imported. So how are we helping our local industries and all of that? And like
it will impact on the naira.
DFRI, Directorate of Rural and
Rural Infrastructure.
It was headed by Larry Konya.
Yes.
He did a very good job.
A good job.
And that brings me to the fact that a lot of people still believe that Babangida, despite his infamy, might have done a good job.
Yes.
Remember MAMSA too.
MAMSA.
Mass mobilization and all of that.
Get back to National Registration Agency of today.
So if we could go back to that he created the NDE too, National Registration of Employment. So if we could get back to those days, but politicians are just busy playing politics.
But Chukuma, the ultimate thing is, it is the local government that should take care of rural roads. All these tractors, those days, I worked in the local government.
So your constitution is the problem. Your constitution gave.
Have you now accepted that we need to tinker with the constitution?
No, I've always said that. Look.
No, you've always said the people are the problem.
The people are the problem. The people are the problem.
But you just said the constitution is the problem.
You know why the constitution?
That's why I'm worried that
you know why
it's a casting statement.
You know why the sleep. You know why? No, it wasn't a sleep. Wait, let me take it now. You know why the.
Now he's trying to go back.
Because
let's hear you.
Because the constitution gave people that loophole, so it goes back to the people problem. People will always exploit that loophole.
Were you there when the constitution was made?
Well, you know
were you factored?
We're not factored.
When you know too much, that's what you get.
No, the thing is that there is a loophole in the constitution, but it takes we like to harvest our ingenuity. In the
you can't run away from this one. We can't.
No, you didn't catch me. The people are still the problem because we also have good people who run this same constitution, and they made it happen. You know why? The local government, the constitution gives authorities, to the state government to run, to make good laws for the administration of local government. So it depends on the credibility of the governor and the House of Assembly to do all of that.
All right, so it would be a good place to anchor the conversation. Now tell us, what do we expect to get from you later this evening?
No, I will be joined with I'll be joined by Barrister Adamitin Agomo, and we are going to navigate the whole terrain of what is going on with the PDP. The new national chairman, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria, what Chidiode Nkalu said about Wike going to either leave or motor show, to say, look, PDP, you cannot expel me. It promises to be quite interesting. Join me then 6 o'clock on Political Lines.
All right, there you have it from Chukuma Okoro. Well, that's it on the show. Big thanks to Daily Fanimo, a veteran reporter.
I told you I'm not a veteran. I'll go to court.
He's a seasoned.
he's neither. And also big thanks to Elvis Elimehele. Thank you very much for your time and your contribution on the program. Sports comes up next. Nigeria. Peter B has said, look, take it easy, guys. It is well, don't worry. The president has said, look, forget about the failures of the past. Concentrate on Nations Cup. Well, they were not paid what was due unto them, talking about the Super Eagles. But what else can we say? We'll face the battles in front of us and leave the ones that we've lost already. I'm Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Join us again at 11 for Sports. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Yes, it is a good morning, a beautiful Tuesday morning. Yes, and you're welcome, Nigeria, on Sports Republic. Yes, this beautiful Tuesday morning, like I said, and yes, live here on The Voice of the People TV. And I am your host for today, Afiz Ogubanjo. Yes, I won't be doing this show alone. I'll be having my guests joining me pretty soon as we break down, everything for the next 15 minutes thereabouts on the world of sports. And it's not the morning after. Yesterday was the morning after from that Super Eagles loss to DR Congo. Therefore not giving us that ticket to the World Cup Intercontinental Playoff. Hopefully also getting the 10th African tickets to the World Cup happening in Canada, USA, and Mexico in 2026. And yes, my man Kizike, yesterday he broke down everything that you needed to know from that game, yes, including it was almost about to rant, but then we had to simmer down, and because everyone in Nigeria, just showing their frustration. I mean, it is frustrating. It really was frustrating. And where do we go from here? That's the question. Like I said, yesterday was the morning after, and Kizike, gave us everything. About that game, Nigeria against the Leopards of the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yes, 1-1 it ended, and in regulation time. Yes, but then after extra time also 1-1, and it went to penalties. And Nigeria goalkeeper Stanley Wabali, yes, he saved 2 penalties. But then his players, I would say, let him down a bit. Missing 3 penalties. Calvin Bassey, Moses Simon, and Shemi Ajayi being unfortunate from the penalty spot, and Chancellor Mbemba scoring that decisive penalty for the DRC as they marched on to the Intercontinental Playoff, happening right there in Mexico in March. And but then, yes, everything has gone on from that game. Nigerians are still putting it on their mind. You can't forget that easily. And that is where we'll be starting off this morning. Yes, because the NFF, as they should, yes, they've come out and, let me say they tendered an apology. But I'm sure Nigerians, they deserve more than that. Heads should be rolling. And I'm sure that's the question that Nigerians are asking. Who is in and who is out? Yes, from the NFF. From the football governing body in Nigeria. Somebody should be paying for this one at this point in time. And the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, has apologized to Nigerians for the Super Eagles' failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup finals. Yes, the team lost to DR Congo in the Africa Playoff final. Yes, marking a second consecutive World Cup miss. And the NFF, they described the loss as a moment of profound sadness for Nigerian football. And the NFF acknowledged the disappointment felt by Nigerians, stating that the team's collective efforts didn't deliver the desired outcome. And the Federation praised the passion and sacrifice of Nigerian fans who have always supported the team through thick and thin. And the NFF also thanked the federal government, the National Sports Commission, and other stakeholders for their support throughout the qualification campaign. And yes, football is more than just a game in Nigeria, of course, and is a symbol of unity, hope, and national pride. I mean, Nigerians were hanging on to just that joy that football was going to bring for us because of, things that are happening off the pitch, yes, and generally, economically in the country, yes, and they were hanging on to that little joy, like I said, hoping the Super Eagles could bring something. Normally, we're not even supposed to be here. That's talking about the playoffs, yes, because of the way the qualifiers went. But then, a Victor Osimhen hat-trick and a Frank Onyeka goal, brought Nigeria to the playoff. Against all odds, we faced a Gabon side who did really well, but ended up finishing second also in their group, scoring 22 goals and conceding 9. And then, people were like, how are we going to play this Gabon side? We still went on with that belief, knocked that Gabon, and faced the DRC side, who, for me, I think they were much more better than the Gabonese. But then, the quality of the Super Eagles, being the African giants, I mean, we're supposed to do better than that. And let me say, they let Nigerians down. They really let Nigerians down. And the NFF also embodied all of that. And they emphasized that the sport brings together people from diverse cultures and backgrounds, making it a vital part of Nigerian identity. I have my guest with me here, Olamide. And yes, I was just, discussing the NFF, and yes, everything they had to say after the Super Eagles' frustrating loss on penalties to the Democratic Republic of Congo. You are welcome, Olamide, on the show Sports Republic. What do you make of the NFF? This apology that they've come out to give, they said there is sadness in Nigerian football. Nigerians are sad and all of that. Is it just this apology by mouth that we need at this point, or heads should be rolling? Should somebody have resigned at this point in time, Olamide?
Well, firstly, I would say that it is better to be safe than to be sorry. And then when you fail to plan, that means you plan to fail.
Of course.
So it is not this time that the Super Eagles are out of the qualification round. This is now we have back-to-back. We have been unable to qualify for the World Cup, and we call ourselves the so-called African Giants. It is a very big shame to Nigerian football, because if you look at it now, NFF is coming out to say that they are sorry and all that. I think it's just part of the script. They are not really sorry. If they are sorry, look at the trajectory, look at the under-17 guys, look at the under-23, look at the Chan Eagles, look at everything. Everyone has failed. And now to the big boys now, they fail to qualify as well. Normally, we are not even supposed to be at this point. On paper, after the draws, we could see Nigeria flying on the table. Even
most Nigerians were like, South Africa will be the only problem.
The only problem.
I mean, much respect to the likes of Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and all of that. We should be negotiating those.
And even Benin Republic.
And even, come on, they are our neighbors.
Imagine.
So I'm sure a lot of Nigerians will be like, South Africa should be the only problem. Exactly. But then, it's like Lesotho was even a bigger problem than South Africa.
Even Benin Republic was a bigger problem than South Africa. So right now, the NFF coming out to say these things now, it says a lot about the commitment. I think even apart from Victor Osimhen, I would say it stands out in the Nigerian team. I think the commitment is trickling down from the NFF into these players' bodies. Imagine before the DR Congo game, they said, some unpaid allowances, bonuses, and all that.
They had to boycott training
like
for an important game.
Are we saying that we don't have this money to pay them, or the NFF is not just ready to pay them, or there's this disconnection between? I think to
the point where they now had to put it on camera when they gave them, I think, $30,000 per goal for that goals they scored against Gabon. They had to put it on camera to show them.
Can imagine.
There were issues in the dressing room where a certain Samuel Chukwueze was saying they better pay their money.
Imagine. So it says a lot about who are these people in the Nigeria Football Federation.
All right.
So if we look at their aims and objectives, is quite different from the aims and objectives of those footballers on the pitch. There is no alignment in between the two, so there's no way we would have been able to.
All right. And just as Olamide was talking, yes, our guest has also joined me virtually on the show this morning. Yes, I'm talking about Abiodun Akpino. Yes, and yes, Mr. Abiodun Akpino. Yes, I want to ask, on the flip side, looking at the NFF, I know they are the football governing body in Nigeria. Yes, sir, and generally. But then, on the flip side, the blame, even since we lost that game to DR Congo, the blame has heavily been on the NFF. But looking at it, it's not the NFF that puts 11 players on that pitch to play. They are not the ones that even played that game. NFF were not the ones that negotiated Benin Republic by, playing beautiful football to win 4-0. They were not the ones that came back and bounced back up against Gabon in extra time to win that game 4-1. And they were definitely not the ones that lost that game on penalties to DRC. What would you say about the players that played that game? Should we also find a way to, as we are criticizing the NFF, and also put criticism on the players and the coach as well for his tactics?
Well, let me start by saying good morning to you and
welcome to the show.
The other person in the studio. Well, what more can we say about the outbreak and the failure to qualify for the 2026 World Cup? In as much as you want to blame, the NFF for what they did right from the start of the World Cup qualifier. Just like your guest said in the studio, you look at all of the opponents in our group. We have South Africa, Benin Republic, Zimbabwe, Lesotho. These are teams that we should be beating on a normal day. We should be trashing them on a normal day. But in the end, we found a way to disappoint. The national team, the world of football at large. And Nigerians and as a whole, it is not good that we fail to qualify for the World Cup. This is back-to-back failure as far as Nigerian football is concerned. But then, talking about the players on the field of play and the manager, if you remember, Jose Peseiro and a certain Finidi George actually put us in this, precarious situation. I remember our first 3 games, we couldn't pick all 3 points. I think we drew 2 games, and I think we lost 1.
Yeah.
So if you look at all of that, that is a testament to failure. Already, that is a testament to failure. The part of failing, because your first, second, third game, you failed to pick all 3 points.
Exactly.
And you want to find a way somehow to qualify for the World Cup. It is not done anywhere.
Exactly.
Other teams also want to qualify, and they are really preparing. They are
picking up their
getting all
points.
of their games. They are picking up 3 points, which is very, very important. But in our own case, we decided to be, lackadaisical about our approach going into all of those games. Maybe we felt, okay, it is Zimbabwe, it is Lesotho, we can actually run over them, and we pick all 3 points. Football is not played on paper alone. Football is played on the field of play.
Yeah.
That is where you can actually get the result. But in the end, we failed to qualify for the World Cup. So, in as much as you want to, apportion blames to the NFF, you also come back to the players also. Remember, in one of our matches also, Victor Osimhen wasn't, available for that game.
Yeah.
And that is one thing I've been telling people that, see, we cannot bank on Victor Osimhen going forward. He is not the only player in the national team.
For
crying out loud.
We are still going to talk about that during the course of this show. We can't be Osimhen FC alone.
We can't keep on banking on Victor Osimhen because, of course, he does well with his club. He scores week in, week out. But then we have other players also who are doing quite well for their respective club. Why are they not stepping up, to deliver when it really matters? That is one question we should be asking ourselves. But then we decided to build the national team around Victor Osimhen. Of course, some people will tell you it is good, but in my opinion, in as much as you want to appreciate the fact that Victor Osimhen is a fantastic player, but then you cannot build a team around a single player. At the end of the day, you are going to collapse. You're already setting yourself for failure because in a situation whereby this same player is not available, what are you going to do? You look at all of those, that really affected us also in some of our matches also. Now step forward to when Erichel, got the job of the Super Eagles. The question we should be asking ourselves, when he was having that conversation with the NFF, what were the discussions? Did he agree that he can actually qualify the Super Eagles of Nigeria for the World Cup? Because for me, in my own opinion, if I am Erichel, I will never come close to the Super Eagles job because already you are set up for failure.
You just want to put him in a line of fire. There was nothing the man could do at that point.
Absolutely. But then you also still have to blame him because we saw what we play against the Republic. After the game, Nigerians were waxing lyrical about the fact that, the Super Eagles of Nigeria are back. We defeated the Republic, blah, blah, blah. We scored 4 goals. But then remember, when was the last time we scored 4 goals in a single game? It's been a long time. So those are the little errors we should also consider if you really want to apportion blames, because the team also hasn't been firing from all cylinders. We've been, very lethargic in front of goal. Our midfield is nothing to write home about. Except for
you don't want to get me started on that midfield. That midfield is poor and shambolic. We don't have a creative midfielder at this point.
Absolutely. So, for me, I think, in as much as I don't want to blame Erichel, for not qualifying Nigeria for the World Cup because the damage has already been done
at the start.
Yes, that's
the third manager that Nigeria will use, to negotiate the World Cup qualifiers. So everything is still going to bounce back on the NFF.
3 manager. Exactly. It is not done anywhere in the world. 3 managers just for a World Cup ticket. Come on. Yes.
It's
So
really sad.
I think for me, if you have to talk about that game against DR Congo, I think that is where I'm going to actually 100% blame Eric Shaw, because for me, looking back at that game, I feel strongly that the guys were not prepared for that game.
All right.
They were not prepared.
All right.
They got the first goal, and we all thought, okay, it was going to be a good day for us, but eventually we lost the game.
All right. Yes, and thank you for joining us, Biodun Akpino, and we'd like you to make your adjustments on your device so we can see you clearly. But of course, we are getting you and your feed loud and clear. And the NFF has promised to review the team's performance and identify areas for improvement. And the Federation vowed to rebuild trust. Olamide is laughing in the studio. I don't know why. The Federation has vowed to rebuild trust, restore pride, and reclaim Nigeria's standing on the global football stage. How? The AFCON? Maybe. The NFF is committed to moving forward and ensuring that this disappointment is not the final word on Nigerian football. Well, move on. Let's move on and let's talk about, somebody that Abiodun Akpino has mentioned there, the coach, Eric Chell, because the Nigeria Super Eagles, like we all know now, is nothing new. They failed to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup after losing to DR Congo 4-3 on penalties. And according to those penalties, they were poor. If this is how people are playing penalties, I mean, look at those penalties. Look at those penalties. I mean, it's like they are passing to the goalkeeper. They are both Nigeria and DR Congo. Look at that Moses Simon penalty. I mean, they lost 4-3 penalties following a 1-1 draw after extra time. Frank Onyeka had given Nigeria an early lead, but DR Congo equalized through Meshach earlier. Yes, that's the former TP Mazembe man. Before halftime, and the Super Eagles struggled in extra time and ultimately faltered in the shootout. And coach Eric Shell, believes his team gave their best despite the disappointing defeat. He said, I did well. We worked and I tried to give my best. We gave our best, the players and the officials. Shell said, this marks Nigeria's second consecutive World Cup miss, putting them with the likes of Chile and Italy as powerhouses that are not qualifying. I think Italy are about to miss their third. Yes. They just lost that ticket to Norway. To Norway, even though I don't Norway as Erling Haaland, but then this is Italy we are talking about. When I look at Italy, I used to remember the likes of Paolo Rossi, the man that died standing. That's talking about Roberto Baggio, Fabio Cannavaro, the defender that won the Ballon d'Or, Pirlo, Gattuso, Buffon. How would those people feel now that Italy is missing the third World Cup in a? Come on. Well, I think they will go for playoffs, but I mean, it is unlike that. And also, the likes of the 1996 Heroes of Nigeria, the likes of the JJ Okochas, the Nwako Kanus, how would they feel? Since 1994 that Nigeria has been going to the World Cup, this is the first time back to back. Back to back. In fact, that's why I said I wasn't satisfied with what Gusso came out to say. Heads should be ruling. Of course, he's saying they want to, they are promising us a better AFCON. That's not what we need at this point. Somebody should go. We want to see a new regime come AFCON. I mean, but then this marks Nigeria's second consecutive World Cup miss. Yes, like I said, and their first failure to qualify for back-to-back World Cups since their debut in 1994. Eric Chell, he was in the news saying the penalty, he suspected voodoo and all of that. I mean, speaking of Eric Chell, my question is this. A lot of people have labeled, let me say, his winnings and all of that on individual brilliance. Olamide, what are his tactics exactly? What do you think are his tactics? How do we play under Eric Chell? Are we all balls to Victor Osimhen? Is there something creative about the midfield? What are his tactics? And again, people are also asking, why was it in that crucial game that you changed a 4-4-2 winning formula to a 4-3-3 and it backfired quickly? So my question is this. He has been unbeaten, yes, in regulation time. This is even his first loss since he joined. What are his tactics, Eric Chell? What do you think are his tactics, Olamide?
Well, maybe he has tactics, but I can't see one. Honestly speaking.
I mean, I don't think I can see one as well.
When you're watching the other team, I watched Cape Verde during the AFCON, I saw tactics from the back. You can see they build from the back, how they break in the lines, how they do everything. You can see it. Nobody needs to come and analyze anything for you. You are seeing it live and direct.
Yeah.
But this one, you just see Nigeria, playing from the left to the right. Then there's a disconnect in between the defense and the attack. It's like the midfielders are running away. They are going up to meet the strikers. So there's nobody coming. There's nobody coming in between the lines to receive the pass from the defenders to try to make a way forward.
Yeah.
So it just is like a disjointed team, and even that goal we scored against DR Congo, I can't really say it came from a spectacular tactic.
It was just a crossing from Zaidu, poor clearance from the DR Congo defender,
exactly.
and
Oyeka
took it one time. Yeah.
So, and the other one that we should have even used to score, there were two Nigerian players in the box, and they just, they were confused, or what would I say? And they missed the opportunity to I think we had gone 2-0 up. Maybe I think it would have changed the trajectory of the game, because it would have pegged DR Congo back. It might be almost an impossible task.
It's a very impossible task, yes.
They really feel down that they need to score a minimum of 2 goals or 3 goals.
Yeah, to even get to extra time.
But that one goal will surely give them an opportunity.
Of course. And when they got the goal, they dominated from there.
From start to finish, they dominated us. And after Osimhen left the pitch, it was like the half of the team was out of the game.
Do you think it's time to call him out now, Eric Chell? Just about his tactics, not for him to be sacked or anything.
Even before Eric Chell came into this thing, Eric Chell is not a magician. He's not. He didn't bring any magic wand to just change Nigeria's playing pattern. All of a sudden. So this thing is like a deep rot inside the system, because there's nothing a coach wants to do for a team that's not ready to play, or a team that does not feel motivated, or they don't. When you're not looking at the big picture, or you don't have anything to really gain there, you're like, okay, these people are just like using us. They are not giving us this money that we, everything we are
even Eric Chell is owed salaries.
You can imagine. So this person you are owing, you now expect him to be able to motivate those players to take you to the World Cup, when you're not even guaranteed the fact that maybe they will pay you or not. No.
The job of a coach is not easy. You have to do it. You have to do it. Even if you are being owed, in the background, you have to just come out and do the job.
Do it, but we need to talk about the reality now. You have to is like the theoretical part, but this is reality. He has a lot of things to do with the money. Even there are times we only talk about players going to the World Cup to experience all these things. Even if we go there, there is higher probability that we can't go past the group stage. How many times have we gone past the group stage?
Especially if we face our regular foe, Argentina.
Even this particular team, this current Super Eagles team now, can we really meet up with those? Even the likes of Norway. Look at the team. Look at the game we play against DR Congo. It's just individual brilliance that got us to this point.
Exactly. That's why I asked that. Is he all about individual brilliance, or he has his own formation and tactics? I think that's where I want to ask Abiodun Akpino. Abiodun, looking at the Eric Chell now, we've spoken about him. Now we are going on to the AFCON. Is it time? Now I want to come back to the players. Is it time that we phase out most of these players? I'm not saying everybody, we should, practice like a weeding, or we should carry out weeding on all of them and cut them off. But is it time we start injecting, new players? If there's anything that Eric Chell has given us, he has given us a certain Benjamin Fredericks. Do we need more Benjamin Fredericks in this team? Young players that will come and show their stuff and, phase out these older players that over the years have not really given anything to the Super Eagles?
I think it's just unfortunate that we do not have time on our hands anymore, because the AFCON is already here. We are in December, we are in November, and before you know it, you are in December, and the AFCON is in December. So for me, I think it's a little too late for Eric Chell to start racking his head at, who is going to be the next Benjamin Frederick in this team. But then he can actually work with what he have in that team. They have great guys in that team. But then one thing I've always talked about, and I'm going to say it here clearly again, that our midfield need a whole lot of fixing. Of course, we know on paper in 90% of our games you see a certain Alex Iwobi, Wilfred Ndidi, or a certain Franco Yinka, playing in that position. But then, this is the perfect time for him to actually change something. Let's see something else. If A is not working, why not try B?
Why not try B? But even though B was like a recipe for his downfall in that final against Congo.
Of course, but then he had to actually throw in everything for him to actually turn around the fortune of the game, because the game was already done. He was just trying to do mini money more. If there's something like that, so he just want to do something out of nothing for him to turn the game around. But unfortunately, that couldn't happen. But for me, I'm going to advise Erichel going into the AFCON, try something else. We saw Wilfred Ndidi against DR Congo. Wilfred Ndidi was nowhere near top professional in that game. Alex Iwobi was just, he was totally a passenger in that game. So why not bring on board a certain Rafael Onyedika, who has been consistently being invited into the national team, and yet
he's not getting minutes, he's not being played.
You see, it is not rocket science. If a player is not doing well for you, try another player. That is why you have a total of 23 players or 24
exactly
in the team. So it just boils down to the manager making that bold decision. And I think right now, I might be thinking out loud right now. Maybe Erichel is being told what to do in terms of the selection.
It's looking like it. It's looking like it.
Because maybe some people are telling you, you have to start so person. You have to leave this guy on the bench.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand why a certain Rafael Onyedika, who is playing week in, week out for his club, he does well for his club, and you decide to put him on the bench every time the guy comes to the camp. It is not making any sense to me. So for him to do well at the African Cup of Nations, we need to do a reset. Invite players based on their form. Invite players based on their regular minutes with their respective clubs. There are some guys in the national team right now who don't even know anything close to what they are doing in their respective clubs. We want to see guys who are really, consistent, who are playing week in, week out. That is how we can navigate.
Looking at that selection, before we move on, Abiodun, I saw when Olakunle Olusegun was called, I was like, there are better players that are doing well for their club. The likes of Yeraso for Ghent, the likes of Rafidu Simi, that was even playing in the Europa League, David Simon. Why are we not calling these players? When you brought on a certain Benjamin Fredericks, Nigerians were like, oh, this guy is unknown. But he did his thing, and now he's a regular. Why are you not giving the same opportunities to other players? I mean, if okay, look at Jerome Ako Adams as well. Well, I can praise him for that. He has given us Ako Adams to that can complement Victor Osimhen. Even though I still have my reservations. Why didn't he start the same Adams and Osimhen in that final? But then it is what it is. You spoke about the AFCON, and yes, it kicks off on December 21st, 2025 in Morocco. Yes, and we are in is it Group C or D now? We are in Group C with the likes of Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda. Like I said, on paper, if you look at the if you look at the group, Nigeria should qualify, finish first on paper. But in reality, because on paper too, when we saw the World Cup qualify, when we saw the draw, on paper, Nigeria should be in USA by now.
Exactly.
But even this one now is not sure, because we don't know the kind of Super Eagles that will turn up. But hopefully, and we are even playing in Tunisia that's already qualified for the World Cup. Oh Lord. I mean, there's a lot going on with the Super Eagles. And DR Congo, on the other hand, they've secured the spots in the Interconfederation playoff. I don't think anything will really stop them. And yes, they are taking a step closer to their first World Cup appearance since 1974. They were not even Congo. They were Zaire at that point. They were Zaire. And now, at the expense of a certain Super Eagles, they might just make their first World Cup appearance since 1974. I think Nigeria we are becoming a second-tier African side. To be very, very honest.
We're not even second.
Honestly, we can't be. I mean, am I wrong? We can't be top 10.
We're only on paper. Honestly, we're only on paper.
Like Olamide said, we are only on paper. Everything about the Super Eagles now is on paper. If you are talking about the most valuable national team in the world right now, there comes the Super Eagles. But in hindsight, are we that good? in terms of our quality on the field of play. And, you know, or in a major tournament, would you vouch for the Super Eagles of Nigeria to go all the way, you know, in terms of their performance, the cohesion, you know, the flair? All of that is not in the national team anymore. You don't see that anymore. Exactly. It's also sad that we failed to qualify for the World Cup. You know, I was reading somewhere this morning that Frank Oyeka was saying, oh, the next World Cup in 2030, some of them will not be around. Of course, you guys will not be around.
That's the truth. That's the reality.
That's the truth. That's the reality. And it's so painful. It's so painful that, you know, for some of us who are in this job, some of us, we already, you know, we have our plans, what we want to do because the World Cup is coming around. Of course. Probably the Super Eagles of Nigeria will be taking part in all of that. And right now, all of that is down the drain. So
it's to sit down, it's to sit down and enjoy the likes of Senegal,
Cape Verde. I want to believe. Yeah. I want to believe you have your second nation right now. Maybe you want to support Argentina.
For me, I'm on the fence. I just want to enjoy good football.
Oh.
I just want to enjoy good. It's 48 teams. It's an expanded format. It's 48 teams.
It was 32 before. 40, we couldn't still qualify.
There's a lot. There's a lot going on. It's 48 teams. I mean, I just want to enjoy good football, like I said, and I want to see, you know, other teams that, you know, took the World Cup qualifying serious. Yeah. Look at Morocco, 16 points. 16 points Morocco had, and they had already qualified. 16 points. They had 16 points, and they were already qualified. They were playing the rest of the qualifiers with their B team. They were telling some certain players to stay at their clubs, and they were still winning. They were undefeated. They finished undefeated. Tunisia, the same thing. Cote d'Ivoire, the same thing. What is wrong with the Super Eagles of Nigeria? And that will take us to our next point, where the Nigeria Super Eagles have been criticized for their heavy reliance on one man. Yes, the Ijaya Olusosun himself, Victor Osimhen, and yes, following their defeat to the Democratic Republic of Congo in the 2026 World Cup Africa Playoff Final, and fans took to social media to express their frustration, with many arguing that the team struggles without their star striker. That is just to show us now that Olamide, that there's no I in team. It's not about one person. It is a team. It's just like let me say Belgium during their golden generation, putting all their reliance on Eden Hazard. It's just a component. I saw that 2018 World Cup. Eden Hazard played well. He played really well. But that particular game, I want to bring out a game against Japan. It was like of Kevin De Bruyne, Courtois, and Lukaku. That even Nacer Chadli. There are other players around. You are supposed to build your team around a lot of people, not just one man. And Osimhen was substituted early in the second half, and Nigeria's performance noticeably dipped. It dipped, leading to a 1-1 draw and eventual penalty shootout loss. And sports analysts and fans alike have pointed out that Nigeria's results are often tied to Osimhen's form and presence on the pitch. And Johnny Drill, a popular Nigerian musician, noted that Osimhen brought urgency to the game, while sports analyst Biola Kazim stated that Nigeria is very much an Osimhen team, and the team struggles without Osimhen. They are also back to stats, actually, statistics, with his goals and all of that. You can remember we were having that argument, yesterday, where one of our colleagues said that if you look at it, Nigeria is not really Victor Osimhen, FC. That looking at his goals, how many clutch goals did he actually score? I know in that game against Benin Republic, he set the tone. He scored in the 3rd minute. He got an hat-trick, but it was Frank Oyeka's goal that was the clutch goal. The 4th goal, that took us to the playoffs. Eventually we didn't make it against Gabon as well. Osimhen did not score any of the first 2 goals. He didn't score any of the first 2 goals. He scored the last 2. He missed chances. But then, is this narrative based on social media? A lot of people have seen him as like the biggest name, in the Super Eagles. They're about now calling him, or the players themselves, their performances are not even encouraging. Therefore, Nigerians are now seeing that it is Victor Osimhen FC.
Well, statistically, if you look at it, in the past few games, you will notice that the games that Osimhen, anytime Osimhen is not on the pitch, it's like the Super Eagles don't even know what they want to play, or they don't have a particular goal scorer
Yeah.
Maybe once Osimhen gets to the pitch, they just leave their own responsibility. They feel relaxed. Like, okay, this guy.
There's Victor. Victor.
Even if
Victor
we concede one goal, we will score 2. Even if we concede 2, we will score 3. So I think the team rely on Osimhen a lot. Even, the coach will come up with tactics, do all that, do his own personal assignment, but it's left for the team to get to the pitch and get the job done. And everybody should do their respective job.
Exactly.
Osimhen is just doing his own job. You are a striker. You are supposed to be scoring. So it should even be a normal phenomenon. It's like
he's doing his job.
He's doing his job.
Yeah.
What's it called? Nwabali, he saved 2 penalties. You are expected to save a penalty, even at the minimum of 1 or 2. You are the goalkeeper. That's your job. It shouldn't even be something really special or fantastic.
Yeah, we shouldn't be like,
you are scoring maybe 3, 4, 5 goals. You cannot say, yes, this is outstanding.
Yeah.
But it's just doing what it's supposed to do. So now the defenders, what are they doing? Your captain even had to score an own goal against South Africa.
My captain, our captain.
Oh, let me say our captain.
I mean, we have to shout out William Chustekong. He is a fantastic defender. He might be past it now, but I mean, kudos to him.
I'm not saying he's not a fantastic defender.
You were about to.
Imagine we had won that game. He won't be in this playoff now. So now, if only Osimhen is doing his work.
There are many ifs.
If only Osimhen is doing his work, and the likes of other players, the other 10 players on the field are not really up to the level of Osimhen, then we are Osimhen FC. That's just the reality of it.
So that means, because, I think the sentiments that Nigerians are sharing is that Osimhen, aside from, being the striker, sometimes you see him in the left back row, chasing down opponents, trying to defend. In set pieces is the one heading out corners and throw-ins and free kicks and all of that. Maybe his work rate totally, that's what Nigerians are saying.
Body language, he says a lot.
He wants it more.
He wants it more than the other guys.
So that means maybe that passion is trying to resonate it, but unfortunately it's not resonating in the whole team. If you look at it.
Yes.
Abiodun, do you share the same sentiments quickly? Do you think Nigeria, they are Victor Osimhen FC at this point?
Absolutely. I agree totally with Olamide because you look back and you get the feeling that anytime there is Victor Osimhen on the field of play, we tend to struggle. It seems you don't know what to do. We are clueless. We don't even know what to do. And if you look at this team, it is not that we don't have good players in the national team. A certain Ademola Lookman won the African Footballer of the Year. Moses Simon, you need to go and watch Moses Simon when he was playing for Nantes. Recently joined Paris FC. This guy does well with their club. So I don't understand why, when it comes to the national team assignment, they decided not to turn up. I really don't know. Maybe the passion is not there for them. Maybe, the urgency. And it is only Victor Osimhen that tend to give us that vibe of a proper Nigerian player that really wants to, give all of his, best on the field of play. But I think if people out there are saying we are Victor Osimhen FC, of course, it is visible. You can actually see it. If this guy is not on the pitch, we struggle. If you want to score goals, you have to literally depend on Victor Osimhen coming to the party. If Victor Osimhen is not playing well, we don't play well. You look at the last AFCON, of course, Victor Osimhen didn't do well the last AFCON, but then they decided to up the ante. So I don't see why these guys cannot go back to what we saw at the AFCON, deciding games, trying to push themselves and, of course, play as a proper team. I think going into the AFCON, Michelle needs to understand that, this team is not about Victor Osimhen. I know you are very important, but I'm going to build this team around all of you.
Of course.
You guys are very important. Each and every one of you are very, very important, and I'm counting on you to deliver, the trophy. But like people are saying out there, truly, we are Victor Osimhen FC.
A popular saying says goals win games and defense wins you titles. And the Super Eagles have played 50 competitive games since 2019, with Osimhen missing 12 fixtures. None of the coaches who managed Nigeria during those games are the likes of Genotro, Jose Peseiro, Finidi George, and now currently Eric Sekuchel. None of them secured a competitive victory without Osimhen. and this pattern has led to concerns that Nigeria remains one-dimensional and unable to function without their talisman. Well, I think it's actually time, to move on. When opponents start noticing that we only play through Victor Osimhen, once he is marked out. Even though Osimhen is actually difficult to mark out from a game, but once he is successfully marked out, once he is, Wan-Bissaka did that. He did that in the first half. Well, maybe that was what even led to the injury. Once he's marked out, that's it for the Super Eagles. We need to do better, and AFCON is the right place to actually start from. And yes, we can't deny Osimhen's contributions actually, but like I said, we need to move on. And still on the World Cup topic, and 34 teams have already qualified. Wow, and we still have 14 places still to be covered, and the playoffs are still to come. And 34 nations have secured their spots in 2026 FIFA World Cup. It's going to feature 48 teams in the expanded format, and the qualified teams come from 6 continents, with Africa having 9 teams already. Yes, potentially 10 should DR Congo negotiate the intercontinental playoffs. And the teams include Algeria. Yes, the likes of Riyad Mahrez, Cabo Verde, likes of Bebe, yes, with them. Egypt, with Mohamed Salah. Ghana, with the Ayew brothers, and Antoine Semenyo, Mohamed Kudus, and all of that. Ivory Coast, Nicolas Pepe, of course. Morocco, Achraf Hakimi, I think that's the biggest name right there. Senegal, who is the biggest name in Senegal? Nicolas Jackson.
Come on, he's also
Nicolas Jackson. South Africa, yes, who came. Sadio Mane, of course, Sadio Mane. I just mentioned that one, just to cook a little bit. South Africa, yes, of course, they were in their group. They picked up the automatic ticket, and I think their best player should be maybe a certain like Foster, who plays for Burnley. Tunisia, yes, also there. Now the host nations, Canada, yes, with Jonathan David, of course. Mexico, with the likes of Hervé Lozano, and the United States as well, Christian Pulisic, who I think is their biggest name. And yes, they have automatically qualified because they are the host, and they are joining teams like Argentina, of course, who else right there, but Lionel Messi. Brazil should be Neymar, but I don't think with the way Ancelotti has been speaking, he said he needs players in physical condition. Yeah. In perfect physical condition. And Neymar has been struggling with injuries. Yeah. He's just getting back. But then, if you just want to say Neymar, who he is, Neymar is Neymar, you have to take him. But then I think the biggest name there should be Vinicius Junior. They have a rising star in Esteval. Colombia, of course, James Rodriguez, Richard Rios, and the likes. Ecuador, Moses Caicedo, of course. Paraguay, with Antonio Sanabria, a striker I really like. Uruguay, Luis Suarez will not be going, so maybe Darwin Núñez. Darwin Núñez, of course. Yes, they are from South America. In Asia, we know the likes of Australia, Iran, Japan, of course, the likes of Kaoru Mitoma. Jordan with Altamari. I think I like Jordan. That's why I like this expanded format. Yes. There are some teams that are going that you just have to watch out for, and it's a shame that the Super Eagles are not there. That's why I said the World Cup is still going to be interesting anyway. Of course, as the Nigerians, we love to see the Super Eagles. Qatar, who hosted the last one in 2022, they are also qualified. Saudi Arabia, with the likes of Salem Al Dawsari, would they still, shock another team just like they did to Argentina in the first game? They did really well. That's halftime team talk that Avi Renard gave them will go down in history. The way he was talking, they couldn't understand him. He needed a translator, but he was telling them that, do you think you can't do this? You can. You can do it. They did it. And they went on and they did it up against Argentina and Lionel Messi. The South Korea, of course, Min Son, yes, one of the stars of the 2009 Under-17 hosted here by Nigeria. Yes, he was here in 2009, Min Son, and of course, he's leading his team, yes, also to USA, Canada, and Mexico. And also Uzbekistan also qualified. They booked their spots. European teams like Croatia, with 40-year-old Luka Modric still looking to play in the World Cup. England, of course, who had a stainless qualifying. Of course, they won all their games and they conceded 0 goals. And yes, the likes of Harry Kane. France, of course, with Kylian Mbappe. Norway. with the man himself, Erling Braut Haaland. I mean, that guy is inevitable. Portugal, of course, Cristiano Ronaldo, one last dance. Germany, with the new players, I think will be featuring for Germany this time, likes of Nick Voptvlive, the likes of Hassan Ouedraogo and Ridley Baku. I mean, they have players, but I think Germany, they're also going through a phase at this point. I don't see them really doing well. Netherlands also, after beating Lithuania 4-0, with the likes of Cody Gakpo, Xavi Simons, Donyell Malen, and Tijani Reinders getting the goal, they've also qualified. Also, New Zealand from Oceania, New Zealand, I think they have Chris Wood. Chris Wood, of course, yes. And the remaining 14 spots will be contested in the qualifying rounds with teams from all 6 FIFA confederations competing for a place in the tournament at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Yes, it's set to take place from June 11 to July 19, 2026 across 3 host nations. And well, just as we'll be wrapping up on the show, I quickly want to ask you, Olamide, let me start with you. What team are you rooting for this World Cup? I know the Super Eagles. If the Super Eagles are qualified, of course, to be the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But now that the unfortunate has happened, what team do you think will go on? Do you think Argentina will defend their title? Do you think France will be stronger this time? Should they get to the final, they will go one step further? Spain, I mean, we haven't spoken with the likes of Lamine Yamal and all of that. They are playing really well at the moment. France as well. What team do you think might even give a shocker at this World Cup?
A shocker?
Yeah. There might be a shocker.
Well, there will be shockers, but the shocker won't get to lift the trophy.
Do you get to lift
the trophy? Just get to some certain points where you don't, even imagine them getting to.
But it's an expanded format.
I'm tipping Portugal.
Portugal.
Yes.
Portugal.
Yes.
So everyone will agree with you for certain reasons, for banter.
See, they don't have to agree with you. They don't have to agree with me. For this one last dance, I think they should. I think Portugal team should actually make it worth it.
Okay.
Because if you look at Argentina, then I think the team played for Messi. They were like, let this guy win this thing, and they were ready to die for this guy. So I think for Ronaldo, he might not even get to, he's old already. He's 40 plus, and he does not have the strength unlike before when he was at Madrid. Firing on all cylinders and all that. So I think maybe he might not even get to be playing all the whole 90 minutes and all that. But you can see he was not in the last game, and they won 9. They scored 9 goals. Yeah. So I think even he should be playing less and giving the young guys more
they have
time.
Talents.
And once these guys win, it's your win already.
Of course, but I think Cristiano Ronaldo is more of the individual accolades.
This time around, I think he needs to take because the Euros, his first trophy, he was not actually there.
Yeah, but he was doing it from the touchline.
Maybe he should also do the same thing now. Maybe to work out.
maybe. And I want to thank Biodun Akpina for joining me. And just before I let you go, my boss, I want to ask, what country do you think would take this FIFA World Cup? And do you think it's the likes of Argentina, Spain? I mean, what country do you think will really take this World Cup by the scruff of his neck?
But the odd favorite is Argentina, Spain. Probably England.
You think it's Argentina's title to lose?
Yeah. I think I'll be going for Portugal to upset a whole lot of nations going forward into this World Cup.
Wow.
Because of the Cristiano Ronaldo standpoint. Probably the players who want to play for him this time around, just like they did for Messi.
Hopefully.
It's a World Cup to enjoy, honestly.
Of course, it is a World Cup to enjoy.
Super Eagles will not be part of it.
I mean, but then, the World Cup comes with a lot. You see new jerseys, you see the new ball. Come on. And there's money. Trust me. There's money in this one, but then the Super Eagles is unfortunate that they are not there, but we still want to enjoy the football anyways. And I want to say thank you so much, Biodun Akpina, for joining me on the show today. And just before I wrap up, let me just take this news from the world of boxing. Anthony Joshua is set to face off against our YouTube star Jake Paul in a professional boxing match in Miami next month. And the two fighters, will share a whopping $184 million purse, with Joshua reportedly getting around £70 million. And this is a massive payday for both fighters, especially considering Paul's limited credentials. And the fight, which will consist of 8 3-minute rounds, is a replacement for Paul's scheduled exhibition match against the Tank himself, Gervonta Davis, which was cancelled. And Joshua, who is 36, hasn't fought since being stopped by Daniel Dubois last year. And this matchup has generated controversy due to Paul's record. However, the financial incentive is clear, and boxing power broker Turkey Alakish, has hinted at big plans for Joshua's future. beyond this fight. And well, let's see how that will turn out. A lot of people have actually called out Joshua, but let's see how that one will turn out. And lastly on the show, yes, let's go to the world of mixed martial arts, the UFC, where the new champ himself, Islam Makhachev, is looking to defend his welterweight title against former champion Kamaru Usman, calling it his toughest test, yes, yet. And this potential super fight targeted for 2026 will showcase Makhachev's dominant grappling against Usman's legendary wrestling, making for a stylistic clash that could define both fighters' legacies. And yes, Makhachev's manager Ali Abdelaziz confirmed his fighters' enthusiasm for the matchup, stating that Usman is a very tough opponent and the real deal. Makhachev himself prefers facing Usman over rising contenders, citing Usman's experience and skill. Usman, who has been on a winning streak, expressed his desire to reclaim the title he once held, saying he's next in line for a title shot. With the fight scheduled for 2026, both fighters have ample time to prepare for what could be a legacy-defining contest. And a victory for Makhachev over Usman will solidify his status as an all-time great across multiple weight classes, while a win for Usman will give him another chance to reclaim the title and prove himself as one of the best in the sport. And well, I wish Kamaru Usman all the best, because Islam Makhachev definitely is not playing. Lightweight champion, now welterweight champion. Double belt holder is going to be tough for Kamaru Usman, but then you can never say never. Yes, well, with this note, I will be saying, yeah, my byes on the show. Olamide, thank you so much also for joining me on the show today, and it's been a fantastic ride. And yes, Midday News will be coming on, and I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and this has been Sports Republic. Have a wonderful, sporty rest of the day.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TVC. Are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment? You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you.
and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m.
Okay, Chuku.
And I am David Edwin.
The headlines. A community, an FG tells international community to stop naming, shaming Nigeria.
President Bola Tinubu orders security agencies to rescue 25 Kebbi schoolgirls.
Retired Armed Forces Secretary calls for judicial mechanism, stronger data system.
President Tinubu taxed judiciary and justice, swift dispensation.
UCH shot as Jehosu joins resident doctors on strike.
Edo gets boost. Okwelo Akpabio unveils historic machinery.
And business, Nigeria's trade with Africa grows 14%.
And the world of sports, Victor Sime Ajibade in CAF Awards final shortlist.
In entertainment, United Nigeria hangs Barry Darkman, Mr. Jollof, to security. Now to the news and details. The Church Affairs Permanent Mission of Nigeria to the UN, Sindorf and Donny, has urged the international community to refrain from what it called naming and shaming the country over the security challenges currently confronting it. The Nigerian envoy made the remarks while delivering Nigeria's statement at the United Nations Security Council in New York, in U.S. And Donny spoke on the illicit proliferation of small arms and light weapons, SALW, and its impact on the Sahel region. They say the unchecked flow of these weapons has exacerbated conflicts, prolonged insurgencies, and intensified the activities of terrorist and violent extremist groups, leading to wanton destruction of innocent lives and property. According to him, it is not by naming and shaming that this enormous problem can be solved, but only by working together. In response to this problem, Ndoni said Nigeria has taken robust national and regional measures to stem the tide of illicit weapons. He said domestically, Nigeria established a National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons in 2021 to coordinate all effort on arms control and to ensure full alignment with international obligations. At the regional level, he said Nigeria continues to work closely with ECOWAS and the multinational Joint Task Force team to enhance border security, intelligence sharing, and joint operations. At the multilateral level, he said Nigeria remains steadfast in implementing the UN Program of Action and the International Trace and Instrument, ITI, as well as the principles of the Arms Trade Treaty, ATT, to which Nigeria is first African signatory.
Moving on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed security agencies to immediately rescue the 25 female students abducted from Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State. A horde of armed bandits reportedly attacked the school early Monday morning, killing the vice principal, Hassan Makuku, injuring the security guard, Ali Shehu, who sustained gunshot wounds to his right hand, and abducting the female students. In a statement, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Muhammad Idris, said President Bola Tinubu condemned the attack and reaffirmed his administration's commitment to safeguarding all Nigerians, especially school children. President Bola Tinubu has reiterated that protecting every Nigerian, especially school children, remains a solemn responsibility of the state. The government condemns the reprehensive attack on innocent students and the killings of school officials who were carrying out their noble duty. He cited Tinubu to state that the federal government would not relent until this objective is achieved, according to the statement.
Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has condemned the deadly attack on Government Girls Comprehensive Senior Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State, urging the federal government to overhaul the nation's security architecture. In a statement, Atiku described the killing of the school's vice principal and abduction of several students as another tragic reminder of Nigeria's worsening insecurity. Atiku further condemned the killing of an All Progressives Congress chieftain, Umar Moriki, and the mass abduction in Safi Council area of Zamfara State, where entire families, including women and children, were reportedly taken by bandits. According to him, these acts of barbarity has no place in civilized society.
In a major call for a renewed security framework, the National Secretary of the Retired Members of the Nigerian Armed Forces, Ambassador Omien Roy Ogedebe, has urged the federal government to prioritize citizen-focused democracy in addressing rising insecurity. Speaking on our breakfast show, VOP, this morning, he explained that although no security is free from criminality, Nigeria must stop placing priority on selected individuals and cliques. He stressed the need for proper data systems to track bandits and terrorists, noting that many ransom payments are made through traceable mobile phones. He further called for a stronger judicial mechanism and a society where citizens are held accountable through geofencing, geolocation, and transparent activity monitoring. According to him, every child is a national security asset, and the government must stop interfering in professional security agencies, including appointments such as that of the Inspector General of Police. He maintained that Nigeria must create room for timely intervention and ensure that perpetrators of insecurity are easily identified and brought to justice.
To certain tenets, not another political party, not innocent citizens like you that are supposed to be enjoying your sleep this morning, to be asking questions, you know. But here we have the judiciary itself starting in the dilemma of this court from even the NBA elections. So chairs are being thrown at each other. So we need a society that is answerable to certain tenets that keeps you geofenced, geolocated, and the integrity of your daily activities, you are answerable to them.
That report. In the meantime, the United States House of Representatives Subcommittee on Africa will convene a public hearing on November 20, 2025 to review President Donald Trump's recent move, redesignating Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC. If upheld by the Senate, the CPC label would open the door for Washington to impose sanctions on Nigerian officials implicated in religious repression and place limits on certain categories of U.S.-Nigeria cooperation. According to an invitation to the lawmakers, the session, to be streamed online, will be led by Representative Chris Smith, with two witness panels featuring Senior State Department officials and Nigerian faith leaders expected to testify. Confirmed panelists include Senior Bureau Official for African Affairs, Jonathan Pratt, and Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, Jacob McGee. The lawmakers are expected to assess patterns of religious persecution in Nigeria and weigh potential U.S. responses from humanitarian support to punitive sanctions and deeper engagement with Abuja to curb the spurring violence.
You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break now. When we return, more stories will be up next. Please stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's still the media news and voice of the people television. President Bola Tinubu has charged the judiciary to tackle the integrity challenge in Nigeria's justice delivery system, warning that justice must never be for sale. The president, who spoke while flagging off the 2025 All-Nigerian Judge Conference of the Superior Courts in Abuja, said citizens have expressed frustration at delay of cases and anxiety over the lack of access to justice. Over these concerns, Tinubu said the court must no longer be places where cases languish for years, but beacon of efficiency, where disputes are resolved swiftly and litigants depart with renewed confidence in the rule of law. Describing the theme of the conference, Building a Confident Judiciary, as part and fitting, he insisted that confidence is the lifeblood of justice, adding that his administration stands ready to support every effort by the judiciary to preserve its dignity and eliminate misconduct. He further warned the judges that a judgment may be grounded in law and delivered with clarity, but used unless the public perceives it to be fair, impartial and untainted. Its moral authority is diminished.
Still on the judiciary, former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Walter Onogen, has joined calls for the swift passage of the reserved seats for women bill, which currently pens before the National Assembly. Justice Onogen, in his goodwill message to the Abuja chapter of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, during their 2025 Law Week, described the bill as not merely a call for inclusion, but a call for justice, balance, and innovation in governance. According to him, women's representation in governance is a strategic imperative, adding that when women sit at decision-making tables, issues such as education, healthcare, social justice, inheritance, and economic empowerment receive the attention they deserve. Also, the British Deputy High Commissioner in Abuja, Gil Liver, called for urgent constitutional reforms to promote equity and strengthen democracy, while urging FIDA to engage in legal advocacy and strategic litigation to change systemic barriers.
The United Kingdom National Health Service Counter-Fraud Authority has announced that it secured the 3-year conviction of a Nigerian doctor, Richard Akinralubu, for offences bordering on fraud by false representation to the tune of £268,000. A statement posted on the NHSCFA website stated that Akinralubu was employed as a trust-grade specialist, a registrar in obstetrics and gynecology by the Princess Royal University Hospital, and between 2018 and 2021, he gave excuses to his employer to reduce his workload. The statement noted that while he was being excused on the grounds that he was sick and unable to work night shifts, Akinlarebu secured employment with other hospitals and was working the same shift he had claimed he could not take up due to medical reasons. The statement stated that upon receiving information about Akinlarebu's conduct, the NHSCFA conducted an independent investigation, obtained evidence, and invited the defendant for an interview in 2022, but he declined to comment on the matter. The NHSCFA stated that Akinlarebu was subsequently arraigned on a 4-count indictment bordering on fraud by false representation and Woolwich Crown Court.
And to the health sector, the Joint Health Sector Unions, JOHESU, of the University College Hospital, UCH, Ibadan, has begun an indefinite strike, joining the resident doctors whose ongoing strike is currently on day 17. JOHESU comprises the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, Senior Staff Association of Universities, the Teaching Hospitals, Research and Academic Institutions, Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Universities and Research Institutions, amongst others. The unions are demanding an upward review of the Consolidated Health Salary Scale, that's CONHES, has done for the Consolidated Medical Salary Structure, COMES, since 2014. Declaring a strike, UCH JOHESU Chairman Oladayo Olabankwe said that indefinite action was directed by the national body following federal government's failure to address its welfare demands, including salary scale adjustment.
Away from that story, the state government has unveiled the largest single agriculture mechanization investment in the state's history, signaling Governor Mendo Bebelo's push to transform the state into a hub for commercial agriculture and food security. Governor Bebelo unveiled 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers, 150 implements, and a low-bed truck at Government House, Benin City. The commissioning ceremony was presided over by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who was on a working visa to Edo State. Speaking at the event, Governor Bebelo said the machinery symbolizes a shift from subsistence agriculture to full mechanization, ensuring Edo State become a reliable contributor to national food reserves while reducing the state's vulnerability to economic shocks. Senior political leaders praised the mechanization drive as a turning point in Edo's economic revival, commending Governor Bebelo for prioritizing agriculture and establishing Edo as one of Nigeria's most forward-looking agricultural hubs.
The state government on Monday unveiled the largest single agricultural mechanization investment in the state's history, signaling Governor Monday Okpebholo's push to transform the state into a hub for commercial agriculture and food security. Governor Okpebholo unveiled 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers, 150 implements, and a low-bed truck at Government House, Benin City. The commissioning ceremony was presided over by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who was on a working visit to Edo State.
So I'm here in Edo today to honor your invitation to visit, together with your deputy. Your Excellency, I recognize all your stakeholders, and I want to say, of all the names they give to you, I believe they should call you a unifier. Yes, sir. You to be able to work with your House of Assembly in unity, work with your deputy in unity, work with your leaders, past and present, in unity. You are a unifier. To commission this agricultural equipment, you have tractors, you have builders, you have bulldozers, for even mechanized farming. We thank God for this. We commission this equipment in the name of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit.
Speaking at the event, Governor Okpebholo said the machinery symbolizes a shift from subsistence agriculture to full mechanization, ensuring Edo State becomes a reliable contributor to national food reserves while reducing the state's vulnerability to economic shocks.
We promise our people, part of my 5-point agenda, part of my promise is being fulfilled today. Edo people know that I don't have money. I'm a poor man. If Mr. President were not doing what he's doing for us, I don't think the shining you are seeing in Edo today, Edo can shine.
Senior political leaders praised the mechanization drive as a turning point in Edo's economic revival, commending Governor Paulos for prioritizing agriculture and establishing Edo as one of Nigeria's most forward-looking agricultural hubs.
Modi has shown that you can work. Any executive who means well, you promise market women, you will support them. And you have delivered on that promise by providing ₦1 billion to ordinary people, not market women leaders, the ordinary traders selling small stuff.
And the biggest revelation of this is that he has not even borrowed the kobo. Without borrowing money, and with the increased funding that Mr. President has made possible, and which he has continued to tell us, we are seeing development on a daily basis.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Glad to have you back. Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Well, we'll go straight to the analysis segment of the midday news this beautiful afternoon. And of course, joining us to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an economist, an erudite scholar in finance, economics, and of course, a major writer right here in Nigeria. Dr. Peter, thank you so very much for joining us, and good afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
All right, then let's start off this story with the UCH Ibadan being shut down as a result of members of JOHESU joining the strike of the National Association of Resident Doctors. What does this portend for our health sector as it stands? Already, doctors are presently on their 17th day on strike, and now JOHESU is joining.
Well, that is very, very unfortunate that this kind of a thing should be happening in Nigeria at this point in time, because even though the, deaths in this country are not properly reported, because if not, you will be getting information on how many people are dying in each of the hospitals because of this. Because most families don't have money for private hospitals, so they see government hospitals as a kind of where their purse can get to. But when these people are on strike, they are left with only private hospitals, which are very, very expensive.
Right.
So, and government should, as a matter of urgency, try to do the needful so that this strike will come to an end.
Now, you did mention that government should do the needful, and of course, JOHESU and National Association of Resident Doctors are talking clearly about their salary increase and all of that. Do you think, as it stands, the presidency can convene more like a statutory independent wage arbitration with, of course, published decisions to clearly tell the people that we are trying to get this right? Because with the way this is going, this is presently an emergency that we have in our hands. I mean, on Saturday, we were here and we were trying to reel out his stats on the morning boards. And the man in Taraba, the analyst from Taraba, did say that Taraba is a 1 million population with over less than 50 doctors. Now, equating that to be a very, very huge margin to a doctor and, of course, several patients, how can the government try to have a, I don't want to call it a pattern of payment that would meet the standard of JOHESU and NAD?
Well, when we talk about essential services, those in the health sector are in a very essential service, and they are supposed to be well treated, well taken care of.
Okay.
They are not supposed to be allowed to be worrying about strikes and so on and so forth. They are supposed to be focused on saving lives.
Right.
Which is the most important thing in the world. I don't see any other thing in the world that's more important than life saving. So these people are supposed to be well taken care of. But we have a government that doesn't really care about the welfare or well-being of the people. So they have their own doctors abroad. So when they have headache, when they have an ear problem, they will jump into and go abroad. So what happens to their citizens? They don't care. They only remember their citizens during the time of election, once every 4 years.
Now, that's present administration, under the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, made a statement during the manifesto that there will not be strike. He said that verbally, and then he also promised Nigeria a renewed hope agenda. Dr. Peter, we've seen ASU embark on strike, talking about how the government have reneged on the agreement they had with them in 2009, and also subsequent administration getting to this point. And then here we have the National Residents of Doctors, National Association of Resident Doctors also seal they've embarked on strike. One is strike force now, this one indefinite, 17th day already in it. What does this portend for Nigeria that we have two major sectors, the education and the health, going back and forth with the government on policies or things that they are going to do?
Well, for what the president said, Winston Churchill said that politicians don't believe themselves. Therefore, it surprises them when others believe them.
So you think his statement is just a statement, not a commitment?
It's just a statement. It's just a feel-good statement, understand? Just to kind of fool the people.
Now, when you say it's just a kind of a way to fool the people, the president went to St. Lucia some time ago. And we know that Nigeria is suffering a brain drain where we have people, especially in the medical sector, leave the country for greener pasture somewhere. And he made a promise to them, come back to Nigeria, and he said, doctors in Nigeria can go to St. Lucia, even offering them a more juicy salary compared to what resident doctors in Nigeria are benefiting. What does that...
Well, no doctor abroad, no doctor even in Cameroon will want to come back to Nigeria, understand me? No doctor in Togo will want to come back to Nigeria going by what doctors here are experiencing. So nobody will come back, and the brain drain will continue. Because one, they are not even no fulfillment in profession, no fulfillment that's in lifestyle, understand me? So it is frustrating to be a Nigerian at this point in time.
Now, when you say no fulfillment in some of the things you mentioned, beyond rhetoric, Doctor, how many more memorandum of understanding would be signed for government and essential workers, like we mentioned on this table, would be honored? There is one that was recently signed in 2014, which again is the reason why Johansen is going on strike. How many more does governments and these workers need to be signed? And then why is there no fulfillment with these memorandum of understandings?
Because the government was founded on propaganda, lies, and half-truths. So you keep on signing agreement, MOU until eternity. But for me, it is these people that to sign this MOU. If you had one and you have not fulfilled it, I will not sign another one. But do you understand me?
Okay.
If I had a MOU with you, if not fulfilled it, I'll be stupid that to go and sign another MOU.
Even if it doesn't happen to be that the same government is the one in power?
Government is continuing.
Wouldn't that be holding the country at ransom?
Government is continuing. Ordinarily, by the oath that medical doctors took, they call it the oath of hypocrites. They are not supposed. Money is secondary.
Right.
Money is secondary. Understand? Life is first. But there's a condition you will be. Even you say no because there's a limit to what human beings can do. So it is out of frustration that these people are embarking on this strike. Not that they really want to do it, but government has pushed them to the wall. Government has pushed them to the wall. That's why they are embarking on this strike. And not that in Nigeria now, strike has become a hobby. Understand? Every day, you know, because governments are not sincere.
All right, then, before we jump off this, I would like to ask your opinions, Doctor. As it stands, what level of penalty and punitive measures can be put in place for both the government and, of course, some of these unions to honor and respect agreements and, of course, not renege on it to lead into down tooling like we're seeing presently in the country with this essential?
Well, who's to put the punitive measure is government. So government cannot put something that would not be in their own interest.
On a very different note, Doctor, what do we say to the path of legislators who also are supposed to be the ones running the oversight functions of the executive on this kind of memorandum of understanding?
They are rubber stamp, understand me? They are rubber stamp. Senate has turned to a mediation committee. Instead of seeing that things are properly done, all they are doing now is if anybody goes on strike, they'll go and mediate, beg them, come back, understand? And stupidly, they are going back.
All right, Boris, Doctor, let's move away from that story to, you know, the instruction or directive given by the president as he tasked the judiciary on justice and also swift trial. He made this particular, he charged the judiciary to tackle the integrity challenges in Nigeria justice delivery system, warning that justice must never be for sale. And this was made when the president went to flag off the 2025 All Nigerian Judges Conference of the Superior Courts in Abuja, the FCT. Now, Barrister, some people have come up to say that in Nigeria somehow, that the judiciary is no longer the hope of a common man over the fact that it's more like it's being sold. And the president aligned with that, saying that he knew that we're having some complicit playing out in the judiciary. But he's urging them at this point to not sell justice and also to uphold the integrity of justice system.
For me, if you are a common man, try to be settling out of court. Because you have there's no room for you in the court. The court in Nigeria is for the high and mighty. The court in Nigeria is for the highest bidder. So that is one of those sweet talks that we talk about. President Tinubu knew that what he's saying is the opposite. What he's doing is the opposite because his party is the exponent of we meet at the court.
That was the reason I actually asked this question. Now, if since 2015, 2016, we've been hearing this more like a new mantra: go to court. The present administration also embraced it: go to court.
Because they know that the court has compromised.
How are we going to bring up or show up integrity within the judicial system so that there will no longer be sale of justice or judgment? Because it's looking more like we're going to see what transpired before now in the old Roman Catholic Church, or have the sale of indulgence that led to the Luther and other movements springing up.
Well, for me, it's just a kind of have a separate payment system for the judiciary, because who pays or the piper dictates the tune. Then who appoints or the judge also dictates the tune. Understand me? A judge will always be loyal to two things: the person that made it possible for him or her to be there, and the highest bidder.
Irrespective of what the truth and justice is?
They no more care about the symbol of justice, which is a blindfolded, understand me? So that doesn't care anymore. So that's why every common man should be thinking of settling out of court than going to the court.
Now, Doctor, one question I really am eager to want to find out from you is how can the judiciary in Nigeria try to balance the, I want to call it the binding cases timeline, where you have cases linger for so long, and of course, victims or alleged victims are in custody for the longest of time, A major example is that of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which again, we know as it stands, it's in a few days before we hear what Justice Omotosho has to say on that. How can the judiciary try to navigate timelines when it comes to cases in court, and of course not allowing individuals suffer innocently without being sentenced, so to say?
A lot of things comes to this. The policemen that bring suspects to the court, and if they do their investigation, understand, cases can be concluded within a week. Understand?
Right.
But when Nigeria policemen will arrest you before asking you what did you do, understand me? What did you do? Because that's how they operate. They first of all arrest somebody before asking that person what did he do. So that will make cases to linger in court, because there's no proper investigation first before arresting somebody.
Before I let you go off this case, Doctor, one question before I let you go. How soon do you think the Nigerian judiciary will go into what I call tech and trust? In other words, fully digital, where we have the likes of e-service, virtual hearings, all of those techie things in our judiciary. How soon do you think is going to happen?
Not in the next 30 years.
All right, but Doctor, we have, the thing that happened to be on the burner, just maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes or thereabout, because we're pressed for time. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria, the abduction of 25 schoolgirls from a secondary school in Kebbi, and the statement made by the president, the swift direction given by the president to make sure that those people who perpetuate the act will be rounded off and possibly prosecuted. Let's also juxtapose that with the killing of a certain brigade commander, M. Uba, who we saw in the video that after they went for a raid, he made a call to his superiors to say it was a successful one, and the next other thing were history. He was apprehended, tortured, and finally killed from the information we gathered already. How are we going to end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria with the U.S. Congress at this point having a meeting to possibly declare Nigeria, a country of particular concern, and carrying out every other part that offense actually contributes?
I want to start with what the governor of Kebbi State said, that they got the intel and it was passed to the security, but they failed to work on it. Understand me? Which means that's complicit in this security situation in the country. When a governor gets an intel and send it to the right quarters and it was abandoned. Okay, from the report I read, the soldiers were with the girls till around 30 minutes when they left and these people came. So was it that there was an ambush, understand, waiting for them? Then why did they leave? So for me, a lot of people should be held responsible for this. Those that governor gave an intel should be punished, because I'm seeing a sabotage in this case.
Well, you don't think it's about having to take exclusive powers from the top as an issue?
I'm seeing a sabotage in this case.
All right, then, because of time, really would love to continue on this particular analysis, but because of time, we really have to draw anchor. This is where we have to, of course, draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Peter Anosike, who is an economist, an erudite scholar in economics, finance, and of course, a major writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News will be up next. Please stay with us. We're back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The resident electoral commissioner of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Osun State, Mutiu Adeboke, has urged political parties in the state to conduct their primaries in accordance with the law. Adeboke, beg your pardon, said in a statement by INEC Public Relations Officer Olurode Musa that lawful conduct of party primaries was critical ahead of the 2026 governorship election in the state scheduled for August the 8th, 2026. The REC appealed to all registered political parties in the state to strictly adhere to the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and the Commission's guidelines and regulations for the conduct of their primaries.
The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has commissioned its new National Secretariat complex in Abuja, signaling intensified effort to position a credible alternative to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Unveiling the Secretariat, the party declared that the 2027 general election will not be business as usual. The ADC National Chairman, Senator David Mark, described the new Secretariat as a symbol of the party's renewed commitment to discipline, integrity, accountability, and service. Mark assured that everything the party does going forward would be anchored on character, courage, competence, discipline, and integrity. He added that the complex would serve as the operational nerve center for shaping strategy, refining ideas, and grooming a new generation of leaders. Meanwhile, the National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi told newsmen that the party had effectively managed internal disagreements because of its emphasis on fairness and justice.
Moving on, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has convicted and sentenced to 5 years in prison the suspended Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Calabar, Professor Cyril Ndifong, for sexually harassing his female students. The ICPC had alleged that Ndifong, while serving as Dean of the Faculty of Law at UNICAL, harassed his female students by demanding from them pornographic, indecent, and obscene photographs through WhatsApp chats. In a judgment delivered by Justice James Monteshaw, the court found Ndifong guilty on 2 counts of the 4-count charge preferred against him by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC. Justice Monteshaw sentenced Ndifong to 2 years and 5 years respectively in the 2 sentence counts, adding that both sentences would run concurrently.
Every year on November 17, the world marks the International Students' Day, a day dedicated to celebrating the energy, creativity, and leadership of students across the globe. This year's observance highlights the role of education in shaping future leaders and promoting innovation among young people. Voice of the People's Television Matthew Ogunswada reports on how Nigerian students are using this day to reflect, engage, and inspire change.
Day, celebrated globally on November 17th, is not just about honoring the academic community. It's a reminder of the vital role young people play in building a sustainable future. Originating in memory of Indian President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who was a teacher and youth advocate, the day now serves as a platform for promoting inclusive and quality education for all. In Nigeria, several student bodies and youth groups are organizing symposiums, debates, and empowerment programs to address challenges such as access to education, digital literacy, and unemployment. As students continue to navigate a rapidly changing world, educators and policymakers are emphasizing the need for students to be change agents in the society.
You have to decide that no matter what happens, you are going to stand for what you stand for. You're not going to break your values at any point in time. Very, very important, because after courage is the predetermination that you will stand, you will not bend, because the pressure will definitely come. The pressure would come, but you need to decide within yourself that you must stand.
It is from failure that distraction comes in. So if a child is not distracted, then the child is focused, and the sky will be the limit of such a child.
Integrity is the key, and the confidence. Whatever they do, they have to have confidence in themselves, be bold, because that's the only thing that they can, get to make sure that they have a bright future that we expect them to have.
There's a need for serious level of mentoring from parents and for teachers. We need to come into the field and put our hands in the mud, get into their space. A lot of parents are not on social media, but that's where your kids function. And you want to mentor the next generation. You're joking. You have to know their language.
From classrooms to innovation hubs, today's youth are proving that education remains the strongest weapon to change the world.
I've learned that integrity is living with truth and also leading well by your ways right. And if you live with integrity, others will like to follow you. And you should also learn when to say no and when to say yes.
So you have to be morally upright, always say the truth at all times, do things that you expect your junior ones to do so that they can lead by example.
We hope we can be able to control every vices and making initiatives that will be able to control them and prevent them in society.
We need morals in our society. We need to know the good friends, we need to know the bad friends. We need to know everything that benefits us in the society because we are the leaders of tomorrow.
As the world celebrates World Students' Day, it's a call to every young person to keep learning, stay curious, and use their knowledge to transform the society. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Matthew Guswada, for that report. Moving on to Edo State, Governor Monday Okpewolo has vowed to prosecute anyone found guilty in the Museum of West African Art controversy, stressing fairness and due process. The warning came during a visit by the Culture and Tourism Minister, Hannatu Musawa, who pledged federal support and urged respect for Nigeria's cultural heritage. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more details.
The Okpewolo has vowed to prosecute anyone found guilty in the ongoing Museum of West African Art controversy, emphasizing that investors are not the focus of his administration. The warning came during a Friday visit from Hannatu Musawa, Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy. Governor Okpewolo expressed concern over being left out of key project developments, including a recent commissioning by a foreign delegation, which he described as unusual.
Nigerian Museum for West Africa, that's MOA, and that is the name that we are contesting today. The trajectory payments made by Edo State government, you can see Edo State started paying this money because it's MOA, and we are paying 3.8 billion. You can see it's MOA Trust, this article of association. These are the membership of the company of this particular MOA. Now, this is Edo State government. We have the National Commission for Museum and Monument. Then we have the Royal Palace of Benin. So these are the things first we are looking at. We are not fighting investment. When those delegations were coming to Benin, I was not aware. Why would they have to choose to come on a Sunday, 9 o'clock, that everybody will be in church? Why would such event take place? These people, swindling people with the name of government. At the end of the day, there will be criminal prosecution on this.
The minister acknowledged Edo State's rich cultural heritage and pledged federal support to address the issue, stressing the importance of respecting traditional institutions and Nigeria's global reputation.
Sir, I want me and you and your fantastic team to work with the traditional institution that has been grossly wronged in Edo State to see how, in keeping the traditional institution right, in making that wrong that was done whole, but at the same time we can balance it out with the need for us as a nation to have some level of expectant credibility internationally.
Attempts to reach MOA representatives for their comments were unsuccessful. Governor Okpewolo reiterated his comments to transparency and due process, promising to work with all stakeholders for a fair resolution. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that coverage. Away from that story now to some business story. Nigerian trade with other African nations grew 14% in the first half of the year after the government strengthened regional ties. Bashira Dewale Adeniyi, the Controller General of the Nigerian Customs Services, disclosed this at a conference in the capital Abuja. He said that trade with the continent increased by 600 billion naira to 4.82 trillion naira in the 6 months through June. According to Bashir, the federal government has been working to streamline custom processes and improve transport lanes with neighboring countries with a view to reducing trade and its bottleneck that have long restricted intra-African.
And from that business story, we move straight to talking sports. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen and, of course, Super Falcons Rasheedat Ajibade have been named among the finalists for the 2025 CAF Players of the Year awards. Also recognized in their respective categories are goalkeeper Chiamaka Nadozie and Bayelsa Queens forward Shakirat Moshood. CAF released the final shortlist ahead of the gala ceremony scheduled for Wednesday in Rabat, Morocco. The ceremony honors the continent's top performers from January 6th to October 15, 2025. On the men's side, Osimhen, currently making waves at Galatasaray, is joined by Mohamed Salah of Liverpool and Ashraf Hakimi of Paris Saint-Germain as finalists for the CAF African Player of the Year award. In the Women's Player of the Year category, Nigeria's Ajibade, who plays for Paris Saint-Germain and led the Super Falcons to their 10th WAFCON title, joins Morocco's Ghislaine Chebab of Al Hilal and Sana Moussoudi of AS FAR as the top three finalists.
In entertainment, Nigerian carrier United Nigeria Airlines has handed over social media personality Martins Ose, also known as Very Darkman, and comedian Freedom Asepoye, popularly known as Mr. Jollof, to airport security after a fight broke out during boarding at Asaba International Airport in Delta State. The airline's public relations officer, Chibuike Uloka, confirmed the incident, saying the crew acted immediately and professionally to calm the situation. They say both men were deboarded promptly to ensure the safety of all the passengers. The fight reportedly occurred on the Asaba Lagos flight, where the pair were caught on video exchanging blows as other passengers tried to intervene. Their clash is believed to have stemmed from an online dispute and eventually escalated into a physical confrontation on board. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People television, and on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. Woo! Yes, on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm sure you won't forget this person. I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today is a beautiful day. Yes, to stay positive, inspired, and grounded, we're bringing you an exciting blend of gist. I'm sure you don't want to miss all the gist we have today because we get plenty to talk about. Don't go anywhere, sit tight while we ride together. And first up, we're talking about actress Peggy Ovire and actor Taye Arimoro's clash during movie set. So Nollywood actress Peggy Ovire and Taye Arimoro were involved in a serious on-set altercation that has drawn industry-wide attention. According to Arimoro, the clash began after he attempted to leave the film set once his agreed call time had ended. He alleges that members of Ovire's team blocked his car, deflated his tires, and assaulted him, leaving him with injuries to his lips and gums. So Ovire, however, has firmly denied those claims, stating that Arimoro became violent first and attacked her crew, including her driver, so forcing her to intervene in their defense. So the CCTV footage later surfaced online, showing a physical confrontation between Arimoro and Ovire's team. So further fueling, public debate over what truly happened. In response, the Actors Guild of Nigeria agent condemned the violence and announced an investigation, urging both parties to pursue professional and legal channels to settle the dispute. See, all these kind of things not supposed to cause problem. You guys are supposed to fix this thing, amicably. There's no need to, all the blows and all the punch, kilo day. I don't just understand. Everything not supposed to end with fights. I don't know. See, so at this period, everybody just a fight. See, VDM and the rest of them, and Mr. Jollof. I don't even know what they happen. It be like say everybody they just ring back. Everywhere you go, they punch, they throw blow. See me like this, that because they give person blow. How far now? It's all right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning the altercation between Ovire and Arimoro. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. Yes, let's take some comments. A lot of people are saying something. So Precious said, I watched the CCTV. Peggy overdo this thing, I swear. If it was a woman like you, una for fight scatter. That's estate, or rather a man hot temper, you for collect beat in black and blue. You just took advantage of a calm man. You and that your please don't call names, but I still feel that a lot of people are going through something, especially you don't know whether we don't know if she's pregnant. People that are pregnant, they are said to have this pepper body thing. You get what I'm trying to say? Have these feelings they get. So maybe not just I'm not siding, I'm not siding anybody. I'm just trying to say that we don't know what she's going through. Maybe that really made her to react that way. But because there's an investigation going on, so you won't know. You don't know whether things already occurred before the scene. You understand? So another person said, I don't even sabi any of them. More actors than actual good movies as well. So another person said, men can be victims too. I am sorry Peggy just lost a fan. I'm so proud of the young man. He's indeed a husband material. You can count how many men that can stay calm without raising their hands in such provocation. I just feel that Peggy might be going through a lot of things that made her react that way. You understand? I won't just pinpoint that she did this. We don't know if there are other things that have really transpired between both of them that actually, that this thing had to just be an outburst or something like that. But then we should just try to follow this thing, peacefully. Nobody go dey quarrel. Not be everywhere you go, you want to punch person, they blow person. It's something that you are supposed to, you know, settle amicably. If you're the person you brought on set said, I don't want to do this again, I can't wait anymore. Try, you know, talk to the person, try get to this agreement that both of you would know why he wants to leave. It's not about, you know, just jumping into the thing and punching and everything. But then I think the fight and everything was just the wrong thing to do. It was not just the right thing to do, but then it's okay. You know, a lot of people came out to say things, but I still feel that the right thing that would have done was to settle this thing amicably, without punches and without blows. It's because I can't imagine myself as a lady. I'm now, you know, exchanging blows with a man. What if they don't blow you one like this? You just lie down for day. Wait till you go tell your maker in heaven. But it's all good. Yes, we are talking about a lot of things, and that takes us to our next gist. And our next gist talks about, see, I'm sure you don't want to miss this. We have a lot of gist today. Yes, the next gist is all about a fintech giant, Paystack, has suspended its co-founder and chief technology officer, Ezra Olubi, following the emergence of serious sexual misconduct. Allegations tied to resurfaced tweets from over a decade ago. So the post, which backdated to between 2009 and 2013, contains sexual explicit comments involving colleagues, minors, and other inappropriate subjects, so triggering widespread public backlash and urgent calls for accountability. The company confirmed that Olubi was placed on immediate suspension as part of a structural internal review, stressing that the resurfaced content is being examined with the utmost seriousness while the investigation proceeds. In an official statement, Paystack described the ongoing inquiries as fair, transparent, and structured, noting that the company would refrain from issuing further details until the process is complete. So the suspension marks one of the most significant leadership disruption in Nigerian tech ecosystem in recent years, prompting discussions about workplace ethics and the responsibility of industry leaders to uphold professional conduct, both offline and online. So this is about Paystack, this is about Ezra. And see, if you see this tweet, it's shocking. Me, I saw this thing and I'm like, is this a human being that is writing this thing? Because what is going on? Hey, Father. Like, why would you come out to put things about cats? You know, hey, Jesus, I cannot even say it. Like, when I saw it, I felt like throwing up. Because what is all this? A lot is going on, and I just feel that this is actually disgusting. Seriously, it is. And a lot of people because people see they support, you know, all these kind of things, and waiting they make them happy, but it's well with you. You know, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning the Ezra being suspended. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning what happened to Ezra. People are saying, yes, that is the measure they are supposed to take. Some are saying, no, that you people would have left him and asked questions. But which kind of question? All right, Ebenezer said, cover the book by its... not be even judge the book by its cover, now cover the book by its judge. I be how una take talk am. At Ebenezer, I understand, my brother. Another person said, Onyechi said, just as I expected. So you have been waiting for him to as well. Oh. So Temi DB said, someone picture looks like that. You guys are surprised that. All right, Lily Ino said, Paystack suspends Paystack. The thing where you don't already use your hand build, now they come, they suspend you. Have you been in such... I actually talked about a story where a lady, you know, created an AI that would help her at work and the rest of them. And she was later sacked, and that AI really later replaced her. Jesus. Something that you have created, they have used your hand and sack you and tell you to... is well. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, Chai. Is well, oh. Right, comment? The beloved said, when he was giving OON and some of us questioned, they said we are not woke. Is well with you. Coco Spice said, this swift response only came because another country is involved with the company. It reached our turn. They turn them to OON. All right, another person says, sometimes things just they get better and then worse. Imagine someone who has achieved a great level of success, then starts carrying out sexual activities that would stain his personality. Come to think about this sexual, you know, everything that is going on now. Because I don't even understand whether this 2025 is just everybody. Will I say it's the sexual? I don't just understand. If it's not the Ochanya case, it's a lot of sexual, like what is going on? You people cannot hold yourself again. What is all this? It's too much. And seriously, saying this kind of thing is disgusting. Like, me, I cannot even talk about it because, like, when I saw those things, I'm like, he's well. And, you know, enough of that. Yeah, this has taken us to our next gist. And we're talking about TG Omori, the Nigerian music video director. You know, he has come under fire after he publicly stated on his former Twitter account that having same-sex gender sex is evil. Like, having same-gender sex is evil. That is what I'm talking about, gay. Yeah, you understand what I'm gay and the lesbian is that is evil. Waiting in talk no bad you. So many users felt his remark was bluntly homophobic, like prompting some to threaten a boycott of, you know, any music video he directs. Critics argued that his language was not only intolerant but also harmful. Because they come and talk say gay and, you know, lesbian is no good. Now, oh God, Father in heaven. Oh, in response to the backlash, Omori doubled down, warning his dictators because he intends to continue sharing what he called uncomfortable truths. And according to the scripture, he describes same-sex gender attraction as lustful thoughts and immoral pleasures, asserting that your desires aren't strong enough to overcome this spirit. So the defense has fueled even more debates with supporters citing that his right to religious conviction and opponents calling out the potential harm of framing LGBTQ plus identities as sinful. You people should come to me and tell me because I don't know what's going on. You tell me that, you know, doing the lesbianism is a good thing. I don't know what to say to you because what did TG just say? He did not say anything bad. He just condemned it and you people are flaming his well with people. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. Yes. Then somebody said, boy director said what he said. Yes, he has said what he said. People should leave him alone. Then another person said, if someone comes out to say he's gay, problem. If someone comes out and say he's being gay isn't good, problem. What do you people want? Okay, don't come out to say anything. In fact, just keep quiet and stay your day. Another person said, get some waffles and soy milk, bro. Salem C said he has gotten to a point where ladies have to ask, are you straight? Be like saying when you go on the date, you go they ask your hey father, are you straight? Are you you don't reach that time because people don't know what's in they date again. I'm telling you the truth. People don't know what they are dating again, but it's well. All right, that's enough. And we'll take a short break when we come back. Please don't go anywhere. We have a guest joining us today. Hey, and I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Please don't go anywhere. Stay put. Yes, beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Kombi Prezi. Yes, we don't talk about a lot of things, and I'm sure you're enjoying yourself because today just they, you know, you just they drop, they go. But yes, this is where we talk about. We're having a guest today, and yes, joining us today is a passionate actress. She's a force to be reckoned with in the entertainment industry, known for her captivating performance on screen and her creative journeys behind the scene. She's also the brand ambassador for At Get Sipa Nigeria. So we are honored to have her share her insight and experience with us today. And please, join me, let's welcome Josephine Uzubechi Njaku to the show. Woo! This the way she's clapping. You know, we sees composure, everything just there like this. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
So how you feeling? Tell me.
I feel good.
I feel good. She's already doing that. You get what I'm trying to say? So try to tell me, how's the week, Monday been for you? You know, last week we had Friday, we had Saturday. You know, a lot of people, you know, attend the Owambe, attend the parties, you know, get to meet people and the rest of them. How's it been for you?
The weekend was a little bit tight.
Oh.
Yeah, because we've been, you know, being outside and working at the same time.
Being outside and working at the same time. Please, all work and no play. Makes who we don't. No, this all makes, I don't know how to put it, but then makes makes you a dull person, but you have to work here. You know, you need some time to cool off, relax. It's actually nice, you know, when you get to work all the time and the rest of them, you just need some space, some time to rest.
Of course.
You know, take some days off, relax, and get yourself back. So, I've actually seen a lot of your movies, and I've been having this, you know, this spirit to ask.
Okay.
How did you go? Like, how did you get into movie industry? How did you start, you know, doing movies?
Okay. Actually, I've always wanted to be an actor growing up, but you know, when you come from a certain kind of family, they will tell you you have to do school first before wanting to be any other thing. So while doing school, you know, life happened, you're chasing some other kind of thing that you want to do.
Yes.
And then you just put movie on the side. So apparently in 2023, yeah, I met a friend. Am I allowed to call names?
Yeah, sure.
All right, his name is Tony Romeo.
Oh.
I was doing another job for a travel agent, and he met me at the mall, and he said, "Your face will look good on the screen, and your face will look good on billboards." Right? So I'm like, okay.
You're like, I want to know the feeling you were having. Were you like, I think I can do this?
No.
Were you just in the middle? I can do this, I can't do this.
No, it's not as if, you know, when you've been, you just deserted a part of you, right? And then you're trying to figure out the other aspect of your life.
Yeah.
You've gotten the degree, and now to be an actor, you don't really need degree. It's talent, right?
Yes.
So the degree is there, and then you're trying to do something else. It's not working. And then someone brings this thing back to you and say, I want you to be on the screen. I would love to see you're going to be big, your face and all that. He said, I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm not seeing it. So from there, you know, he took it up from there, and then we just started.
So because you were talking about like you had this feeling, like I get the feeling you were having, but then how did you, like, what was your first film like?
Okay, my first film, I just went, he called this same person because he has been my guide, you know, to be in the industry, you need someone to guide you so you don't get lost in the process. Yeah, so he called me, I'm on a movie set. Can I call names still?
Sure, you are free.
All right, Marathon Production, to be precise. Do you mind coming on set? Let the producer just see you. I said, okay. I started rushing down to the set. The producer saw me. I wasn't expecting to do anything, right? And he said, okay, let's just give you a trial. I said, okay. See how it goes. And then I had to play someone's wife that is divorcing him. Can I call the name of the movie?
Of course.
All right, the production is Marathon Production. And then the movie name is Stranger in My Bed.
Stranger in My Bed. So what's about Stranger in My Bed? Where you had to act as
his wife that had to divorce him. It's just a scene, but it's not small because I had to put myself in a situation where I'm leaving my man that I loved, but because he is impotent, and you know, crying on the set is quite difficult to do. So you have to cry and feel bad and tell him I'm done, and he's begging you. It was one take, and I was shocked when they said cut. I was like, is that it?
Is that it? You know, how do you even get to switch? You know, how to switch characters? Like you just get to, you know, act like this strict person, and you're just there, and in a minute you're done, and you just go back to yourself and you be like, oh, you're good.
You have to differentiate your screen life from your personal life, right? Being on, once you hear the director saying next scene, you have to prepare yourself mentally, emotionally to get into that person, because that's not you. And you have to be this person, because if you don't give exactly what you're asked to give, it's a problem. They will never call you for another job. And acting is make-believe. So if you cannot believe me, how can you reckon with my story? So in order for you to give out that kind of performance, you have to be mentally clear, emotionally clear. You don't have to come in on sets, keep whatever it is you have in your house. That's none of their business. you come on set and give that director what he asked you to give. So in as much as back, some people do what they want to do. Me, I pray. And I say, Holy Spirit, take over. This person take out. This other person bring in, and we are good.
So what, because the way you were talking, I would like to know, like, which role was really challenging for you in all your movies?
When I had to play an Agbero.
Yeah. How was it like? Because you see somebody, you know, all this fine lady, and you're just carrying bottle.
It wasn't easy, but you know, as an actor, you pick your experiences from the streets. That's why they advise you that when you go on the streets, you actually watch the people, how they behave, so that when you never can tell when these opportunities will come, and then when you're casted, you cannot give exactly what you were asked. It's a problem. So because I grew up in Port Harcourt. Yes.
That is, well, that is the area, you know, I want to call these places, Port Harcourt, Warri, you know, those places are the Lagos, part of Lagos.
Yes. You have to be in certain side of Lagos for you to get that character. But in Port Harcourt, everybody is something like that. They say once you're in Port Harcourt, is a default. So when he said, you're going to play the tout of this other person, Darlington's colleague and all that, okay, so once you get your costume, it helps improve your performance. So when I got the rugged jean, the hoodie, and the dead-ass Crocs, you know, my hair was tinted white, and originally that was how the name White came on that production. So okay, you're going to be playing white. So once they just called action, the Port Harcourt girl in me came out.
Just came up. You're good. So you are ready to tell me about the Port Harcourt, the white lady. So I want to know, were you carrying bottles or the rest of it?
I had to fight though. It wasn't easy, like being razzed and all that stuff. It's not easy to be razzed.
So you know I talked about the altercation between, you know, this lady Peggy and Omori. So I wanted to know what's your take on it, because I feel, you know, being on scene like this, you know, a lot of times acting is not an easy job. I know the fact for the fact that acting is not an easy job, and a lot of people would want to, you know, take time to, maybe they actually wasted his time, and he just wanted to go home and relax, and the rest of them. But I still felt that, you know, Peggy would have, you know, done this in a well mannered way. So what's your take on it?
Actually, when you're called on a job, if it's a 3-day job, 5-day job, call time should be call time. If you're telling me my job is from Tuesday till Friday, call time 7 o'clock. I expect when I come on set, it should be 7 o'clock. So if you're delaying, that's on you. Because once it's time for me to go, I'll go. Except you want to pay an extra. Right? So my last production, we came in time, and for some reason, you have delays on sets for God knows what. Maybe the camera is having faults, the sound guy, back and forth. Once it's 12, I kept telling the director, once it clocked 12 a.m., my section with you is over. So any other thing you're doing is your own cup of tea. If you're adding an extra day for that job, you're going to pay me for
Business
it.
has to be business.
Yes, because you're making money off me.
Of course.
So if you are calling people to come on your set, and you're giving them a call time, you know, in Nigeria they do call time is African time, so they joke with a lot of it.
And that makes people, you know, really have being nonchalant about something.
Yeah, not on all sets. Yes. Because there are some certain sets you go where the director is white. If he tells you your call time is this time, you should be on set 30 minutes before time. So that you prep, you rehearse, you do whatever you have to do, and then get ready. Not when you're rushing, sweating, and then you have to be on set. So call time for Nigerian producers most times are being taken for granted. If you see big jobs that the producers and directors are the white people, you don't joke with their call time.
At all.
So I don't see any reason why she should harass that young man just like that because you're paying him for it. If you put a job for a certain time, you should make sure that job is done before his call off.
All All right. You know, I actually saw your profile. And you talked about you being a brand ambassador for Get Sipa.
Yes.
So, do you have any project you're working on right now?
Yes, we are still trying. You know, it's a new baby.
New baby.
Yes. And being a new baby, you have to put in so much energy to make sure people get to see this brand, visibility, availability. And this brand is not just going to be around for a certain time. It's going to be around for a very long time because it has to do with your safety. Yeah, as we ladies, I don't know if I can talk about it a little bit.
What is it about?
Okay, as a lady and also gentleman, your safety while drinking should be paramount to you, right? So you're having fun with your friends, but you never can tell who is having something negative in their heart about you. So they might want to spike you, they might want to poison you. So SIPA Get SIPA helps or has decided to bring an accessory that helps protect your drink while you're drinking. Yeah, we have it in the scrunches, in the pouch, as well as the disposables in case you're having parties. Right, you cover your drink with it. You don't get spillovers, the drink doesn't get poisoned, debris don't fall in it, spittles where you're talking. You know, some people actually talk and spit is flying everywhere, so it's like an umbrella for your drink while you're having fun. So basically safety first. In as much as you're having fun, Get SIPA gives you that safety. In beer parlors, they have the plastic and wooden covers, but this one is everywhere you go, like MTN.
So how have you been able to join, collaborate with this and also work and also getting this done and the rest of them? Has it been easy?
It's not really good. It's not been easy because aside from being an actor, I'm also a safety personnel in aviation, right? So juggling this other aspect, and then you have to be professional, and then this other aspect of your life, you have to be fun going. It's not really, you have to have multiple personalities. It's not a disorder for me, but it's an advantage. So I'm glad I have that.
So which one would you say you really want to give in your all? Because I see you acting and the scene of everything. Have you put in that much in? Do you also put in the much you put in your acting career? Do you used to put that much in other businesses you have?
Of course. You heard of the story of a master that gave his servant five talents and he developed it and made it 10. So you can be a master in all as long as you are talented to multi-purpose part of your life. You can actually work in as much as me, naturally, I can give the acting part. Socially, I'm there. And then when you talk about safety, you understand? So it didn't really go out of my jurisdiction at all. I'm still in my space. Yes.
Wow. So because I've seen a lot of your movies, which one would you say that this particular movie, you can't just get over it? It's always on your head and you always want to remember it and the rest of them. And you would love to, keep seeing that movie. What particular movie is that?
Okay, it's where I had to play a slave girl.
Ooh.
Omolade, Child of the Gods. I don't know if it's out yet because...
It's a new movie?
Yes.
Wow.
I don't know if it's out yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the trailers and all that.
Wow.
Because in that production, I had to, when they're it's not real, but it seems real. So it was an emotional process for me because I literally had to cry when they took out a few of my friends from the cage. Slave masters came to take them. So it was like they're actually taking my friends.
So scared.
I felt sorry because your slave master is taking you. I don't know what they are going to do with you, if you're going to be dead, if you're going to be alive. So that particular scene for me was actually more emotional than fictional.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So, really, and what made you say yes to this particular role? because you acted, because you've talked about you being you acting the ras lady and the rest of them, and now you've been in the scene where you have to, you know, act this humble, be
like
the
a slave,
and the rest of them. What made you choose this role? Because it's a lot of switch, like from here to here, and you're like you getting this scene. So what really made you? What really actually inspired you to choose this role?
Okay, what inspired me to take that role was because it was something different. You're having war in it, and you're having
emotional.
Yes, so it was something actually out of my. If you check some other of my movies, I'm rude, I'm disrespectful, I'm sly, I'm cunning. But being a slave, you had to experience slavery. And you know, we Africans have history with slaves. So being in that line. You know, it just gave me a sense of, will I say, emotional kind of feeling for my ancestors that had to go through the process of being slaves.
So were there any times you broken, like you actually broke down in real tears on scene, apart from where you were literally going to be crying as the slave?
Yes.
So were there any time he had to touch you and like you need to, you know, take some time off to really be able to, you know, feel this thing down before you go on? You know, a lot of people, a lot of actors, you know, go through all this kind of scenes and they'll be like, I think I need some time to go off. Because the scene gets
to you.
Yes, it gets to you.
Yes.
So have you been in any situation like that?
Hopefully I will soon be. But every other one, you just have to take 10 minutes to get into character. But that particular one took me unawares. Yeah, because when they said, you're going to be taken out of this place to your slave master to be raped. Rape already is something, yes, you don't want to experience, and then somebody that you don't like wants to put you in that situation. So already you've taken me off balance, and then, okay, it's not real, it's not happening, but I'm already there because my mindset is this person might actually do this. But it's just a movie, of course. So that's the only time I think I have.
Wow.
Yeah.
So have there been any unexpected or funny behind the scene moments for you during sets and the rest of them?
Yes. Yes. Meant to be. Meant to be was with Frances, Ada Kirikiri, and sorry, his name can't come in right now. So on that particular set, I was asked to come ask him for money, right? And he turned while I was leaning over, and it happened. So we just, you have to take that out because it's not part of the script, right? I don't want to be portrayed in that light. So that's the funny part of one of the scenes I had to experience. So we had to take that out and then take two.
Yes. Nice. All right. Yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have her here with. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. We've been having a lot of beautiful time. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Power to empower or destroy. Anything that's gonna
Ready, gonna go.
Yes, beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight, and I'm still your girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Pressy. And yes, we still have our beautiful Josephine here with us, and she's all smiling and she's all happy, and we have been gisting about a lot of things, about movies, about sets, and about a lot of things that happen at the back, you know, at the back of the scene. Or the so it's behind the scene. Actually, it's a lot of beautiful things, and trust me, you think that you know, being on the set, being on screen is easy. Try and first. I just want to tell you to try it first. You just have to be strong, you know, it's not an easy thing. And yes, we're talking about movies and the rest of them. So how do you build chemistry? Because I know you have, you know, been in the scene where you act this love, you know, with somebody. Why is your face like that? So how have you been able to build this chemistry with them?
Okay, for you to be able to build that chemistry as an actor, you have to rapport with this person. Yes, you have
a lot
to.
of kissing and a lot of hugging. Really? Whoa!
Kissing and hugging. But you have to build chemistry with whoever you are working with, whether as a friend, whether as your mother, your father, your family, so that it makes people believe that this is real. You know, acting is make-believe. So before we get on set, once I'm coming, for me, I want to know your name, and then we just, even if you're famous already, because I've worked with a lot of stars out there. So I just want to rapport with you so that I'm confident and I'm comfortable working with you. I'm not just going to come on set and then start forming. I'm sophisticated. I don't want to be, no. For me to get the best of what I am doing, I have to create that rapport, that friendship with you first before we get on set.
So getting into your the people you're actually working with, because right now I read where you said you're brand ambassador. Is there any other company you've probably worked with apart from, you know, Get Sipa?
Get Sipa is my official brand that I'm working with. But you know, back in the days, we had to brand ambassador for several, not like brands that put your face on the billboards and all that stuff, but behind, you know, the scene where they are not seeing your face and you have to push out this product to the masses. I have done that for several brands I would not want to talk about. Yes, I've done that for several brands in the past before getting onto.
So Get Sipa has come to stay. You're gonna keep working
for life.
For life, and with plenty money.
Of course.
So tell me, how do you actually, do you have any rituals, like, you know, any routines that you do before going on set, or you just, you know, people would like to, you know, relax, have time to meditate on a particular scene they want to
Yes, definitely, because if you want to be big on this entertainment space, you have to, because getting into a character is, I've heard a lot of people say, no, be acting is easy now. But I've been on a set that they didn't want me to play that role. It was a kind of back and forth conversation before the job. The man said, you're too quiet. You can't be this person because of what I have seen. And I tried to explain to him that being an actor is different from being you as a person. So when we got on set, he was wowed. Yes, I almost passed out on that set. It was chaotic at some point. That's this desperate hunt. It was chaotic because of the smoke and all that. Not that I smoked, but it's make-believe. And then the cooking aspect of that.
But the make-believe is real?
No, not all.
Oh, really?
Yes, not all.
Why you go not smoking?
No. Ambego, am I going to damage my lungs because I want to
be,
make believe? No, not at all. No. There's a way they work that set. And then the guy that was talking is not acting. It was time for him to show his acting skill now. And NEPA took light.
Yay!
We took that scene like a million times for him to just get where he's arresting me. I got bruises from him trying to arrest me as a police officer. So you see?
And the handcuffs and the rest of
yeah,
them.
it was, you know, when they're trying to, he doesn't really know how to use that stuff. And my skin is quite tender. And I'm not like a Jackie that my bone is metal. And it was back and forth. So being an actor, you have to relax your mind, meditate on the role you've been given. Before I go on any set, I play it out by myself, how I'm going to respond or react to what it is. I do it by myself. So I'm not caught off guard when the director says action. So you have to be in that space.
So what's the most important thing you've learned from directors you've worked with? Like, how do you balance it?
Different people with different directing skills, right? Yes. For certain directors, they want you to have that with them, while others just let you do you. I've been on a set where the director says, this is what I want you to do. And they needed more reality than the script. And I said, you know what? Let's make this ours. Can we do this in our own way? And he said, sure. Because it has to be like real, where you get slapped and when someone is yelling at you, you're not just going to do this because director say, this is what is on the script, so I'm like this. You have to put in your everything to make that work. So different directors with different strokes of how they work. So if this one says this is what he wants and he's not really going to make it, because you're also selling yourself. If you don't do it right, they won't call you next time. If you just follow hook, line and sinker, it might not really come out the way you want. So certain directors gives you that opportunity to make it your way, and then some others say, no, I want it this way. So it depends on, I've learned from them in different ways.
So what are the biggest influences that has really, inspired you in acting and the rest of them? I know you've been with a lot of them on set and the rest of them. Which of them would you want to, be on set with, basically?
Madam Shola Sobowale.
So why did you choose her? Why?
I love her. In as much as she's stern when she's acting, that is something I want to do. And if at all I would want to be a producer, no, even if she's old, she will be on my production because I love her that much. And then we have Shafi Bello.
Yes, Shafi Bello.
She's an amazing actor.
Yes, I love her.
I love her
skills. She's good.
When I grow up, I would. These are the people I say I want to be like you when I grow up, because in as much as they have this personality on the set, they're actually very loving people back set. So, yes.
So a lot of people are actually watching you right now, and they're like, really, I really want to go into acting, and I want to be on the scene, and I want to be on the set. So what advice would you give to aspiring actors and actresses?
First off, if you want to be an actor, you should be disciplined. Most especially if you want to go far in this industry, you have to be very, very disciplined. You're not just going to say, for me, I had to go to acting school.
Wow.
Yes, to do some brush-offs. Because in as much as the talent is there, you have to constantly build and brush yourself. So I'm not seeing myself as someone who wants to be small. I want to get to certain heights in the industry. So if you want to be an actor, you have to have that mindset that in as much as this is a talent, I don't want it to go down the drain. I don't want my bad behavior, my personal life struggles to get in the way of what I want to do. So your mindset first should be, I want to be great, not just being in the screen, but being a good person outside the scene. So if you're doing this on set, this is not who you are outside the screen. So your personality has to be thorough. You have to have an amazing personality outside the set because people are watching.
Of course.
social media sphere. They will just go and drag one thing you did in 1960.
I'm telling you, because that's what's going on right now. A lot of things. A lot of things.
You have to have a clean slate. Plan your life while you're planning your life. So that's what I would say to them.
Wow. So what's something you want people, like people might be surprised to learn about you?
That I'm God-fearing. Yes, I don't joke with God for everything. In as much as I'm goofy, this, that, my spiritual space, my spiritual life is a big deal for me. So a lot of people wouldn't get that side of me outside, but God first, God always.
God first. And you've heard what she said. And yes, thank you so much, Josephine, for sharing your life with us today, because I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure our viewers did too. Abby, I know you're saying yes already. So to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast with you. And yes, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plan.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside. It's called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where UN humanitarian chief Tom Fletcher urged a dramatic expansion for the UN presence in Sudan, stressing the organization's need more UN boots on the ground. His demand comes as violence intensifies in Darfur, which he called a horror show. Fletcher described El Fasher as a crime scene based on survivor testimonies. His visit was part of a larger leadership surge, coordinating with IOM and WBF heads to ensure better field mobilization. Humanitarian needs are critical, with 2/3 of the population needing aid. The UN appeal is severely underfunded at 32% of the $4 billion target, forcing aid cuts and brutal life and death choices. Fletcher pressed the rapid support forces for complete, safe, and unhindered access. He emphasized the need to investigate atrocities and end impunity, calling the current situation utterly unacceptable. At least 32 persons have died after a bridge collapse at the Kalando cobalt mine in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rescuers continue searching for survivors. Local officials say unauthorized miners forced their way into the site, prompting panic that led to the bridge collapse. 2 injured miners reportedly sustained gunshot wounds. The miners had built the bridge themselves and it could not support a large group crossing at once. Authorities called the incidents tragic and blamed illegal mining for reoccurring accidents. DR Congo is the world's largest cobalt producer, vital for batteries and defense applications. Artisanal mining there is largely unregulated and has long been linked to human rights abuses, child labor, and corruption. Moving on, Ethiopia has confirmed 3 deaths from the Marburg virus, with 3 more fatalities under investigation. The announcement follows the government's declaration of an outbreak in the Omo region near the South Sudan border. Health Minister Mekdez Daba said 17 suspected cases were tested in the south, while 129 contacts have been isolated and are being monitored. She noted there are currently no active cases. A joint team from the World Health Organization and the Africa CDC has been deployed to help with testing and containment. World Health Organization Chief Tedros Adhanom praised Ethiopia's swift response. Marburg is a highly contagious hemorrhagic virus related to Ebola, spread through contacts with bodily fluids or contaminated surfaces. It has previously appeared in several African nations. Meanwhile, the International Criminal Court, that's the ICC, seeks a life sentence for former Janjaweed commander Ali Muhammad Ali Abdurrahman, known as Ali Kushab. He was convicted last month on 27 counts related to the Darfur conflict. Prosecutors said he played a central role in the brutal campaign of massacres
rapes, and village burning over 20 years ago. This marked the ICC's first conviction for the Darfur conflict. Abd al-Rahman maintains his innocence, but judges rejected his defense. His lawyers are requesting a much reduced 7-year sentence, potentially freeing the 76-year-old in 18 months. The sentencing is critical as Sudan faces renewed turmoil and mass atrocities, making the conviction of a feared militia leader deeply significant on the global stage. And in South Africa has said it will no longer accept chartered flights carrying Palestinians following the controversial arrival of 157 passengers from Gaza last week. Many details of the flight remain undisputed. Foreign Minister Ronald Lamola said the flight appeared to be part of a broader agenda to remove Palestinians from Palestine and is under supervision. Israel has not responded directly to the allegations. The passengers were initially stuck on the plane for more than 10 hours due to missing departure stamps before being allowed entry after intervention by local charity. President Cyril Ramaphosa described the decision as one of empathy and compassion. South Africa has a long-standing pro-Palestinian stance and has previously criticized Israel's action in Gaza. The government filed a genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice in 2023, which Israel strongly rejected. From South Africa, we'll go to Tanzania, where President Samia Suluhu Hassan has appointed her daughter and son-in-law to major government positions in the sweeping cabinet reshuffle. She announced 27 ministers and 29 deputies in a televised address from Dodoma. Wanu Hafid Amir was named Deputy Minister of Education, while her husband, Mohammed Mchangwira, was appointed Minister of Health. 7 senior officials from the previous cabinets were dropped. Samia also tapped Redwani Kikwete, son of former President Jakaya Kikwete, as head of Public Service Management and Good Governance. The new cabinet will be sworn in on Tuesday. The appointments echo a wider trend in parts of Africa where leaders have placed relatives in top role. Examples include Uganda's Museveni family and Rwanda's Kagame family. And from Tanzania, we'll go straight to Guinea-Bissau, where President Umaru Sissoco Embalo is seeking re-election on November 23rd, aiming to become the first incumbent to win a second term in 3 decades. His tenure has been marked by repeated coup attempts and ongoing political unrest. Embalo has faced questions over his legitimacy, with opponents claiming he overstayed his constitutional mandate. His main challenger, former Prime Minister Domingos Simões Pereira, has been barred from running. The country remains heavily dependent on cashew exports, while the cocaine trade continues to flourish. Embalo's administration has made some infrastructural gains, including improved electricity, but broader governance challenges persist. Since winning in 2019 election, Embalo has faced multiple military challenges, including arrest of senior officers in the recent alleged coup attempt. Analysts say his ability to stabilize Guinea-Bissau remains uncertain, even if he secures a second term in office. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst on this table. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Let's start off this conversation from Guinea-Bissau. President Sissoco Embalo clearly is gunning for a second term in office. Some have said this, if he is elected into office, would be the first incumbent to get into office again, the first sitting president gets into office again for over 30 years and still counting. But there are concerns about the fact that he's clearly has made the run a bit difficult by using, of course, the courts to get opposition figures off his back. From your perspective, what do you make of this kind of move? Plus, going into an election as, again, more like the most favorite candidate.
It's not peculiar to that country.
Oh yes, Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu did the same.
So, you see, there's always this bandwagon effect. Once you attempt something, even when you know that it's dicey, and you are able to scale through, it becomes a pattern for other people around you. And that is what is playing out now. Of course, most African leaders, something is so peculiar to them. They're always afraid of their shadows. Because right there in the office, they don't measure up. And because they know that the voters are likely to reject them, so they resort to all these shenanigans. You know that most African leaders, in the last 12 years, Mo Ibrahim, there is this $1 million African Leadership Award.
Yes.
That he instituted some years ago.
Right.
But in the last 12 years, no African leader had been able to measure up to the parameters for winning that award. What does that tell you? It shows that most African leaders are selfish. They are so narrow-minded, and they listen to the drumbeat of sycophants.
Okay.
And so, you would always find this kind of things happening around. But unfortunately, it's also a recipe for insurgency. Insurgency could come in the form of military coup. Insurgency could come in the form of revolution. Because there's a limit to how you want to contain your people that are resentful of your ruler, your leadership.
Okay.
And so, when it gets to boiling point and it boils over, you may not be able to contain some of these people when they want to go after you and say enough of what you are doing. Look at what BI is doing.
Now, just still staying on this particular story, you did mention not being able to contain the people. Interestingly, opposition is talking clearly, and they've said that President Sissoko Embalo's term has ended months ago, and that again was as a result of the fact that there was a planned coup that failed. And of course, as a result of that, some parliament were arrested, some parliament members were arrested, some security operatives were also arrested. Now, looking at these kind of conversation, using the courts clearly to extend your term, is this clearly saying that the president knows exactly what he's doing going into the next election without major opposition figures in the ballot?
That's what I'm saying. They are always afraid of their shadows. And besides, who determines the elongation of a sitting president's tenure? It shouldn't be the courts. It should be the parliament.
Unfortunately, it's the courts making this decision.
That's what I'm saying. So already, what that tells you technically is that they have started putting democratic processes in abeyance. Now using the court to, under any democratic dispensation, it is the parliament that discusses pass bills for president's assent. And because he knows that he doesn't have the ears of the parliament, so
thus the
court
dissolving the parliament.
You know, and who says that this coup scam is not a scam? Just to have his way.
Okay.
In a way. Because, you know, these people, they have this peer group influence. They do peer review.
Right.
So it's like if you are ruling in Guinea-Bissau and somebody, probably I'm ruling in maybe Kenya. If you have a script that worked for you, there's nothing wrong for me to adopt that script for my own selfish aid. That's the way they think, leaders in Africa. But they don't do peer review in development and growth of their countries. So now, opposition is weakened, nobody to challenge, and then tomorrow comes. The fact that you have exceeded your tenure makes you vulnerable to litigation.
Okay. But the courts are not seeing that right now.
Because I don't see, you know the way they buy courts here in Africa. Ordinarily, the fact that you elongated your tenure, and this tenure elongation is not coming from the parliament that is supposed to, if there is any. Look at some other countries that have changed from 5 to 7. They went through the parliament.
Right.
But this one, it's the own court that will determine its stay. It shows the aberration that goes on in Africa that had made us a butt of jokes across the world.
Let's look at stability versus smokescreen, like I want to put it. It's dissolving the parliament, clearly indicating that this coup risk that has been, quote unquote, put to bed would not happen again.
It has nothing to do with either the coup happening or not, because for him to dive the tension that could result to coup, he's not going to use the courts in place of parliament and suspending the parliament. But he has not suspended the
So in other words, there's no stability in that move. It's not like a smoke screen.
It's like walking on a quicksand.
What's the implication of having to use the courts to this level?
The implication is there will be silence of the graveyard
in the next election, or around the political state.
Around that state, and by now they would have muffled the media to some extent, and by now they would have cowed the opposition to the extent that whatever they are saying will be a kind of very limited impact on the future of that country. And ultimately, if this man comes back after the kangaroo election that is planning to host, I can bet you a long time crisis is in the offing in Guinea-Bissau. And if that continues, unfortunately, there are so many mercenaries waiting for the blood of Africans. That's their job, and they need to survive, and they cannot ply their trade in their home countries. What are you going to use mercenary for in a place like Spain, Switzerland? You know,
huge question. Let's talk about the November 23rd election. There are concerns about the fact that yes, the main challenger, I'm talking about Domingos Simeon Pereira, has been barred from that election. How much of credibility would this November 23rd election have going into it without a major challenger like Mr. Domingos?
This is very simple. The man that orchestrated they clamped down on opposition, knew what it was doing. With or without opposition, the election will still go.
Right.
And once the election is held, there must be a winner. And that winner is the man organizing the election.
So with this move now, it's clearly saying that the man in power would be the one that might just have another landslide victory like we have in Tanzania, 98%.
Maybe we will draft you to go and contest in that election in that country.
That's on the very light note.
On the lighter note, you know, because the man has shut down opposition. So, who is on the ballot apart from the man? If the whole country decides to abstain from that election, if it's just only 10%, that percent will be viewed as 100%.
Let's talk about the elections and, of course, institutions in Africa. Now, one that I clearly want to talk about is the African Union on this particular white table. Elections like this, we hear stories like this before the elections, are taking place. And at the end of the election, the African Union still congratulates the one who wins the election, particularly the incumbent. Same thing that happened in Tanzania, same thing that happened in Cameroon, same thing that happened in other states. What do we make of these conversations about African Union consistently recognizing individuals who carry out these kind of acts using the judiciary as a tool?
You see, the mandate of the UN, just of AU,
yes,
just like in the UN, is advisory and support for growth.
But they also have policies as well.
Diplomatic engagement. Now, if there is no present danger in another country, AU cannot step in.
But there was a present danger in Tanzania. There was present danger in Cameroon.
There was no present danger that warrants AU to come to Tanzania.
People died, Mr. Fanimo.
People died as a result of the election.
Yes. So my question is, why should they consistently not only congratulate, but consistently give support to these kind of individuals who carry out these kind of acts? That's my question.
You see, the responsibility of Tanzanians is to stop that moving train.
How?
Of course. You see, we have seen examples.
In the ballots that they lost faith on?
You see, that is one area that we must also factor in when we are talking about electoral process.
Yes.
That you decline to vote does not mean vote will not count at the end of the day.
But the people went out to vote, Mr. Fanimo.
They what?
The people went out to vote.
That's what I'm saying.
And they are saying that the vote did not reflect what their choice were.
How many people are on the ballot? How many people?
Are you saying in any way that the election in Tanzania, the election in Cameroon were free, fair, and credible?
It couldn't have been fair, free, or credible. But what I'm saying is, they had already prepared ground. Maybe I should come this way. If you decide, if your wife cooks for you, you decide not to eat the food, that has not obliterated the fact that she cooked.
Okay.
That you didn't eat the food is another matter entirely. Because she had fulfilled her conjugal obligation by making sure that there is food on the table. It is now for you to decide, I want to eat, I don't want to eat. It's the same thing with the ballot. If the electoral process had been shown the world that we are holding an election and there is no court injunction restraining the umpire to conduct that election.
Yes.
And people trooped out. Either they were coerced, either they were intimidated, either they were bribed or induced. That's another matter again. But the optics is somebody thumbprinted.
Right.
And if it's just 5% of the population that voted, and it was seen in the ballot that they voted for Delhi, that is a representation of the country. Because there is no opportunity to say, I am not voting. That was not created in the ballot paper.
Okay, now, Mr. Fanimo,
it's just like a research method.
Right, before I jump
to do random sampling.
Yes.
But yet, it represents the whole. And that is what is happening.
Now, the concerns that I'm trying to raise here, before I jump to another story, is the fact that ballots in the end, elections in the end in Africa, majorly ends in the courts. And of course, this is the same court that has taken off major oppositions from the ballots, and still the people still went to vote. In the end, the court still decides in the end, of course, after both the opposition and the one who won the election has gone to court. My concerns on the part of African Union is, can there be stricter policies from the Union that says after post-election, if there are so much unrest to the level of which we've seen all across Africa, you will not be recognized? If these kind of measures are put in place, do you think we would be having strong electoral reforms across Africa?
Unfortunately, the AU Charter didn't envisage this shenanigan. And so it's not captured in the rules of engagement.
It's still not cast in stone, Mr. Fanimo.
And they have to go back and see if that can be brought in. And don't forget that the representative of each of these governments that are perpetrating this act will form the nucleus of those who will want to change this.
This is quite an unfortunate situation.
It's quite unfortunate, but that is the reality. It's not the reality. And as long as we continue to behave this way, development will elude us.
All right, let's jump to another conversation because of our time, really. And we'll go to Tanzania, where President Samia Suluhu Hassan has appointed her daughter and, of course, her son-in-law into top major government positions in Cameroon. Of course, there was a reshuffling of cabinet that, made her announce 27 ministers and 29 deputies in a televised address to the nation. Well, she did name her daughter Wanu Hafdia Amer as Deputy Minister of Education, and of course her husband, Mohamed Chemguera, as the Minister of Health. Conflict of interest, you want to say, or something that is credible, even though, yes, these young people are also learned to that level?
You see, learned or non-learned, there are two perspectives to this.
Okay.
Generally, morally, it's very wrong.
Okay.
But on the prism of expediency, the man has no choice other than to do this. What will a 92-year-old do in office?
I'm even talking Tanzania right now. The same place where the Madam President is.
No, I'm still coming back to Tanzania.
Okay.
For instance, if tomorrow comes.
Because same thing happened in Cameroon as well.
That's what I'm saying.
All right,
what will a 92-year-old do in office? Somebody who had been ruling for 42 years.
Would you again say that election in Cameroon is free, fair, and credible?
It can never be free and fair. It's one-sided. That's what I'm saying. You see, the law, they say, is an ass. What the law recognizes was their voting. And there is no place in the ballot, I stand to be corrected, where it will be mentioned that if you say no to Pobia's election, mark this space. I don't think that there will ever be that in that ballot.
Okay.
So it is either you are going to vote or you are not voting. And if you are voting Pobia. So that's why because they are not going to view the number of votes against registered voters to say, if you didn't garner up to 25% or 30% of registered voters, that you cannot be declared winner. No. So Now, coming to the issue of office. Initially, when we started talking, I said most African leaders are afraid of their shadows. Look at what Tinubu did in Nigeria. Days after coup scare, what did he do? He changed the service chiefs. Which means, what he's still telling us is that he can no longer sleep with his 2 eyes closed. If these service chiefs that were in the saddle couldn't contain this rampaging coup, alleged coup plotters.
Yes.
So it's the same. You see, just run a ring through Africa. You see the same pattern. Is it that they want to perpetuate themselves in office? Or they want to win election at all costs, not minding the blood that will be shed? Or they want their children to suffer. Look at Côte d'Ivoire. That disgraced Lorraine that was sent out.
Lauren Gbagbo.
You saw the video. Right. This same woman that was almost naked with shimmy on her body to conceal her stark nakedness is now the one
wanting to vie for presidency.
To vie for presidency.
But wouldn't that be considered as wanting to fight for that same country that they practically...
So she couldn't fight for the country when the husband was holding sway. And the husband was accused severally of corruption.
On the issue of Tanzania, Mr. Fanimo, how much of conflict of interest are we seeing here?
You don't need a crystal ball gazer to know that the woman is perpetually afraid. And you see, the moment you start distrusting everybody around you, then you should examine yourself if you don't have a problem. The woman has a problem, that's why she had to push opposition on the ground to be the sole candidate for that election. And will she now go and pick from the opposition and circuit? Probably she's angling for a life presidency.
Right.
The people that will sing her praise are the likely people she will pick to help her run her government. And if the whole country deserts her, can her daughter desert her? No. It's not likely.
Right.
And so it will bring around herself those who will say, let Tanzania burn. As long as our president remains, we are okay.
But then again, Mr. Fanimo, there are conversations about the fact that there are other people in her party who are worthy of getting this appointment. Why your daughter and her husband? Why put these two entities in a position where people who are more credible and have been in service over the years to that position rather than your own family members? Now, again, concerns are also being raised about the credibility of these ministries that these people have been placed. Do you think that as it stands, there might be any level of improvement going into Tanzania, a country that also have struggled unrest in the past few weeks, trying to struggle to beat back the economy into existence?
I've already, to answer your latter question, we have already discussed it here now. That when leadership turns to rulership and absolute power, using sycophancy and people that are close to you,
should we blame
you
Africans?
You are not likely to see the other side of the divide.
Should we blame Africans, Mr. Fanimo? Sorry to cut you. Should we blame Africans about our silence when these people go about having these kind of decisions? You would recall, not just Paul Biya, Paul Kagame is doing the same in Rwanda.
Ruto is also doing
Museveni is doing the same thing in Uganda. Ruto is doing the same thing in Kenya. Should we blame Africans for their silence and not using the legislature, their representative at the Senate to fight this kind of impunity that jumps at us every other time?
How could you fight darkness with darkness? How did this parliamentarian get to office? most times is through the help of the principal who emerges president. And once they get there, look at what is happening in Nigeria. On a good day, free and fair election, you think somebody like Akpabio would have emerged as Senate president. But the presidency knows that there must be a bridge between presidency and the National Assembly. And so, who provides this linkage? The leadership of such assembly. And that's why you have the likes of Okoyemi Bamidele, the likes of Akpabio, and the rest of them. Where do you think a Bamidele that was nurtured from nobody to somebody, right from being a commissioner in Lagos State,
right,
up to his third time in the Senate and House of Reps, where do you think his loyalty would be?
Where do you think the fault is coming from, and how can Africans clearly start working from the root cause to not have these kind of people that you've mentioned in the Senate and of course representing them?
Before you can achieve this, you need to have a rethink on your value system. If you are not ready to die for something, you cannot stand on something. You rather stand on nothing. You see, the problem with Africans is we are always afraid to die, but that death will come, whether you like it or not.
Either by economy or
either economically, socially, politically, or otherwise, that death will come. Now, those who were killed in Tanzania post-election, I'm sure if you have a way of talking to them days before that date, they would vehemently resent any allusion to the fact that they will die as a result of this. But you see, there is a proverb in my town that says the strong man, the warrior, takes bullets on his chest, but the weakling takes bullets from the back. What that tells you is, until we decide in Africa to face our problems squarely, funny enough, we are still blaming the colonial masters after 65 years of handing over our future to us. In some countries, close to 70 years. Ghana, 57. In the next 2 years now, Ghana will be 70.
Right.
And then we are still blaming the colonial masters. How? Because we are, the average African man is myopic, and that's why you don't get business successors. Everything must be built around the individual. Instead of building systems, we keep building individuals. And once that individual dies, you have to start all over again.
Should we then create a policy or an institution that will carefully guide our electoral officers before coming out to want to be a representative? Clearly, should we have a body or an institution that would help us electors do that?
The unfortunate thing is, if you are setting up a system, you still use the same people that are either corrupt, inept. So it's a vicious circle. The way you turn, anywhere you turn, you meet obstacles. Because those people you are talking about to fix the system are not going to come from heaven.
All right, before I let you go, maybe in 30 seconds, the humanitarian crisis in Sudan. UN humanitarian chief, I'm talking about Tom Fletcher, has called it a major situation that Africa and the world needs to clearly look into. What do you make of this, and how do you think this situation can be curbed using UN sanctions, if possible, on the actors of these dastardly acts?
You see, it's not limited to Sudan.
I mean, theirs have been extreme in recent times.
What I'm saying is, you see, it depends on the the narrative that is pushed out there.
Okay.
Are you going to tell me that the people in Plateau and Benue in Nigeria will see what is happening in Nigeria the way you see it? Because you are detached. Those people that lost their loved ones in Tanzania, are they going to see it the way you see it? From a far-flung country like Nigeria to Tanzania? No. The scale may be different.
Right.
But the casualty is the same. Because everywhere you see killings, blood used to run in the veins of these people that are falling. But we might say that of Sudan is dire. That's why UN is looking into that direction. But the important thing is, are we going to leave the major crisis, what escalated this major crisis, and begin to look at how to save human lives? It is difficult to save until you go deeper and then look at the reason, the precursor to this crisis. Most times when what gets to this stage is fueled by ego.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to back down.
Quite unfortunate, really. And we definitely will keep our eyes on this conversation as they progress in Sudan, because, yes, it's becoming a dire situation, and we hope that both the UN and all the international community come through for their aid, because this is becoming one too many. This is what we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News this beautiful afternoon. Once a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, who has been here. Mr. Dele Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and of course a political and public affairs analyst. Mr. Fanimo, thank you so very much for being here.
It's always my pleasure.
We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, the rest of African News will be coming to you after now. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The United States has begun supplying a new long-acting HIV treatment to Eswatini and Zambia, even as Washington sharply cuts global aid. About 1,000 doses of Lancapavir has been delivered and will be administered this week, according to official statements. The drug produced by Gilead Sciences requires just 2 injections per year and is seen as a major improvement over daily pills. The U.S. plans to finance 2 million doses for low and middle income African countries by 2028 or potentially earlier. Global Fund Chief Peter Sands said the rollout could significantly reduce infections, especially among pregnant and breastfeeding women. Gilead says authoritarian efforts are being underway in countries including Kenya, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. The initiative comes as aid experts warns that steep US and European cuts could lead to millions of preventable deaths by 2030. Even so, US officials say they will continue directing support to selected nations. Moving on, fatty liver disease is becoming a major public health concern in South Africa, driven by rising rates of obesity and diabetes. The condition, where excess fat accumulates in liver cells, is often symptomless in early stages. If left untreated, it can lead to severe scarring or liver cancer. The primary driver is metabolic dysfunction-associated steatotic liver disease, previously called NAFT, which is linked to poor diet and sedentary lifestyles. Key contributing factors include consuming excess processed foods, sugar, and saturated fats, alongside insulin resistance and carrying too much weight, particularly around the abdomen. Diagnosis is often delayed because early symptoms are vague, including persistent fatigue and mild discomfort in the upper right abdomen. Advanced symptoms are severe involving jaundice, swelling, easy bruising, and internal bleeding, typically indicating irreversible damage. The good news is that the condition is often reversible in its early stages through lifestyle changes. Effective management includes adopting a Mediterranean-style diet rich in whole grains and healthy fats, avoiding sugary and processed foods, and engaging in regular exercise. Even a modest 5 to 10% weight loss can significantly reduce liver fat. Moving on, the coalition of 13 countries have introduced new taxes on luxury air travel, targeting private jets and premium class tickets. Revenues will support global climate action. Most members are from the global south, with only 2 income countries participating, despite wealthier nations generating more luxury travel emissions. Djibouti, Nigeria, and South Sudan joined the coalition last week. Kenya, Benin Republic, and Sierra Leone were among the original founders, alongside Caribbean states such as Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, and France. Brazil, Fiji, and Vanuatu have signed on as observers. The bloc is urging more countries to adopt similar measures to cut CO2 emissions. Private aviation, heavily concentrated in the United States, produces far more emission per passenger than any form of transport. And from that particular story, we'll move straight talking African business. Cassava Technologies and Rockefeller Foundation have launched a partnership to give African NGOs access to high-level AI computing. The move supports organizations working across 8 countries, from Ethiopia to Zimbabwe. Cassava, which is building Africa's first AI factory using NVIDIA infrastructure, says the efforts will help the continent compete in the fast-growing global AI economy. The company argues that local computing power is essential, with Africa currently holding less than 1% of global data center capacity. The Rockefeller Foundation says AI can deliver major gains in farming, healthcare, and education if African innovators have the tools to develop local solutions. Groups like Digital Green, Jacaranda Health, and Rising Academies will be among the first to benefit. Cassava recently rolled out its GPU as a service platform and is expanding data hubs across the continent. The company says the collaboration aims to ensure Africans are not only users of AI, but builders shaping the technology sector. Still talking African business, Ivory Coast cocoa grind fell sharply by 25.4% year-on-year at the start of the 2025-2026 season in October. Data from the Exporters Association, GPEX, showed the grind volume dropped to 44,075 metric tons, signaling a difficult start to the new season. The GPEX data captures the activity of 6 of the world's largest grinding companies operating in Ivory Coast. These major international firms include Barry Callebaut, Olam, and Cargill Incorporated. Ivory Coast is the world's top cocoa producer and is a major global grinding hub, vying with the Netherlands for the leading spot. Its total grinding capacity currently stands at 750,000 tons annually. A significant drop in the grind rate suggests potential supply issues or reduced processing demand at the beginning of the season. The data point is a key indicator for the health of the global cocoa market. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. FIFA has imposed a ban on 3 African clubs, immediately preventing them from signing any new players. The sanctioned teams are Golden Arrows from South Africa, Al Wahda from Libya, and African Stars FC in Namibia, affecting both their winter and summer transfer activity. The transfer bans were issued due to the club's failure to comply with their decisions from FIFA's dispute resolution bodies. The dispute centered on unresolved financial issues with players or coaches, which includes unpaid wages and outstanding severance payments. The world governing body stated that the severe measure will remain in effect until full payment of all outstanding amounts is made. The ban is part of FIFA's tough stance to enforce contractual integrity and protect the rights of players globally. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, Whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is the foundation of our national development and the ladder to economic empowerment. This powerful statement by former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi underscores the critical role education plays in shaping our economy, strengthening our society, and empowering future generations. Welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we examine the issues, policies, innovations, and people shaping the future of education in Nigeria. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today, we begin with a major development from the National Assembly. Later on the program, we will also be shifting our focus to digital literacy and the skills needed to prepare young Nigerians for a knowledge-driven economy. But first, let's begin with our first conversation of the day. The Nigerian Senate has approved the Sexual Harassment of Students Prevention and Prohibition Bill 2025, a law that prescribes up to 14 years in prison for lecturers and other educators found guilty of sexually harassing students in tertiary institutions. Deputy Senate leader Senator Lola Shiru, who presented the bill for concurrence, said the legislation is designed to protect students and strengthen ethical standards across campuses. Under the new bill, offenses such as demanding sexual favors, making unwelcome advances, inappropriate physical contact, or encouraging others to harass students will attract between 5 and 14 years in jail with no option of fine. Offenders guilty of lesser related offenses face 2 to 5 years imprisonment, also without an option of fine. The bill also empowers victims to pursue civil action and allows complaints to be filed not only by the students, but also by relatives, guardians, and concerned individuals. Reports can be submitted to the police, the Attorney General, or an institution's sexual harassment committee. The only defense recognized under the law is lawful marriage between educator and the student. Consent is not valid where there is a power imbalance. The bill now awaits presidential assent. Now, joining me to discuss this is Ibrahim Babatunde Jinadu, who is an educationist, a youth advocate, and a special advisor to the permanent board member for planning, research, and statistics at the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board. And virtually, I have Dr. Olasukanmi Arowolo, who is a lecturer, a media scholar, and the founder of Research Africa. Ibrahim, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Good afternoon, Mr. Boya.
Thank you so much for coming on the program.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's begin with the first conversation. With the new bill prescribing up to 14 years imprisonment for convicted educators, what structural reform and reporting mechanisms must universities put in place to ensure that victims feel safe, supported, and confident enough to report harassment without fear of backlash or academic victimization? And tell us your general perception about this new bill.
Oh, thank you so much, and good afternoon once again. I would say, as an educationist, for students and educators, sexual harassment bill, in the first instance, I will advise the institution to have what we call the sexual harassment response unit. So that will be a unit, a physical infrastructure will be in the campus, whereby they will have what we call an encrypted app for students to submit complaint without fear, and they will have external body like National University Commission, that is the NUC, to oversee
the affair of the. So you are saying that the role of the National University Commission should go beyond accrediting institutions. They should also see to messages and issues relating to this.
Definitely. I think we need the National
Universities Commission,
NUC to interfere so they can oversee, so that the students won't be afraid to complain. And with that, we need the representative from the school staffs. We need a representative from the NUC, and also we need a representative of the student union. And I will advise the legal advisor of the student union to
also be part of the committee. Now, talking about student union and talking about the committee, which you of course mentioned now, the role of student union in universities cannot be overemphasized. Talking about student union being involved in the sexual harassment committee, do you think would be the role of student union? What role do you think they would play in that process?
That's why I said I will advise this student union legal advisor. He knows what to do. He will advise the student on what to do and what not to do. And he can stand for the student.
All right, so false accusation remains a concern in any punitive law. People tend to accuse lecturers wrongly, even when we know that some of these lecturers are doing things that are right. So what robust verification and investigative system should be established to protect both the students and educators while ensuring that justice will be ensured?
Thank you so much. I think once again I will say this: the institution needs to have what we call the rapid response verification unit. For the students, whereby we have we engage with the forensic psychologists. We have legal auditors from maybe the NBA, so they can do that for the to get across with the complaint. To get across the complaint, maybe yes, this is valid or not. So when the law is trying to punish the offenders, the law will also free the innocent educators and lecturers.
All right. So given that the bill allows complaints from students, relatives, and third parties, meaning that the complaints are not limited to only the students alone, the parents of these students can also make complaints. The guardians or the third parties that are involved that knows about what, because a lot of people are sexually harassed, but they cannot speak out.
Definitely.
But this bill now say that the restriction or the complaint should not be limited to the students alone. The relatives should also interfere. So how do you think authorities can manage cases like this, where accused claims of the allegation is politically or personally motivated, especially in competitive academic setting? Because we know that when students refuse to complain and their guardians now complain, how do you think this can be managed? How do you think disciplinary action would be enforced such that people will be able to know that this thing that is really happening is not limited to the students alone? The guardian can also complain. How do you think they will believe the guardian or the relative?
Okay, thank you so much. I will also advise the institution to have what we call a MAP. That is a motive assessment protocol. So during preliminary exercise, yes, they can ask the guardian to submit their details, how relative they are to the complainant, and from there they can take it on and have like I said, the external body to also conduct that and have a better result with that.
So do you think this will not be politically motivated? Do you think that at some point it will not be personally motivated, especially guardians that are in touch or they are personally looking for a lecturer's pitfall or a lecturer's downfall in some instance?
Okay, I think with this we will need an external and hybrid external scrutinization. So we can achieve that. So for you to there will be a verification, like a very high standard verification for us to know from the complainant and the accuser. So we can get
complainant and the accuser. I want you to actually tell me who a complainant is and who is an accuser.
The complainants are the students from what we've said, and the accuser are the lecturers and educators.
Complainants, accusers. So how do we then bridge the gap between the complainants and the accusers?
Like
in this instance, because you said the complainants are the students, they are the one making complaints.
They are accusing their educators.
Do you think this is even right? If they are found guilty, if the accusers are found guilty, do you think it's right?
If the accuser, no, it's not right. That's why I said we need external body to interfere. Because let me assume I'm a lecturer, you are a lecturer, and the lecturer accused is your friend. You want to cover up. But when there is the external body, that will not occur. So the complainant can get justice.
Dr. Lasukwami, good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. We are very glad to have you join us once again from the United Kingdom. All right, so we are talking about the Sexual Harassment and Prohibition Bill. And this bill states that consent is not valid where power imbalance exists. Now, I want you to, first of all, tell us your general assessment of this bill. And then with the law now extending reporting channels to police, attorney general offices, and institutional committees, what role should university play in ensuring that independence, professionalism, and confidentiality within their internal complaint resolution system work?
Okay, I'll start with my assessment. I think this is a long-awaited judicial and policy that needed to have implemented this long time ago. You know, I would say, like the first speaker said, however, it needs to be done appropriately. When I say appropriately, it needs to be done with a sense of responsibility and looking at it from all angles. He has mentioned that there is need for independent body. I will call it independent safeguarding units. When I say safeguarding, there's what they call safeguarding policy. It is meant to protect both the students and the staff, meaning that there is a button that anybody can press at any time, and there is a constant updated reporting system that will log activities. So usually the first logger will be the one that will be like the complainant put in the system. So it is student centered, but the entire power shouldn't be put into students' hands. So also there should be, this reporting system should be secure. You understand what I mean by that? There is how do I put it now? We need to get to a point where we can, actually have a transparent system without biases. That will be the foundation of it. Or what my own general assessment that consent, it's not a defense. Yes, you are not meant to have whatsoever relationship that is not professional with your students. That is the standard practice. For those who have crossed that boundary, it's simply because the system allowed it and permitted it. Every office should have a standard communication system. No student should be allowed to call the lecturer directly on their private line, not even texting them on social platform. You're not meant to be connected as such, except for professional network. And also, the school is not providing telephone system in each of the offices where they can be reached within office hours. We've had cases of students reach in chatting with lecturers during the after school hours, after work hours, meaning they are with their family, and several messages coming from different students making complaints and more. It puts them at a vulnerable stage. And at what point this even puts the student in a position to throw themselves at lecturers, and also it puts the lecturer in a position to even exploit such avenue to take advantage of them. But if there's an official communication system that can be monitored, we won't be talking about this. Email, if you have it, use it. Official email, that sets the boundary. That's my standard. That's what I will use.
Doctor, thank you for raising that point. And based on the point you actually raised now, some would argue that enforcement will be difficult where lecturers hold significant power over students' grades, recommendation, and academic advancement. So do you think that Nigeria should consider independent academic evaluation and grading system to reduce lecturer-student power abuses related to sexual coercion? And based on the email that you have said right now, do you think that it's at all points in time that every lecturer will be abreast to respond to emails?
Well, I would say that you can have independent grading system. You can only have an holistic, transparent, and even questionable grading system. When I say questionable, you can ask questions. The student will get real-time feedback. Bring all of this offline marking and essay instead of using papers where a lecturer can just take it to his bedroom and mark. Bring them all online where it can be verified. The input output. It is even easier to even evaluate, to moderate some of this marking. So have a drag track standard. Institutional investigation can be based on balance and it is actually under probability. If at all we want to make reference to the standards of grading for lecturers, they taught these materials. they have the same right to grade it, except where they are now deemed incompetent to do that because of some reasons. So what I'm saying is that bring them online. You can't bring an independent. What will be the standard? You only need that where their trust is now questionable.
All right. Thank you so much for that thought, Doctor. Sexual harassment on campuses is often systemic, supported by silence and culture. So what punishment, or beyond punishment, what proactive education ethics, training, and cultural reform must be implemented to dismantle long-standing pattern of intimidation and inappropriate lecturer-student relationship?
Oh, it's okay. Again, it all boils down to the system. I understand the culture, the silence culture is there, and we need to be very careful here. The point is that in the university environment, there is a clear boundary. There should be a defined clear boundary between the student and lecturer. It should be defined, irrespective of the culture. We are multi-ethnic group, and there are different backgrounds, different cultures. We have allowed it. Culture is made for the people, not the people made for culture. You understand that? We have to understand that, and the culture, the Yoruba culture that I belong to, that I come from, the Nigerian culture that I know, do not allow sexual harassment. You can't touch people. It doesn't make sense. You have to be married to the person before you can even be intimate with them. It is just the degrading moral system. So when we say systemic, the university environment created that vulnerability.
So what do you think can be done to recover the systemic degradation that you have mentioned? And of course, there have been cases of institutions attempting to cover up harassment to protect their reputation. So what punitive measures should apply to university or administrators who suppress reports or intimidate complainants? And how can transparency be enforced?
All right, I've made it clear. Safeguarding policies. This is practicable. It is being done in foreign nations. However, do not copy theirs. Design yours to fit, because theirs have its limitation. You understand what I mean? If you have a clear safeguarding boundaries, and the lecturers, it also boils down to the lecturers, the teachers themselves. They have to be set boundaries. Safeguardings are good because you safeguard not just the student, you safeguard the lecturer too. Both parties can, report case, an independent body come to evaluate it. It is not for the school. It's for an independent body to undo and to bring the parties, evaluate the statement and identify any vulnerability, take evidences and get witnesses where necessary. And also, you don't need to get to the point where you set up a lecturer before you are able to find out the truth. But unfortunately, because they don't have all of this structure in place, they have to go to that extent of setting up lecturers before they can get them trapped. If there is a safeguarding practice, everybody is aware. There will be clear communication. They know the boundaries. They know what they need to do part time. That make everything clear, and you can't be ignorant of what is already made known to you. Thank you.
Now, Doctor, thank you for raising that point that you can't be ignorant of what is being made known to you. The bill acknowledges marriage as a defense. How do we address ethical concerns around educators pursuing romantic or marital relationships with current students, even if consensual, given the imbalance of power and influence?
Marriage is not a defense. Whether
you are married or not married, or to this sexual harassment bill,
it does not automatically exempt you from being an harasser or abuser.
So either you are married or not, you can
abuse your partner even in marriage, and that is the different case for another thing. So for people, in fact, most lecturers who are found wanting is because they have a failing marriage or they don't have a solid relationship, or perhaps they just don't have moral standard. So it's actually it's marriage is not a defense, like it has been rightly said. That you're married does not a direct clear cut. It's not an alibi. It's not an alibi. It doesn't work. So we have to separate all of those boundaries and treat cases separately. Yes.
All right. So you are still of the view that moral standards should be upheld, irrespective of whatever happens between the students. There should be moral standard. Between the lecturer, there should be moral standard.
Yes. Yeah, it's again, let me just make this clear. It boils down to the lecturers, standing on their foot and making their decision clear cut that okay, this is a professional relationship and treat it as one because your parents have entrusted their children in their hands. In fact, the categories of students in school now, they are younger ones. They don't really know their left from their right, and they think they can use what they have to get what they want. So you have been entrusted to guide them morally because the certification after graduating in school is in learning and character. So what character? What kind of things are you teaching them? What kind of what was the quality of what should be the quality of their experience when they are done? Or can they look back and say that they've been truly imparted? So you have been entrusted. It is for lecturers now to take the responsibility, to be responsible just as they would. Well, not all of them are for them to even to their children, but in this case, you have been entrusted. There's a moral standard expected. There's a code of ethics, and you should follow that through.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
We'll start discussing this and make
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor. Moral standard, code of ethics should be upheld as regards to the sexual harassment and prohibition bill. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We will take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll go into the second conversation of the day. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. As technology continues to reshape global learning systems, Nigeria is taking bold steps to prepare the next generation for a digital future. The National Senior Secondary School Education Commission has announced plans to train 1,500 teachers nationwide in digital literacy, with an additional 6,000 educators to be trained through a partnership with Google on artificial intelligence and emerging tech skills. According to the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Dr. Iyela Ajayi, 50 senior secondary schools across the 36 states and the FCT have also been selected for upgrade in infrastructure and learning facilities. At the core of this initiative is a clear message. Without strong digital capacity in our schools, Nigeria risks falling behind in the global knowledge economy. From virtual classrooms to AI-driven learning tools, the world is moving fast and our teachers must move with it. Now, it's important for us to examine the need to invest in teacher digital training, strengthen school infrastructure, and ensure Nigerian students are equipped not only to participate but to compete globally. While I still have with me seasoned educationists to help us make sense of this topic. Now, let me start with you, Babatunde. How critical is digital literacy for teachers in today's education system?
To me, I would say digital literacy is extremely critical.
Yeah.
Because it's actually needed. It's an essentialist tool for teachers and learners. And when we talk about the digital literacy skills, we need it. The teacher need it, and the teacher need it so that they can use it to prepare our learners for the ecosystem, digital ecosystem world.
So when you say digital ecosystem world, what do you mean? And what immediate impact can this training have on student learning outcome?
Okay, good. When I'm talking about digital ecosystem,
yes,
what I'm trying to say is that when you use what we call an animation, to teach students, when we use visuals, to communicate with students
beyond the classroom,
marker board, it gives them retentive memory. It gives learners to remember what they are seeing, the view they are looking at, and what it makes them recollect what has occurred immediately, so that it also makes the class practicable and engaging.
Okay, I wanted to ask, based on what you've said now, I know you are the special advisor to the permanent board member Lasubeb. Are there initiatives like this in Lasubeb that Lagos State schools are benefiting?
We have Lagos Smart School. It's a model of what we are talking about, digital literacy. And I will also say, even in our rural area, we have our teachers using tabs, ICT, to communicate with their learners, their pupils. So you can see Lagos at advanced when we talk about digital literacy. They are using the ICT system. We have center hubs whereby pupils go there to learn after during classes.
Thank you so much. Doctor, let me come to you. How do you think we can ensure that students benefit from this initiative, and what policies should be put in place to sustain digital capacity development beyond this rollout?
All right. So first, we have readiness presently is uneven. You can't say what is happening. The development we have in Lagos is the same in other parts of the country. So urbans are well resourced, and the federal colleges and some private schools are advancing. But many public schools face constraints of power, internet, even state schools and devices. The student and teachers need capacity building in this regard. I'm aware that even at some of the premium, I don't want to mention names, with public and state universities, still have to rely on using their personal devices to serve the university needs. This is not supposed to be. A work devices should be separate from personal devices. This is how the security can also be put in place. So there should also be national, and in fact, there have been national donors and more, but some of these, the way they use it and distribute it is political and biased, not really for what they intend to use. So the school have to put a system, a tag in place to ensure that both students and lecturers have access to the devices that they need for us to be actually prepared. And now in a fast-moving world, we have the AI coming in, and in fact, if you don't have the devices, how can you even get familiar with some of these platforms? And then when we talk about digital ecosystem earlier, it means the interconnectedness of all of these devices to provide a robust learning environment where, there is this saying that I just want to quickly go to you, that 10% of what we read is what we remember. We learn and we remember 20% of what we hear, and we learn and remember what 30% of what we see, 50% of what we see and hear, 70% of what we discuss, and 80% of our experience. Digital ecosystem gives a student experience. You understand that? And we need to heavily invest in it. Presently, the Nigerian education budget is still less than 10%. For a country who wants to become a leader, if you have that foresight, then you have to put a lot of resources and ensure that those resources are put to rightful use, not just allocating and just living.
All right.
And solve the problem of power, solve the problem of internet. We are on our way there.
All right. So, in your own view, what skills must Nigerian students acquire to compete in the global digital economy? And how can parents and private sector stakeholders support digital transformation of our schools?
Skills. When you talk about skills, I would say we should begin with our personal development skills. When you are personally motivated to develop yourself, the rest becomes easy. So first time, the core bundle of advancing in this regard is digital literacy, productivity softwares. The school should subscribe and make available to their students using their students' emails to access their subscribed software so that they can use it to learn, and it will be a safe environment for them to use since they're using the university access. So online research build at some high level of independence. This has liberated me a long time ago. There's what they call internet poverty or digital poverty. Digital poverty when you don't have access to digital asset devices that can connect you. Internet poverty when you don't have connection, when you are limited by data, by finances, by restrictions. It becomes very, very bad. This speaks of the telecommunication industry and the fact that they need to revise the laws that says that people have to buy data per volume. They can pay unlimited, pay money monthly by subscription, and have access to online. These are enablers. Create online environment, and also computational thinking is another thing. Problem-solving skills are built when you interact. Look at kids, the younger ones, when they handle devices, even what adults could not do, they are doing, because the kids, they spend time with these devices. We have data native and migrants. The data natives are good. The migrants, they don't want to familiarize themselves with it. Their technological accessibility is quite low, and they need to improve on this. So this will help them to start thinking in a way that the computer interacts, learning the language of computer. AI literacy, very important. You can't say this thing is bad, this thing is making students cheat. You have to learn the act and see how you can incorporate it. So the UK institution, I would say Cambridge or Oxford, have recently introduced a curriculum, a ChatGPT Edu, that allows that allows students to learn through it, using it. That is a legal framework for us for using AI. And also,
so are there no threats related to that? Are there no threats related to that? Are there no threats?
Are there no what?
Threats.
No, they are not threat, because the modules, the LLM has been trained in a way that it is within the curriculum boundary, so we can have an adapted system. Which, the university system can learn from NOA. NOA have done something significant. I'm very happy with National Orientation Agency. They did something significant on their website, just using their online.
We lost that connection there. But we really appreciate your contribution, Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo, who is a lecturer and, of course, a media and communication consultant. Ibrahim, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you so much.
Really do appreciate you, from the Lagos State University Basic Education Board. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now. And when we return, we'll bring you top stories from Nigeria's education sector. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. The federal government has launched the Nigeria Talent Accelerator Network, a landmark program designed to boost national productivity, accelerate digital transformation, and prepare Nigerians for the future of work. This initiative, unveiled in Lagos, forms part of the World Economic Forum's Skilling Revolution and is coordinated by the National Talent Exports Program, officially placing Nigeria in the Global Accelerators Network. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Uduwole, described the launch as a decisive step towards building a globally competitive workforce capable of driving industrialization, innovation, noting that the platform will connect policy, industry, and education to enhance employability and inclusive growth. Also speaking, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, reaffirmed the government's commitment to aligning education and vocational training with labor market needs, ensuring that young Nigerians develop future-ready skills. The Minister of State for Education, Professor Suweiba Said Ahmad, says the federal government is intensifying efforts to reposition education as a key driver of economic growth and national development. Speaking at the 2025 Annual General Meeting of Principal and Federal Unity Colleges in Lagos, the minister, represented by the Director of Senior Secondary Education, Ajia Binta Abdulkadri, said improving access to quality education, especially for the girl child and persons with special need, remains a top priority. She noted that reforms in curriculum development, teacher professionalization, and digital transformation are underway to equip students with skills for a knowledge-driven economy. Also speaking, the permanent secretary of the ministry, Abel Olumuyiwa Eniton, said a major curriculum overhaul tagged Light Load, Stronger Minds is being implemented to reduce subject overload and strengthen vocational, digital, and STEM pathways, ensuring that students graduate with both knowledge and practical skills. Kano State House of Assembly has introduced a bill seeking to make the mother tongue, particularly Hausa, the official language of instruction in the state. The bill, titled Kano State Mother Tongue Hausa Language Education Enforcement Bill, was sponsored by Musa Kachaku, representing the Takai constituency. Presenting the bill during plenary, Kachaku said the initiative aligns with international best practices, noting that countries like China, Japan, and India recorded major scientific and technological breakthrough after prioritizing early education in their indigenous languages. He explained that adopting Hausa as the primary classroom language would strengthen learning, boost comprehension, and reduce failure rates and help curb school dropouts. The move, he added, would also strengthen and preserve cultural identity and promote inclusive education. And that's it on today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored two key drivers shaping Nigeria's education future: protecting students through stronger anti-harassment laws and equipping teachers with digital skills to power technology-driven learning. From safeguarding learner dignity to preparing educators for a digital era, one thing is clear: Nigeria's education system stands at a defining moment, and the decisions we make today will shape our future workforce and strengthen our nation. For more updates and engaging conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we'd love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada saying thank you for watching and bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed anti-hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard, right? People must speak up. And not when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful. Because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted. And justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen. And it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage. as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Tao Familoli, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
You don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Abeyon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise. And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned.
Okay, welcome on board, and of course, it's good to join us here. And of course, we believe that you're always here with us. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're talking about the situation that I actually adjourned. If you remembered the conversation, I talked about adjourning a particular conversation to today, which is CBN audit reveals 1.44 trillion missing. Serap gives Cardoso 7-day ultimatum. Of course, join the conversation with experts insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. But of course, we have to look into other news stories with details today. And it's quite unfortunate that the PDP has actually taken a particular position that I would call a shameful act. Okay, being that we have matured men, elder statesmen, in that political party, you cannot remove PDP from our Nigerian democracy story, okay? So, in a situation where we have such men, in this political party and coming out to indulge themselves in such frivolities, starting from whatsoever issues they've been having, up until the convention, and of course, to leading to expulsion of some members, and now they had to go to the secretariat to act all of this particular drama that actually unfolded today. Sincerely, it's quite heartbreaking and disappointing because we expect more from the PDP instead of this particular, will I call it a show of shame, if I'm permitted to, but sincerely, I expect more from the leadership of PDP. Teargas fired at PDP faction clash at Abuja headquarters. Okay, violence erupted at the People's Democratic Party PDP National Secretariat in Abuja on Tuesday, which happens to be today, prompting police to fire teargas to disperse supporters amid a leadership dispute between rival factions. The chaos began when Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, Governor Bala Mohammed of Abuja, of Bauchi to be precise, I beg your pardon, and the faction led by the newly elected PDP National Chairman Kabiru Turaki arrived at the party's headquarters, triggering confrontation with the police and supporters aligned with Senator Samuel Anyanwu's faction. Sincerely, it was an eyesore today, and I just want PDP to actually do better, okay? Because if PDP continues like this, they wouldn't have any presidential candidate, or if at all they would go as far as, continuing with these two factions, people wouldn't take them serious, even if they have a presidential candidate, in the 2027. So all you are just doing is you're strengthening the ruling party. You're only strengthening, you're only helping APC to come out alive, to make them strong. That's just what is going on, okay? Because we can't have this going on in PDP. We're having the same situation going on in Labour Party, okay? And for now, we don't know what's going to happen to ADC, but if this is just happening to a different opposition party, then you're just giving the APC an opportunity to win by landslide. And I believe you understand what I'm saying. But away from that particular one, which I would still go back to, but let's talk about that particular tragedy that happened in Kebbi State, to be precise, as at yesterday. Bandits have kidnapped 25 students of Government Girls Comprehensive Senior Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State, killing the school's vice principal, Malam Hassan Makuku, in the process. The attackers, who were armed with sophisticated weapons, scaled the school fence and shot sporadically before whisking away the students. The Kebbi State government has condemned the attack, describing it as a condemnable and barbaric act. Okay, Governor Nasir Idris visited the scene, accompanied by the Speaker of Assembly and the Emir of Zuru, President Bola Ahmed, of course, also directed security agencies to immediately rescue the adopted students. We just pray for their return, and we hope they return soon. This is really, really heartbreaking. Okay, I can't, and I don't even want to imagine the position at which the parents of these children would be as we speak, and of course the condition that these children are as we speak in those bushes. So we just want the security situation in Nigeria to be rectified. We want this situation to be curbed. Okay, the insecurity is getting out of hand, and I must commend of course the army chief. He went in and he spoke to boost the morale of the personnel, and of course he told them to actually go in and finish up this operation and rescue these girls. We just hope and we pray that they are able to get them back on time before these guys go deep and deep inside the bush. Of course, so many of us do not know their hideout, in as much as some people still say that they know their hideout, but of course they don't have the backing of the federal government. But away from that particular one, let's come back to the PDP situation. Wike-backed PDP BOT chair rejects expulsion. Mao Ahuabunwa, the factional chairman of the People's Democratic Party Board of Trustees, has rejected the expulsion from the party, calling it illegitimate and product of an unauthorized gathering. Ahuabunwa, aligned with Minister Nyesom Wike, described the party's national convention in Ibadan as inconsequential. And of course, the same situation still moving up, PDP faction clash over secretariat control, which of course I've actually talked about here, and the situation is still ongoing. And the PDP faction of Sheyi Makinde, they said they'll be holding the meeting. They postponed it till tomorrow. And hopefully, we would see how this whole situation and event would actually turn out to be. But of course, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag Whose Voice on VOPTV. And of course, on YouTube, we are Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be talking about CBN audits. Reveals 1.44 trillion missing. Seraph gives Cardoso 7-day ultimatum. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. It is still People's Voice. All right, welcome back to the program at Still People's Voice on VOP TV. A recent audit of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has uncovered a whopping 1.44 trillion missing from the federal government's operating surplus, which was supposed to be remitted to the National Treasury in 2022. CBN Governor Yemi Cardoso has yet to provide an explanation for the missing funds, sparking concerns about the bank's transparency and governance. The audit also highlighted other financial irregularities, including unpaid loans, 784 billion in overdue loan, questionable expenditures, also covers 125 billion spent on interventions without supporting documentation. And of course, our funds disbursed to unknown beneficiaries, which is over 629 billion allocated to unknown beneficiaries under the Anchor Borrowers Program. A suspicious vehicle purchase, of course, 1.79 billion spent on vehicles for the Nigerian Immigration Service without proof of delivery. The Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has given Governor Cardoso a 7-day ultimatum to account for the missing funds, warning that it will take legal actions if the demands are not met. SERAP emphasized that Nigerians have the right to know the whereabouts of public funds and demanded that those responsible be held accountable. We're now being joined by Barrister Lai Ademokoya, a lawyer, a public affairs analyst, and of course, a friend of the house from Abuja, but it's so good to have him in Lagos, and he's here today. Good afternoon, Barrister Lai.
Good afternoon, Mr. Savior. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I'm in your studio today.
You are here. You are here. You are in Voice of People TV. So welcome on board. I think after the show, we'll give you official welcome.
That would be awesome.
You're welcome on board, Barrister.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's so heartbreaking, Barrister, realizing that we have so much money like this in Nigeria, and yet some of us, are still complaining, of trying to make two ends to meet. Yet we have so many funds in the country, and sometimes it baffles me that we still go ahead of ahead to borrow. Meanwhile, the ones we have, we've not been able to even account properly how we actually utilize them. Of course, expenditure will happen. It's normal that government borrows sometimes when need be, but when you are borrowing, you should be generating as well. You should be producing. But in a country where we're just borrowing and the little we have, we're actually, I don't want to say we're squandering, but of course, the old government officials are not cutting costs of whatsoever they're actually enjoying. What are the potential consequences of this particular CBN failure to remit the 1.44 trillion?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Savior. This is a very sensitive and very important discussion at the level we are currently in this country, because we know that Nigeria has been suffering with issues of revenue generation. Yeah. And it's heartbreaking and rather unfortunate that you begin to hear figures like 3 trillion, like 1-point-something trillion, you know, missing and diverted since 2022 September. And up till now, nothing has been done. Unfortunately, it's not good for the nation. Unfortunately, that's what has been causing the high level of poverty, the high level of lack to raise revenue, to do infrastructure, to build hospitals, and to do things that will be of high importance to the people of Nigeria. It's very unfortunate, and it should be condemned in all its entities should be condemned.
You know, the fact that our Nigerian government, you know, they act as if they don't either feel this whole situation, or they act, will I call it out of negligence? Like they don't know if it's existing or such situation has actually happened, you know. And when you bring it to their notice, they say, oh, we will now look into it. So I was saying that we don't even have a chain of communication, you know, there is no transparency as regards to disbursement of funds. When you implement different solutions, you know, you understand, you should know when you have actually approved something. So something just go unaccounted for and we don't see anything. When a certain group call them to action, you know, of course, thank God that you're coming from Abuja and you have the relationship to an extent with the EFCC. It is when we call the EFCC, go and look into that place. That's when they say, oh, it's like we had something like this before now, and all of that. How did we get to this point? Now, I don't know if you heard, but of course, we were told that this administration disbursed 330 billion naira to the very poor Nigerians. My question, how did this disbursement happen? The very, very poor Nigerians don't even have a bank account. You are in the north. I have lived in the core north. The very, very poor Nigerians don't have a bank account. And when we talk about the poor Nigerians that you sent money to, this is people's voice. And I have been announcing over time, if you know you've actually gotten any alerts from this particular, you know, funds, call the number, share it with me, and I'll be here. That's one thing about the show. So if the government do anything that is, of course, if they actually decide to deem it fit to do what is right for the people, I come here, I tell them that it's actually a laudable feat. I appreciate them on behalf of the people. And if they are not doing what is right, it is in our own right, being a broadcast journalist, to actually call them to order, also to amplify the voice of the people. So in a situation where we are not even giving accounts of money being spent, I think there's something happening to the whole CBN structure. Now, how can the CBN justify the allocation of 629 billion for, they call it to, of course, unknown beneficiaries, because we don't have the data for us to have a proper track record of unknown beneficiaries under Anchor's Borrowers Program? How would they justify that situation?
Unfortunately, for me, it's unjustifiable. And you know, there are certain things that, you know, when we do in this nation, and when people hear of it, it's embarrassing. And the reason why I said it's embarrassing is that CBN, they have a responsibility, and their responsibility is to ensure that there is financial stability in the financial sector. Part of their functions is to ensure that there's stability. They are the one that will ensure that any money that is going out of the coffers of the government, they can give accounts for it, accountability. Unfortunately, the CBN has not been doing that over the years. There is no proper accountability. Because how will you say 600 plus billion given out as loans and there is no data? As a matter of fact, I've been hearing about this borrowers program, but I've never heard anybody that has benefited from it. I've never heard of even one single
that
person.
That is coming from you that you are in Abuja.
Yes, I've never.
How much more to those of us in Lagos?
You know, it's unfortunate. I've not heard of just one single person. Even when you go to the market to meet the market women, you know, because some of these borrowers program is supposed to go to people that do small businesses, SMEs. But unfortunately, if you ask them that did you benefit any form of grant from the government, they will say no. I want to be careful. It might be that some people are benefiting from it, but the people that are benefiting from it, unfortunately, we don't know. And anything that is, you know, shredded in secrecy,
or to some certain people and not open to everybody.
And it's not open to then that means there's something there, because something that is supposed to be open to everybody is the Nigerians' money. It's not a personal money. So if we are talking about the money that belongs to the nation has a right. The citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has a right to know the people that these monies are paid to. And don't forget that CBN, after paying this money, they still need to ensure that this money comes back to government, because the purpose of releasing loan, the purpose of lending out money is to ensure that you grow the economy. Because after giving out money, people are able to use this money to set up businesses. After they set up businesses, they make profit. They are able to employ people. They are able to also pay salaries, so all the load will not be on the government. And they are able to pay taxes. And technically, this still comes back to the economy. So how does it make sense, you know, that you now give out loans and you cannot identify these people up to the extent that you are tagging them unknown? How do you now intend to recover the monies that are given out? You know, it's unfortunate and it does not make sense. And the truth of the matter is, when you hear of some of these things, it boils down to one single thing: corruption. Because the reason why I'm saying corruption is that a system where there is no accountability is because there's corruption. Because that means some people are deliberately holding information, and which I think Serap in this regard did the right thing to the CBN, that they are being given 7 days, you know, ultimatum to ensure that they give proper accountability on all this money that is tagged, diverted, and missing. And as a matter of fact, I felt Serap should have even taken a step further. They've done well, but they should have taken a step further by petitioning to EFCC as well, because there is no moral justification, there is no legal justification for monies that has been spent since 2022. We're talking about 3 years. This is 2025. Is at this particular point you now want to be making accounting for these monies? Is unfortunate. As a matter of fact, the matter ought to be investigated. And you know, it's so embarrassing and disappointing that government agencies like CBN needs to be written to before they do the right thing. This government came into power in 2023. We're in 2025. 2 years has already gone. Even the CBN governor has been appointed for over a year now.
Of course.
So, as a matter of fact, immediately you come into government, let's assume it's a nation that things are working properly. The first thing you ought to do is to ensure you audit.
Proper audits.
Proper audits. Then if there are people there are areas that you see infraction, what are you supposed to do as CBN governor? You ensure that these people are prosecuted. We are talking about the country's money. So it's not something to joke with. It's not something to delay. So it's rather unfortunate, and it's embarrassing that we found ourselves in this situation.
Barrister, you've actually said so much as regards to your submission. Now, there was a statement you mentioned, which I want to talk about. You said everything boils down to one thing: corruption. We are at a crossroad in Nigeria, in a position where every agency, you know, every commission, by God's grace, we need God's intervention, because we're at a place or a point where we don't even trust any leader. We don't trust anybody leading any agency. The only person I came here, I think yesterday, that I talked about, was it yesterday or on Friday, was Mawa, the NDLEA man. And I had my reasons. Because over time, I've seen him do his job. That particular commission, that agency, have been doing their job as regards to going against every drug traffickers and all of that. So for that, I gave them their kudos. But aside from that particular one, we would always have issues with different chairmen of any commission, because
They are being appointed by somebody. Is it possible that we have a total separation of power? And not only that, that there are some certain commissions or agencies that they allow the people vote them in. The CBN governor, the EFC chairman, the INEC chairman. Because if we are talking about corruption that you just mentioned, I want to quickly give you a 24 hours backstory as regards to what happened yesterday. The judge conference, or what do they call it? You know, your senior colleagues, right? The judges, they did their summit. Yes, their conference. A symposium, or I don't know how many days it would be, yesterday in Abuja. And they had the commander-in-chief, not ably represented, he came himself. They had the Senate president, okay, of course, ably represented, the Speaker Abbas, represented by Kalu, and of course, the FCC minister was also there. And after the Chief Justice, my Lord, right, Kekere Ekun, when she was done with her speech, and she said it's time for she to, welcome the president to come give his speech. Barrister Lai, the next thing we heard was, on your mandate we shall stand. The brass band played it. And this is on national TV. This is judges, all judges events in Abuja. What does that mean? It is normal for a president to come and speak. But where in a situation where a brass band and nobody stopped that particular band from playing that on your mandate, and they played on your mandate until the president got to his podium and he started addressing them. We're talking about corruption here. The same EFCC you mentioned that the setup should have petitioned to, they talked about Yaya Bello. What has happened afterwards? Okowa's matter is still there pending. We've not heard anything. But of course, I'd like to ask you, thank God you're a barrister. Thank God it is in your jurisdiction to actually give us the right answer. Can corruption be curbed in Nigeria? And what can be done?
Well, Mr. Savior, the reason why I kept quiet for a while is because the things that are going on in this country is disheartening and rather unfortunate. I would like to take it from the back, talking about the judges' conference issue. Yeah. I feel it's totally inappropriate that the song of a party
was played. Not even the national anthem.
In the place of the national anthem.
The national anthem was played after. The national anthem was played after the president was done. When he went back to his seat, then they said, let's write for the national anthem. After the national anthem, the president actually, stepped out.
It's totally inappropriate. The judiciary is an arm of government. There's separation of power. The executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. So the judiciary is not subject to the executive. They are independent on their own. So it erodes public trust in the judiciary for the judges in a judges conference, in a judges symposium, to be singing a party song. I feel it's totally inappropriate. And also, talking about corruption, I believe that we have a people's problem. And the reason why I said we have a people's problem is that if you look at what you were saying earlier, that there should be certain positions that the people should, maybe let's say be the one to elect certain people into the office. Sincerely, we don't need it. And should I tell you the reason why I said we don't need it? Why? If it's a system where things work, everybody knows their duty. Even if the president says you should do something contrary to the law or something contrary to the benefit of the people, you should reject it.
But of course, the person cannot reject because the person was not appointed based on merit. He was appointed based
patronage.
On, patronage.
If you go to other climes that practices democracy, it's the executive. Definitely executive has its own administrative functions. There are things the executive must do. executive must make appointments. And don't forget that all these appointments also passes through the National Assembly. So it's expected that the National Assembly would have verified, would have done their due diligence. Even DSS, everybody's name that is submitted for appointment, such as the INEC chairman, they go through security checks. So they would have ensured that these people are men of integrity. But unfortunately in Nigeria, and that's why I'm relating it to other climes, because if you go to other climes, if you go to the US, if you go to the UK, they have people that are appointed to for the purpose of their election. It's not as if the people voted them in, but they do their job. They do their job without looking for favors, without expecting that the president will give them orders or the prime minister will be the one to give them orders on what to do. They know what to do. And even if the president tells them do otherwise, they will say they are not going to fight the public. But unfortunately in Nigeria, just like we said earlier, we work with patronage, we don't work with merit. And the National Assembly, that is supposed to form as check, because the essence of the National Assembly is to act as a check and balance on the executive. And that's also the function of judiciary, to ensure that laws are interpreted. When they are disputed, they take it to the judiciary. The judiciary gives ruling, gives judgment on this dispute, and that will be the final position. But unfortunately, me and you know that the current National Assembly is a rubber stamp National Assembly. Everything that goes to the National Assembly gets approval, even before it gets there. The same thing that happened in the emergency rule in Rivers State. Yeah. That even the provision of the law says the president should ensure that National Assembly gives approval before declaring a state of emergency. But he didn't do that. What he did was he declared a state of emergency and sent it to the National Assembly because he was certain that they were going to give approval. So when you are in that kind of nation, you see all manner of things. And that is what also translated into the appointments that you are seeing. Because it's as if, maybe, I'm not certain, but it's as if they have a different meeting, executive and National Assembly, where they decide on what to do. And what we just see is whatever drama that is being played on the television is rather unfortunate. Now to your question of whether corruption can be curbed. Corruption can be curbed in Nigeria. It's just that we need proper reorientation. You have agencies like National Orientation Agency, but unfortunately you don't hear anything about them.
Because they also need orientation.
Because they need orientation.
That's the truth.
That's supposed to be part of what they are supposed to be doing, to orientate people. Because let me surprise you, Mr. Savior. The people that are currently looting, we are worried about them. The ex-looters, unfortunately, they brought us to the situation we are today. But should I tell you the one that is more worrisome? Is the people that are waiting on the queue. The people that are waiting that let me get there so I can empty the coffers. So you will discover that even some people that are criticizing the government, it's because they are not there. You know what is going on. You see people, politicians all over the place criticizing the government. Meanwhile, when they give them appointments.
Meanwhile, they've been in the corridors of power back then. They didn't do anything, different or better.
Should I even surprise you? I don't want to mention names, because if I mention names, you will be able to relate. There are people that they were in the opposition, but when this APC government came into power, they were criticizing when they were in the opposition. But immediately they gave them appointment, they started saying this government is the best in the world. So, you know,
I think I can
what we need is orientation, proper orientation.
But of course, Barrister, you've said so much, in just a few minutes. And let's come to the National Assembly, okay? I understand that we all understand officially. We didn't say it, so nobody can actually hold us to say we said it. But Adams Oshomole said that the National Assembly, led by Senator Godswill Akpabio, is running like a rubber stamp National Assembly, where they don't even verify bills anymore. Everything just goes, it just passes. What role should National Assembly play in overseeing the CBN activities and, of course, preventing similar incidents? But don't forget, just like you mentioned that of INEC, and every other appointment, once they get to the National Assembly, the next thing you hear is take a bow and go. Sometimes, of course, they hear them, they tell them, okay, you can read their CV, but take a bow and go. Even when someone is saying, let's even ask one or two questions, you say, is our person, we know the person, let them go. So, how can National Assembly, oversee CBN's activities just to prevent future incidents?
Okay. First of all, the National Assembly needs, as a matter of urgency, and it's important that we talk about it, the National Assembly needs to probe this current issue of 3 trillion.
1.44 trillion.
They say 1.44 trillion. The entire money is actually 3 trillion. But the one that CBN has audited is 1.44 trillion. Part of the money, about 600 and something billion, was for the Anchor Borrowers Program. Yeah. Those ones were not included in the
that one. Of immigration vehicles.
Different from the one of... So the entire money is 3 trillion. So, you know, Nigeria, when you hear these kind of figures, in a nation that is suffering... When I was coming from Abuja, I would have probably maybe, let's say, let me just enjoy a road trip. I had some people that came from the US that were telling me that, can't we just, you know, see Nigeria, see the beauty of Nigeria.
And you would have, replied them, I don't have money for ransom.
That was exactly my answer. I don't have money for ransom. And that the roads are bad. Imagine coming from Abuja to Lagos. It's supposed to be maybe like a 7 hours drive from Abuja to Lagos. But currently you can use...
13, 14 hours.
Hours because of the...
Because anything from Abaji to Kogi State is nothing to write home about. It's gone.
And probably if you are able to escape the bad road, if you escape that, you might be kidnapped. So in a nation that we don't have roads, we don't have good healthcare system. Before I left Abuja, for 3 days, because I live around them, I don't want to say my name, but I lived around Gadua axis. For 3 days, there was no light. I was running on inverter and generator. So in a nation that we are lacking in many things, and you start hearing that 3 trillion is being diverted or missing, it's very unfortunate. It's very evil. So now, the National Assembly, they have a very significant role to play. Ordinarily, they are supposed to, first of all, even before this whole issue, there is a committee on finance in the National Assembly. They are supposed to probe this issue as a matter of urgency. And let's assume that is a National Assembly that is working. We are not even supposed to be begging the National Assembly to perform their duty. We are not supposed to be having this conversation on TV. Having said that, the duty of the National Assembly is to ensure that they do proper check and balances on the executive. Because you look at majority of the corruption comes from the executive, now flows through the National Assembly and through the judiciary. So if you are able to curb it at the level of the executive, I can tell you that you'll be making significant strides in, you know, erasing corruption. And part of what they have to do is to ensure that people, credible people, men of integrity are appointed into key offices. Like the CBN governor. See what Emefiele did in CBN. Will you tell me that Emefiele did not pass through National Assembly? So, you know, it's really unfortunate. The National Assembly has a very significant role to play in ensuring that Nigeria is devoid of corruption. And they need to stand up and do the right thing.
Nigeria needs to stand up. Of course, National Assembly needs to stand up. But I think all we can do from here is to keep talking and profiling solutions, okay, as regards to the situation that is actually affecting this nation. Hopefully, and by God's grace, we would hope that the legislative arm, the executive, and of course the judiciary would always listen and put into practice, or even give it a proof of concept to see if the solutions we're profiling, you know, from this end is actually valid or not. This is how far we can actually go on the program this wonderful evening. Thank you so much, Barrister Laya.
Thank you for having me in your Lagos studio.
You understand? Thank you so much. It's really nice that I whisked you away, you know, landing from airport, and I just said, get into the house and come out and let us go. So thank you for coming. And hopefully, before you leave Lagos, we would have more of you here. I'm saying this, you know, and hoping that this will work as regards to your, you know, your schedule as well here in Lagos. If you love the world of sports, if you love sports, of course, I'd like you to stay put because coming up next is locker room, so you can actually enjoy the world of sports with them. In as much as we didn't qualify for the World Cup, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't, stay put to see what other situations, or of course news that will be coming in from that particular angle. Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. Don't forget, my name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless. We go to bed empty hunger. To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you.
and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Here's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
And exactly yesterday, obviously again, less than 24 hours, the NFF actually tendered an, well, I call it an unreserved apology. But then we'll go into all of that very much later. But then this is very much, your show when it comes to sport, particularly football. This is Locker Room and I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Today promises to be a very interesting edition of the show because we'll be looking at so many things surrounding Nigerian Football Federation and exactly why we're actually unable to actually make it to this particular World Cup, making it 2 consecutive times, and the very first time the Super Eagles will be missing the World Cup on 2 consecutive occasions. And of course, joining me to make sense of this conversation is Maiwa, who will be bringing his inside analysis, and of course, he's definitely going to be helping us get in context of this conversation. Maiwa, it's good evening. Welcome to the Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I mean, I saw the apology and I was scratching my head. It does not make any sense. We don't need an apology.
Maiwa.
Accountability.
Maiwa, we'll go into what the apology says. In fact, I'm going to roll out the apology. Then you definitely will talk about it, and of course, our viewers will have to get to see the apology, and then we'll look at what really makes it an apology, right? So go ahead.
Well, in any case, whatever it is whatever dance they are dancing is a dance of shame, and they got us into this mess. There is no excuse. They have to resign. That's just the honest truth. they all have to resign, including the sport commission chairman, Umaru, what's his name now? Shehu Diko, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, all of them have to resign. They have failed. The only thing that brings joy to Nigeria, they couldn't accomplish it. And it's as a result of their failure. You cannot be unserious and you expect to gain success at the end of the day. But in any case, Nigeria with a whole lot of headache. It's a good Tuesday to talk football. Thank you for having me.
And of course, to you, our viewers, to be part of this show, all you need to do is to drop your comment on our YouTube platform. Now, of course, you can also call the number beaming on your screen to be a part of the show. Do not also forget to like, share, and subscribe. And do not also forget, this is very much important, that you should click on that notification bell so you do not get to miss another episode of our show right here, on Voice of the People TV. Yes, back to the locker room. So yesterday, like as I was saying, just barely 24 hours, not even up to 24 hours, because the game was actually played around 8 p.m. So this apology came around 6 p.m. or thereabouts. And then the NFF actually came out, rolled out an apology, which I would like our producer to actually help us get on the screen so that you get to see, what the apology looks like. And then we'll talk about, if really this, qualifies or can actually be viewed as an apology, of course. So now, yes, the Nigerian Football Federation wishes to openly and sincerely apologize to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSCFR, to the federal government as a whole, and millions of Nigerians, most especially our passionate, loyal football fan base, following the Super Eagles' failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup finals. Sunday's loss to DR Congo in the African playoff final in Rabat remains a moment of profound sadness for Nigeria's football. For a nation where Super Eagles serve as a symbol of unity, hope, and collective pride, missing out on the World Cup for a second consecutive time is a disappointment of a great weight and emotional depth. The NFF, the technical crew, and the players understand the gravity of this moment. We understand the expectations Nigerians rightly hold. We understand the passion and the sacrifice of a country that has always stood firmly behind its team through triumph and trials. And we recognize that our collective effort did not deliver the outcome this nation deserved. The next one. Yes, and it continues. Said DR Congo denies Nigeria the chance to oblige at the 2026 World Cup after beating the Super Eagles 4-3 on penalties. DR Congo, that is obviously called the Leopards of Congo, defeated the Super Eagles in a dramatic penalty shootout following a 1-1 draw in the regulation time. And of course, after extra time, it went straight to the penalty at the Prince Moulay Abdallah Stadium right there in Morocco, securing their place in the next stage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Interconfederation playoffs. Nigeria took an early lead in the 3rd minute through Frank Onyeka, but DR Congo equalized in the 32nd minute via Mashek Ella. Both teams created several scoring chances during a tense match, with the Nigerian goalkeeper Nwabali making key saves to keep the Eagles alive. After 120 minutes, the score remained tied, sending the game into penalties. DR Congo held their nerve in sudden death, while Nigeria missed crucial kicks, handing the Leopards a historic victory. This result marks Nigeria's first competitive defeat to DR Congo since a friendly draw in 2018, and the DR Congo now advances to the next stage of the qualification. So, Mayowa, now, you look at, what the NFF said after, or what the NFF called an apology. Let me ask you this. Does this qualify as an apology for you as a person?
No, it's not an apology. It's an excuse. And it's poor attempt at an excuse. You apologize to the president. You apologizing to the leaders of Nigeria and the rest of that. It doesn't make any sense. This is medicine of fabric. This is Gusau and his band of failure, and his band of failures, making an attempt to try and soft landing for themselves. But I know definitely this Nigeria we don't have people with integrity and take accountability and resign. So if the is not coming, As far as I'm concerned, this is medicine after death and does not make any sense. You are tendering apology, yet you are allowed players that are supposed to focus on the qualifiers on the playoff to be striking. You allow them to strike when the president has clearly released money to you, when money has been released, and you decide to hold these players, and you are giving us apology now. As far as I'm concerned, attempt to just get a soft landing. I don't buy the apology. It does not do anything for me. We don't need to be apologizing if we have put ourselves, if they have put things in order, would have been in the World Cup. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just a bad attempt at trying to get a soft landing. This is not an apology. It's just to mock Nigerians, to be honest with you. I mean, in the apology, they are putting Oble. Does that show seriousness? We would have been able to Oble to the World Cup. Are you serious? And you call it an apology? I don't think so.
All right. So, Maiwa, while we were talking, Afis walked in. Afis, good evening. Welcome to Locker Room.
Good evening. Good evening to the viewers. And good evening, Maiwa as well.
So Afis, you saw the apology. What do you make of it?
I think Maiwa said it all. I don't see any form of apology in there. It's just like fulfilling all righteousness. They just came out to talk, to make it. It should not be like they did not come out to say anything. It should not be like they did not bear responsibility. It's what is expected of them. So for me, I don't see anything like an apology in that one. It shows that as we speak at this time, heads are not rolling.
Please, can you hold your horses? We'll get a call from Tarid. Tarid.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good evening from here, Tarid. You're welcome to Locker Room. It's been a while.
Yeah, so it's been a while. I'm here every day. I tried to call yesterday, but the line doesn't go through.
Okay, so Tarid, you saw the game on Sunday, and now we're discussing the apology from the NFF. I mean, help us make sense out of it. Is that statement really an apology? Does it really cut it for you?
I want to give thanks to you for doing a good job every day. Every day I'm watching it. So I don't want to go to NFF. I don't want anything with them. Those people, they are not able to do anything. I can see that we already saw that very far away. So I don't want to talk about it. The only thing I want to talk to this team, this has been there for a very while. We don't have midfield. I swear to God, I think that if we build a team around Ndidi, Iwobi, Kweze, Yerika, and Oyeka, I swear to God, we cannot win any. Go and check Nigeria game very well. Anybody that play us in the middle, we can't win that game. We cannot. That's why we struggling against Zimbabwe. That's why we're struggling against our midfield. The only thing they can do. Remember, that's what led to the Janet attack. When Thomasis left, Table left, Elobi left that mid. That's it. Since then, I've been saying that since then. Anybody they got, go and look at our games. Our midfield is back. Those people, they can't play in midfield. We don't let ourselves. Don't let ourselves better. Please, anything we can do. NFF, they're sorry to say that they're full themselves. They are as for what you guys did, what you guys deliberately did. I don't want to say anything. But about our team, if you want to win, if you want to get back, we have to go for good midfielder. No disrespect to Iwobi, whatever they are taking their money, whatever they are paying, all of them. But for playing them in the Nigerian middle, they don't have it. They don't have it. Let's don't lie to ourselves. Remember against Cote d'Ivoire for final, we lost the game on the midfield. Go and see any team that would beat us. They always beat, and then when they want to beat us, they'll beat us. Silly. Congo, they deserve the World Cup. Even though I'm mad, I don't know what I'm going to tell myself. I can't console myself. But at the same time, let the other people say those people that we have in the, they can't play.
So
I don't respect any one of them. But you know what? They cannot play ball.
Okay.
The only thing they can tell this guy right now, they should look for midfield for him, or himself go and look for midfield. No way. People that we have there over there, that's why they will play. We won our game. At the time we're supposed to win the cup, whatever. We can't win with those midfield. If you already see anybody that bring the ball down, play. I mean, I want you guys to check the game. Go and look at the game again.
All right. Thank you.
Somebody out there play us down.
Yeah.
That's my take.
Thank you very much, Howard. So we are actually looking at the apologies of the NFF, as well as also talking about what really happened. And I mean, we don't have to talk about the problems because I mean, we're already where we are now. So let's now talk about what should be the solution, right? Because from where I'm standing and a lot of other persons, it seems like Nigeria may likely not make it to the next World Cup. So the reason why I'm saying this is that the players now that we have, the current Super Eagles players that we have, in 4 years' time, right, a good number of them will be over 30. I'll appreciate our producer to actually help us get, the list of the players that we have now, and then you get to see the age of these players, and then you get to see, what, their age will be telling in 2020, in 2030. Yes. So exactly you understand. So look at it right there. Victor Osimhen will be 31, Alex Iwobi will be 34, Ndidi will be 33, Basi will be 30, Ajayi will be 35. I mean, the list is on and on and on. So
there's no 29 years.
It says this list says a lot about what the future holds for Nigeria right now. And from where we are standing, we cannot look back and say, okay, there are current crop of young players that we are hoping will step into the shoes maybe in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
So now let's look at this whole complexity. What should be the solution? How fast can we actually get back to where the Super Eagles of old were? Because I mean, we saw 2 good games, right? The game before the Benin Republic and the Benin Republic game. In fact, the Benin Republic game and the Gabon game.
Yes.
But 2 good games. We say, okay, it seems like this Super Eagles team is beginning to get shape. Tell me, what should we do to ensure that we get a good showing? Even if we're not making it to the World Cup, we can now say, okay, this is a team we can look forward to in the next 10 years.
For me, I think those 2 games that you mentioned, I think they just look like paper over cracks. I mean, like Tawhid mentioned, he was talking about the midfield. If we look at those games, because we won those games, we didn't really know, what we should do better. So we kept on recycling the same players, just on that fact of do not change a winning formula, right? So when we didn't see any need to replace that midfield of Ndidi, Iwobi, and Rafael Onyedika, and also Frank Onyeka.
Rafael Onyedika didn't start.
He hardly plays.
Frank Onyeka didn't start those games. He came in.
Yes.
So it was 4-4-2 in those games. No. What I really want us to really dwell in, because we've got a lot of grass to cover. Yeah. What I want us to dwell on is what should be the solution from where we are standing now, so that we can actually get a team. Look at the age of these guys, over 30. What should we do?
It's the same old thing we used to say, Ikechukwu, after a failed maybe qualifier or a failed tournament, to say you want to go back to the drawing board. Drawing board of what? Currently, what is the trend? We are calling, most of our players are international players, right? We are not bringing from the local league. If we mention the solution of bringing players from the local league, they will give you an example of Chan that did not work out. So now there is a confusion there, but because of a failed Chan, it doesn't mean that there are still no good players in your local league. So for me, I am still going to lean towards looking at the local league. It can't be bad that out of 20 clubs in the local league, there is no one single Nigerian player that is good for a position. And another thing, it can't be that bad that in the 20 teams in the local league, there is no one good goalkeeper. Why was Amos Obasogie not even tested at all? Fine, I know that there are crucial games, there are qualifiers, I can understand. But that is why you call them in and you are seeing them in training. In the defense, just like you bought Benjamin Fredericks, I'm sure there is still a way you can bring a midfielder that is young. Akisomiro was called on, it was touted, it wasn't called eventually. So for me, I think Eritrea has to look beyond. And first thing, Ikechukwu, I will say, let the man make his selections, because it's somehow glaring that there are some hands in the selection, and there are even some not selection for the call up for the players and selection for the people that will even start. Because why is it that at that crucial leg, the final, that is where you change that winning formula of 4-4-2 to a 4-3-3. I've been seeing a lot of comments. Nobody's really calling Eritrea out. I will call him out. Why did you make such changes? What are your tactics, Seth? To be honest, what are your tactics? Because it looks like when the main yesterday you mentioned that we are not Osimhen FC. You argued it, but why was it that when that man wasn't there, everything just looked disjointed? So what are your tactics for you? So for me, I think he should get his tactics right first, and he should also have a say in his own selections too. We'll get on.
From where I stand, I'm putting you on the spot right now. You are the Minister of Sport. What should we do to ensure that there's a revamp, there's a new a breath of fresh air in the Super Eagles, so that we can go back to the good old days where the Super Eagles would walk into a game against teams like DR Congo and take them easily to the cleaners like a laundryman?
Put my laugh at the boys is true. You cannot build a house without foundation. Let's first of all get the foundation right. First of all, those running our football right now, all of them need to resign. All of them. Fire all of them. That was the first step. Fire all of them. They failed. They need to leave our football alone. That's number. Number two, I think he said something the other time. He said, are we saying we don't have, we have about 400 players playing in the league? Are we saying we can't find players? How many of those guys are in their 20s? Majority of them, once they hit one good season, they are running away because of the harsh condition they are playing in. We have Nigerian players in Tajikistan. We have Nigerian players playing in Cambodia. We have Nigerian players playing in Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan. And what is the reason? Because they are looking for foreign exchange. Because what they are earning here cannot do them. So to get players, to get quality players from here will be very difficult when majority of them will run as far as going to play in Tanzania. We had a Tanzanian player play in this particular qualifier. I mean, it's as bad as that. So for us to be able to get it right, first of all, everybody running football right now, they need to be fired. That's number one. Number two, we need to get it right from the grassroots. The grassroots, I mean, is this state airfares. We need to start paying attention to state airfares, because that is where all these people come from, and they come and vote for people who don't know anything about it. Number three, we need to go the Morocco way. Let's forget about the next World Cup, and let's not talk about how the former president said something the other time, and that's Jonathan, that we should forget about football for the next 10 years. A lot of people attacked him and the rest of that.
Sure,
we are seeing the result right now. We can't even produce players that are Nigerian, and no offense to Admiral Lukman and all those foreign-born players, no offense to them, they've done their bit for Nigeria, but we can't even produce players without the input of international, without the input of foreign-born players. We can't produce Nigerian race players. So let's go back to the Morocco way. They invested in football for 10 years, and look at what the result there. Well, look at the results right now. And the reason why it's very, very important that we fire everybody that's running football right now is because they've entrusted them with money for football development. We have not seen anything. Also, the anti-corruption agency, they need to also take a look into football, or else we'll continue to talk about developing football and will not get any results, because when they give them money, because nobody's talking about our NFF, nobody's talking about how football is being run, people go there just to embezzle money. And at the end of the day, we start running about, look at that team. The only young player that will probably see the next World Cup that will play regularly is a Benjamin Frank, it's a Benjamin Frank Benjamin, the 20-year-old guy. A whole lot of them are in their 30s. Who has the replacement? Under 17 World Cup, we didn't qualify. Under 20, we performed poorly.
Disappointing.
Under 23, no Olympics. So let's forget about football right now. Let's continue to patch it so that we don't get fined by CAF for not participating. Let's continue to patch what we have. However, let's begin to invest. We need to start doing that from the under 17 level. And those running football right now, they can't do it. And also, For heaven's sake, the EFCC is chasing everybody. They are chasing the average Yahoo boy on the street. They should focus on the NFF. Because if we have invested millions and we are not seeing anything, we can't even produce under 17 that can qualify from Africa. So that is the solution. Let's forget 2030 World Cup. Let's give our football 10 years. Let's have a 10-year plan. And the 10-year plan must be monitored with stringent anti-corruption measures. Exactly. I wouldn't mind if people who are running our football, if you are found wanting for corruption, you should be hanged. I'm telling you, it's as much as that.
I mean, my for someone to be shown that Kebbi Stadium and is saying that he's proud of what he's seeing in that Kebbi Stadium of $1.2 million, that is a hangable offense. Honestly, you should be in jail just by saying you like what you saw. Well, you should be in jail, and it's bad.
Talking about jail, right? It seems like certain players in the Nigerian national team, right, will most likely not be part of the AFCON because they've actually been asked. So you want to call that jail term from the coach talking about Eric Chell. But yes, the senior national team, the Super Eagles, is set to regroup in 3 weeks as they prepare for the African Cup of Nations in Morocco again. Following their disappointing exit from the World Cup qualifiers after a penalty shootout loss to DR Congo, the coach Eric Chell will continue unless he chooses to step down, with the Nigerian Football Federation setting a target for the team to reach the tournament's final. As part of this preparation, Eric Chell plans to make some changes to the squad, introducing 3 new players: Blackburn Rovers defender Ryan Alebiosu, FC Volendam midfielder Gibson Ya, and of course Ebenezer Akinsamero from Pisa, the one who Afis just spoke about earlier on, and is expecting to replace underperforming players from the World Cup qualifiers, including Terry Murphy returning to boost out the squad. Additionally, Fisayo Dele Bashiru is also expected to recover in record time for the tournament, whereas Olakunle Olusegun will not be included in the squad. Shell's adjustments aim to enhance the team's performance as they seek to make a mark at the AFCON. I mean, I said it here before that anything short of getting the gold in the next AFCON is a failure, because the last one we got silver. So if we got silver again, it's a failure, plus the fact that we missed out in the World Cup. Is this call from Michel the right call? And the quality of players as he's bringing in, would they really add much to the Super Eagles setup? Because from where I stand, right, I don't think defense is our problem. And most of the players he's talking about here are basically defenders, apart from Akinsamero, who is more like a defensive midfielder as well. So then, I mean, tell me this list, this 3 addition, is this, what is expected at this time from the coach? I mean, we just have about 2 minutes to actually wrap up this particular conversation.
Number one, I think I mentioned earlier, I said he should be allowed to make his own selection. That is number one. So even with all these names that he's touting again, these new names, will he be allowed to bring them in? If yes, let's come and see what they can do. Let him, I'm sure he has his own team, including his assistant coach, his scouts, and all of that he will have, of course. So if they can give him the opportunity to do that, fine, all well and good. And you spoke about defenders. It's a place where we need to look at. The likes of Semi Ajayi, who is, I think, 29 or 30 now. William Chustekong, who I'm sure a lot of Nigerians don't want to see at the AFCON. Right? I think they are about to thank him for his services, and it's time to go. Though we have Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Frederick, but we still need more names in there. Maybe Echidozie Awaziem and all of that. That midfield, Ekechukwu, is very, very, very important. Akinsamero were all fine, all well and good. Olakunle Olusegun, I questioned his selection. I felt like somebody like Yeraso was actually better. David Simon as well. So I'm happy with these names. Okay. Hopefully, he will strike gold with these names, just like he struck gold with Benjamin Frederick. Hopefully.
All right. So, Maiwa, is this the right call at this time?
Well, we should just manage Chell to take us to the Nations Cup because it's very close. Let's be honest with ourselves. Eric Chell is not the coach to take us forward, and that's just the honest truth. If you look at the games we played, he was confused tactically. He does not have the tactical in-depth to be able to take us further. Yes, we are our NFF, they are clueless, we have all of the deficiency, we have players that are lacking in quality that we're supposed to have. However, the job of a coach is to get the best out of them. He's been handling this team for about 6-7 months, if I'm not mistaken, and he has not been able to get the tactics right. So for me, Let's just patch it up for the Nations Cup because the Nations Cup is very close. Let's change our coach. Hire somebody that will plan with. Let's have a 10-year plan for a coach that knows what he's doing, not a coach like Aichel that's using Nigeria to build his city. That is the way to go.
All right, so still talking about Nigerian football, but this time, you guys mentioned, looking at, the MPFL for players who can actually help, booster the squad. But some news is actually breaking. The biggest brand in Nigerian football, I dare say, because Enyimba has always been the biggest brand. They pay well, and they've done, the country the most honors in terms of intercontinental championship. So Enyimba FC has really been in a very serious conversation at this point. I don't know why they did it, but perhaps you guys can actually help me. Enyimba FC has imposed 50% salary cut on its players following a disappointing 1-0 defeat to Wiki Tourists during the MPFL Match Day 13 encounter. The match, held at the Enyimba Stadium, saw Abubakar Aliyu scored a stunning long-range goal that capitalized on a mistake from goalkeeper Kevin Ogunga. This latest loss marks Enyimba's second home defeat this season, having previously succumbed to Warri Wolves. In response to this performance, the club's management suspended head coach Stanley Eguma and his entire coaching staff. Alongside these personnel changes, the management notified the players of the salary reduction through an official letter delivered to the team captain Pascal Eze. The players expressed frustration over the cut, especially since they have not received any match bonuses since the season starts. Now under the interim guidance of coach Lawrence Akagbe, Enyimba head to Jos to face Katsina United in the upcoming Match Day 14 fixture. The club, which has seen its position on the log drop from 8 to 11, is looking to bounce back from this challenging situation. Mayowa, how often do you get to hear a story? Manchester United lost at home and then the players get 50% salary slash. Is this a good news for our football? Will it help the league grow better? Will it help us see top quality talent? Please help us make sense out of this.
So I'm sorry for laughing. Maybe we should hand over the mic to the state government. They should give us comedy show. Because this is comedy. You sign players, they have a contract. Yes, you are breaching the contract because of their performance. Does that even make sense? And you know the funniest thing? The players will not be able to talk because they are at the mercy of the government. Because they are at the mercy of one power drunk person that's handling that particular thing. It does not make any logical sense. And our football will never grow. We are talking about, our nursing local talent. If you are being treated this way, why would you want to stay in this kind of league? As far as I'm concerned, this is a recipe for failure. And when we're talking about this, they have not been paid match bonuses. And if I'm not mistaken, they've played about 9 or 10 games in the league.
They've played more. This is heading to Match Day 14. This is Match Day 13. Yeah.
Match Day 14. No, Match Day 13. They played 13 now.
Yes, they played Match Day 13. So they're heading towards Match Day 14 over the weekend.
Yeah. Match Day 13. For 30 consecutive weeks, you didn't pay them bonus. But because they lost now, and because they are not doing well, you decide to have their salary. They are not serious. If I were the players, we are going to revolt. Nobody's going to kick any ball. They have to pay us because we signed a contract with them. Unless they don't have unless the players don't have the contract, unless there is no documentation, that's when this will fly. And that's the reason why our league will never grow. How do we have people running football like this? How? Does it make any sense? It's also shameful. In 2025, we are discussing this kind of issue. You are having player salary that you signed a contract with. These guys are not serious.
Maybe Afis will help us understand because he was actually the one calling for involvement of local league players when he was actually talking about. He talked about 20 clubs and say, is it possible for us not to have one good player? Which in fact, what you said really makes sense because it's really not possible. Nigeria is a country blessed with a lot of talent. But now, do you see this particular situation with Enyimba as a motivation for them to actually up their game and become top professional? No, you're laughing.
He's laughing. It's like everything I just said now has been countered because it is unfair. You have not paid match bonuses from the beginning of the season. And it's not as if these guys have been winning all their games because they lost one game now. You are not looking for an excuse. You now have their salary. It's not 5%. is not 2%. It's not even 10%. It is 50%, half of their salary because they lost a game. And they dropped from 8 to 11.
So please, sorry.
And you expect
so please,
in a harsh condition, you want to make it harsh.
Which means if they had won the game, they still wouldn't have been paid. But at least the money will be.
They won't be paid.
The money will be.
They might still not be paid the bonuses.
But don't you think
it's
that
a player revolt that you're looking at?
Don't you think that owing them this money is the motivation they need to actually win games?
You can't motivate somebody by owing
understand.
him. You can't. I don't know where it's going.
I'm trying to understand why Aimba is doing what they're doing.
You can't motivate a player by withholding his salary on a contract. Stop just reducing the salary sometimes.
So what does this do to Nigerian football and investors coming in?
It just paints a bad picture on Nigerian football and investments. People that are coming to make investments, well, they might not be looking at this side, but if they really look down at what's going on in Nigerian football, it will scare investors away. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Ikechukwu, to be honest, these are players that are not being paid match bonuses already. Like, you forfeited match bonuses. Like, you've already put their mind away from the match bonuses. And now you want to reduce the salary that they are getting and they are depending on to feed their families. And you are still going to complain that these players are leaving your league to go to Tajikistan, like Mayowa said, like to Tunisia, to Egypt, to respect to those countries. But come on, these are not where the Nigerian players should be. The star players of the NPFL, the top goal scorers. I don't know, Ikorodu City captain or Jelade, I don't even know where he is now. Kyle Dibankole, okay, I know he has gone to South Africa and all of that. But this measure, this step would not keep players in the NPFL. If we are being honest, these steps will not keep players in the NPFL. And you are seeing a player revolt. You are staring at a player revolt in the eye. There will be protests and all of that. Just like Mayowa said, if I also was a player, I would kick a ball for the team again. Because they're not paying me.
But if you fail to kick for the team, a lot of players are out there looking for, NPFL, experience. They would definitely want to jump on it.
That is the situation of the country.
But Mayowa, let's look at, let's paint a scenario, a corporate world experience, right? You know that even in corporate worlds where salary is being owed, you get people actually still give their best because they know that at this point, if they decide to resign, they may not, end up getting the money they actually ask for. Or perhaps even if they'll get it, it may go through some legal process or it's going to take a while. And then there's no guarantee for job out there. The job market is polarized already, it's saturated. So why don't you just hold on to what you have, give your best? I mean, it's not like they will not pay at the end of the year, or at the end of the season.
But that means they are doing the job for the love of it, right? They are doing it for the passion. They just want to play football. Right?
Mayowa, is it different? Why can't these players just understand that they just have to do their job? 50% will not hurt them. If for anything, it should really even motivate them to do more.
50% will not hurt them.
Ikechukwu, the thing is this: can you do your best to buy something in the market? Will the market woman accept that from you? That's number two. I'm saying Katsgota is with somebody that has a lot of experience in the corporate world. Any company, any business that is owing you salary for months and you are still working there, two things are involved. Is that maybe you are doing some side business and that that work is just for fun, or you have opportunity to steal money from that business. That's the reason why you will stay when they are owing you. No sensible person will stay in a business when they are owing them. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no way to it. And another question is this: what is the LMC doing? What is the governing body overseeing the league? What are they doing about this?
I mean, one of the criteria to run a proper league. One of the criteria to run a proper football club here, according to the LMC, is that a certain amount, I think 150,000 naira, when they actually started this LMC thing, was actually the peg. That's the lowest you can actually pay a player. And then you have to pay the player as at when due. Exactly. Maybe according to Aimba, maybe the as at when due is not really specified. Maybe it's end of the season. We really cannot tell. But one thing we can really is unfair. But one thing we can really tell from here, Mayowa. One thing we can really tell from here is that in fact, let's move away from the Aimba story because it's giving me a very serious. I'm having to think.
I'm having to think the game. Yeah, and you're taking 50%.
I mean, this should not be coming from Enyimba.
At all.
But the good side of it is that they went to Aba. I'm talking about weekly tourists. They went to Aba. They won the game. Nobody was beaten. Nobody was attacked. I think we can actually give Enyimba that one and say maybe our league is actually improving.
Okay. But you can remove money.
How can you say the league is improving when somebody can just when somebody can just wake up in the morning and say, I'm halving your salary, and nobody can do anything? In this kind of situation, LMC is supposed to come out and slap them with fines that will make them, want to roll around. If you want to fire your players and want to terminate their contract, you have every reason to do that. However, there are conditions. You have to list players that you want to use for a season and the rest of that. But if there's a room for you to terminate players because they are not performing, please go ahead and do that. But don't owe them money. That's not how football is being run. And the case of players being attacked, what have they done to the players that were attacked since? What did they do to them?
The both clubs were fined 9 million naira and they were asked to play away from their home.
I don't understand. 9 million naira for that kind of damage. 9 million naira. Is that enough fine? Is that not a slap in the wrist?
Kano players are not even new to fines right now.
Our league is a joke.
6 million in like 8 years, and they are
well,
still
well, I think this is going to be a very big call to the Benga Elegbele led LNC. They talking about the Nigerian professional MPFL is actually the chairman of the league. Hopefully, he's going to actually see this and then know that this is actually a very wrong move. You don't do this to players. It's very sad. Wrong. I mean, not even with the way economy of Nigeria is today. It is so sad. 50%. But let's move away from this, very sad story to another one that seems more like not really sad because anyone is being owed, but because she's been excluded. Talking about Esther Okoronkwo, the Super Falcons forward, who has expressed disappointment, at being not included in the final shortlist for the 2025 CAF Women's Player of the Year award. Highly regarded after her standout performance during the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations, where Nigeria won the La Decima. Of course, she contributed just 1 goal and 6 assists in that particular tournament. Okoronkwo was expected to be a strong contender, despite being named in an initial 10-player shortlist. She did not make the final cut, which included her teammate Rashidat Ajibade, that we won the Cup Mamijio, and Morocco's Ghislaine Chebak and Sana Masoudi. In a reflection of her feelings, Okoronkwo shared a message on social media emphasizing her gratitude for the support she's received while affirming that her focus remains on performing well on the pitch. She said, and I quote, "Awards don't always reflect reality, but the pitch never lies," she stated, indicating her commitment to earning recognition through her gameplay rather than through accolades. The backlash surrounding her exclusion suggests division among fans, with some expressing disappointment at the decision, while others criticize her public reaction. The conversations highlight the competitive atmosphere within women's football and ongoing challenges faced by Nigerian players on both national and international stage. We also saw Esther Okoronkwo. In fact, some persons even dub her Nigeria's Lionel Messi in that particular team because she's left-footed. Do you think it's a right call from CAF? She's been excluded. She's doing so well for a club in the MLS at this point. Yeah. I mean, 2 Moroccans and Momijio, the person of Rashida Adibade. Yeah. Is this the right call? Is her exclusion on merit?
For me, I think it's 2 ways. She wasn't even a starter at the WAFCON, to be honest. It was later when she was coming on and giving.
No, she came in. She
wasn't a starter.
She started playing from the second game.
Was she starting from the second game?
Yes, she started playing from the second game.
She didn't even start in the final. Did she?
No,
she did not. She did not start.
She started.
In the final?
She started.
But for me, I think she did good, but I don't know how how CAF are putting their metrics, especially on female football. But for the likes of Rashida Ajibade, we saw what she did. We saw her display, driving the team on. She was the captain, driving the team on to glory. Well, and for club football, Esther Okoronkwo actually did. She's doing pretty well for herself, and she's still showing. And for her to say that awards don't reflect your performance and all of that, I think awards, shows that people are actually seeing what you are doing, to be honest, and that they decide to award you for it. That you are doing really well for the effort you are putting in. So for there, I'll just falter a little bit, but all I just want to say is that she should keep going. And as for the nominees, I sat here and I mentioned Ghislaine Chebak, to be honest. I said Chebak is a fantastic player, even for our club.
What about Masoud?
Also good. But Chebak, I think she's the driving force for Morocco. Nobody really fancied the Moroccan ladies until they got to the final. They led 2-0, but then the Super Falcons just showed that.
So you think Monsieur decide to deserve to be ahead of Okoronkwo?
Looking at the way they played at the tournament, to be honest, they played really well, both of them, Chebak and Masudi. And as for Ajibade too, the three of them really did well. And the two of them, that's talking about Chebak and Masudi now, also for their clubs, they are doing well. And I think they won the trophy. I think they won the Women's Champions League as well. I think they did. But for me, I think the three of them, they deserve to be nominees. It's just going to come down to 3 names, and I just feel sorry for Okoronkwo, but I know she's going to do better.
Maiwa, is this the right call for a woman who has led her team to championship in the US? Arguably one of the strongest female league in the world. They won their own, I think, the Eastern Conference of the MLS, and now they are going to the playoff, who is going to actually become the undisputable champions of the American football. And of course, 6 assists, just concluded AFCON, and 1 goal in that particular one. Does she deserve to be among the last 3, or is she just, overplaying herself as a player for the Super Falcons?
Well, I think apart from the first game that she didn't start, she started all our games, and she was very instrumental in what we did in that particular Nations Cup. We said it here. Definitely, it was between when we were even talking about it earlier. We were even saying, Anessa Okoronkwo should probably even take it ahead of Ajibade in terms of the overall contribution. However, for Shabak, yes, she did so well for the Moroccan team. But I don't know the metrics, like officials, I don't know the metrics that they use. But definitely, there is no reason why, Anessa Okoronkwo did not make it to top 3. The kind of performance she put in that particular competition, definitely. And this is a Nations Cup.
Yes, it should be the first.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they used other metrics because she's not playing in Europe. She's playing in America. Maybe that came into play, but we all know that when it's a Nations Cup year, they actually use
absolutely
for those kind of things. So there is no reason why Anessa Okoronkwo is not top 3. Maybe CAF will come out and explain to us. And for those criticizing her for complaining, Ashraf Hakimi, when he did not win, he was complaining. So they should just allow the girl to run. She will feel better and move ahead. So it's just so sad that she's not there. To be honest, I think she deserves it. CAF needs to tell us what the message they use in selecting the top 3.
All right, so from that particular story, let's move on straight to the story concerning Manchester United. As former Liverpool legend, talking about Robbie Fowler, has drawn comparison between Manchester United, £74 million, Benjamin Sesko, and an academy player, Chidobe. Now, he actually said a lot of things. One of the things he also said was that Victor Gyökeres is more suited for the Premier League than Benjamin Sesko. But I don't want to go into the Gyökeres comparison because Gyökeres had played in the Premier League before he left, and then this is his return. He played for Brighton.
Just a game.
Whether you say just a game, at least he understands.
It wasn't even in the Premier League. It was not in the Premier League.
He understands.
He played for Swansea as well.
He understands the environment, right? Yeah. So and it's also 27. You cannot compare him. He's 22. I'm talking about Benjamin Sesko.
Okay.
But do you agree with this particular comparison? I mean,
it's just surprising and laughable that it's coming from a Liverpool legend because they have the Premier League record signing in Alexander Isak, who hasn't really done well and has also played in the Premier League. Are we going to compare him to an academy player too? But for me, I think Benjamin Sesko, yes, he's been struggling and is even injured right now to make matters worse. But this Benjamin Sesko, let's not forget that he actually was Mikel Arteta's first choice. He was Arteta's first choice.
Yes.
Arteta couldn't get him, and Arteta went for Gyökeres. Gyökeres was Manchester United's first choice. It was Amorim's first choice. He couldn't get him, and he went for Sesko. If it was Gyökeres that was struggling for Manchester United, is he going to come out and say the same thing? So for me, I think Fowler is not getting it right. And I think Sesko is going to come good. And I'm not even surprised. This was a player that scored 13 goals in the Bundesliga. In the Bundesliga that is supposed to be a farmers league. He scored 13 goals there. So I think he's just being criticized because of the price tag. But if it's due to his performances and his goal conversion, his goal ratio, I'm not surprised. If he can score 13 goals in Bundesliga, how many do you want to score in the Premier League?
So, Maiwa, I mean, you've heard it from our face. From where you stand, this Benjamin Sesko, is it going to come good for Manchester United? Or is this just the level he's meant to be?
Well, First of all, I don't think the way Manchester United is playing is best prepared for him. I don't think he's going to cut it with Manchester United. Also, remember, he's also struggling with form. The last game he played, he was also struggling. So, and now he's even injured to capital. For me, I think it's not a good fit for Manchester United. He continues to struggle. The way Manchester United is lining up does not really suit him. And also, if you look at his conversion ratio, like Hafiz has said clearly, I don't think it makes any business sense to spend 74 million and you're getting this. It's just like this other guy that left, Hoyland. He's just an upgraded Hoyland, to be honest with you.
I was scored 9 goals. 9 goals for Atalanta.
Yeah, and we are not seeing any results. So for me, I think he's going to struggle with Manchester United. I don't think it's a good fit. Even if he comes back, I won't see anything changing from him. So, sadly so, Robbie Fowler is very correct. Chido Obi, you are not spending any money. He's an academic graduate. This one, 74 million, and has only delivered 1 goal in, I think, in the EPL so far. So, I mean, bad investment.
Bad investment it is. And on that note, I will be saying, I will be calling today. Maiwa, it's good to have you here. Join us on Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. And I hope the voodoo that the DR Congo used, maybe it will help us to compel our NFF presidents and the rest of them to resign. They need to resign. Thank you for having me, Kechuku.
And it's great to have you here.
Thank you very much for having me. And I also hope the voodoo will take us to World Cup 2030. Amen.
And of course, on that note, you've heard it from the guys. And this is where we'll be drawing the curtain right here on Locker Room on this edition. If you're a fan of politics, sit tight as Chukwuma Okoro take us through the world of politics through his lens. It is Political Lens. And my name is Ikechukwu Agwago. Have a great day ahead.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that guy, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. As you know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. On the show today, political taekwondo as Minister Winke, Governor Makinde-led groups turned Abuja to battlefield. Well, away from that, public perception of judiciary not favorable. Judges must shun corruption. Guess what? This is coming from our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And inflation dropped to 16.05% in October 2025, forces food prices down. Well, I've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from. By the way, we have our stations in Oka, Benin, Port Harcourt, and Abuja. But we are broadcasting from Lagos as I speak to you now. Barrister Darlington is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Barrister Darlington, good evening and good to have you on the show.
Good evening, Mr. Koro. How are you doing?
I'm very well, sir. And you're good to have you on the show, as always.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
All right, Barrister, let's go to Abuja and see what is going on there, because the leadership crisis within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, escalated on Tuesday morning, that is today, when newly elected National Chairman Taminu Turaki, alongside Governor Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State and Bola Mohammed of Bauchi State, forcefully entered the party's national secretariat in Abuja, where their supporters clashed violently with loyalists of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, beating and chasing them out after breaching the security blocked entrance. Where the confrontation occurred as both factions scheduled rival meetings at Wadata Plaza. Wadata Plaza is the PDP headquarters in Abuja, prompting a heavy deployment of police, DSS, and NSCDC operatives. Well, earlier, the Wike-aligned faction led by suspended National Secretary Senator Samuel Anyanwu had occupied the building with anti-Turaki protesters. Anyanwu defended the strong security presence as routine for major party meetings and insisted he remained the legitimate National Secretary until December 8. He dismissed the Ibadan Convention that produced Turaki as a jamboree, arguing that no valid INEC-monitored convention took place, and claiming that the process lacked proper communication, oversight, and legitimate delegates. Well, following the clash, Turaki accused Wike of allegedly leading armed talks into the secretariat with the connivance of the police. Flanked by Makinde and Mohammed, he declared that the crisis represented not just internal party turmoil, but a threat to Nigeria's democratic system. He vowed that his faction was ready to lay down their lives to defend the party's mandate. In a dramatic escalation, Turaki issued an international appeal calling on United States President Donald Trump and advanced democracies to intervene and save Nigeria's democracy. He argued that the events at Wadata Plaza showed democracy was under threat, urging Nigerians and the global community to pay close attention as the PDP crisis deepens. Well, what you see on the screen is the scene, where both rival factions try to outsmart each other with brute force. Look at policemen charging at each other's jugular, fisticuffs. Very soon you will see when Bola Mohammed walked out, or he walked into the premises from outside. Apparently they were able to overpower the Wike faction and all of that. That is what Nigeria has turned to. Look at Governor Bola Mohammed and look at who else is there? Sheyi Makinde has walked in with policemen and all of that. Barrister Darlington,
What do you call the incident that took place in Abuja earlier today? What is it called? What is it called?
It is infamy extraordinary. That is, infamy has been taken to a higher level. And we are going to see more because I don't see those that retreated.
Backing out.
Yes, they are going to, they said who fights and run away. Live to fight another day. So they are going to regroup and come back.
No, but Barrister, you are making a joke of this. Is it a laughing matter? You don't take it seriously or what?
Mr. Okoro, please. What I want to ask you is this.
Okay.
They say a wise man learned from what happened to the others. And so he wouldn't want it to happen to him. When people are sowing seeds of discord, they never knew that it will turn around and hurt them. All the people that wanted the PDP to implode and explode and all that, I'm sure they are happy. They say they wouldn't mind if all the parties are in disarray. Now, Mr. Okoro, I have always told you that whatever the APC is doing today will not deepen our democracy. And the facts are beginning to show up. What we are seeing today was never dreamt of by PDP when they were in power. Is it not a shame that this type of thing is happening under APC? And people are keeping quiet, watching, laughing over it. Look, go back to history. In 1964, it was an election that caused the problem that happened in this country. Is that not true?
Okay.
The good. That caused the Wild Wild West. Yeah? Good. And now, in June 12, the same thing, election. Good. Now, something similar. That's why I told you here that a wise man learned from what happened to others. You saw that this type of thing have caused problems in Nigeria. And under your watch, you allow it to be happening and you are not even saying anything. Rather, you are interested that every other party should come in and join APC. All the governors, APC. All the House of National Assembly members, APC. And you are happy. Meanwhile, you claim to be the father of democracy.
Barrister, we are making references to the APC. Are you trying to personalize it? Does it look like APC? The party that is in crisis is the PDP. What has that got to do with the APC?
We all know how this thing started, Mr. Okoro.
How did it start, sir?
When Wike was giving backing to behave like a lord of the manor.
Who gave him the backing? He's just an ordinary minister.
Is it not the federal government? Look, in the history of this country, have you seen where an ex-governor became this powerful in his state? What he did in Rivers State and succeeded gave him the impetus to do more. That's the truth. If President Tinubu had done what Yaradua did, I'm sure Wike would have been, humbled himself and faced Abuja.
Okay, Barrister Kwakwanso was that powerful in Kano State. What happened? Did we get to this level? You say which governor has left the state and is still in control? Kwakwanso is still in control of Kano State?
No, not to this extent. No, what Wike did.
Okay, the degree varies.
Yes.
Okay.
What Wike did in Rivers State is infamy. Infamy personified. Because he was not even apologetical about it. He was still boasting his structure.
Barrister, I'm trying for us to get a connection between what happened in Rivers State and what is going on within the PDP.
Mm-hmm. Is he not the same person? Who is the arrowhead here?
Okay, the person at the center of the...
Okay.
Okay.
So what are you saying? Look, when you allow one infamy, you will allow many infamies. So when you allow one atrocity, be ready that more atrocities will follow. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Barrister, why is it convenient for people to pin everything that goes on in the PDP on Nyesom Wike? He is not the only one there. How about the Bala Muhammad and the Shea Makinde faction? What have they done right?
Who is bankrolling and fueling what is going on in PDP?
Who do you know is doing that? I don't know.
Wike that have created a faction in PDP, and it is his faction that doesn't want PDP to rest. It is Wike's faction. You know, they are dictating the time, and I learned that part of the agreement they had also was that PDP should not feature any presidential candidate. I don't know, it's a rumor.
It's a rumor, but a lot of people disagree with that rumor because it was the same Wike that said, look, PDP shouldn't make the mistake of 2023 by taking the presidential ticket to the north. This time it has to come to the south. Unfortunately for them, the chairman of the committee, you know, that harmonized the elective position and all of that, Joyede is no longer in the PDP, he's in the APC now. You know, so I want us to walk back to the fact of why is it convenient for everybody? You know, every other person blames Wike for the problem in the PDP. What did he do wrong in the last convention? He said, look, congresses, zonal congresses, local governments, state congresses didn't hold in some states. So why are you going for a convention and all of that?
Please. All the other party members that allowed the sleeping dog to lie, are they stupid? Why is it that Wike is the only person raising hell?
Probably he wants things to be done the right way.
Has he ever done anything right himself? Hold on, no. This was a man that PDP made in Rivers State. But during the campaign and election, he worked against his party and collected his party's vote and gave to somebody in APC. Is that not what happened?
Barrister, as at last count, PDP won the governorship in Rivers State.
So, when he was boasting how he gave the presidential vote to APC, were you not here?
How did he do
that? Was he apologetical about it? He said it openly now.
That what?
That they gave how he worked in favor of APC, Tinubu.
Okay.
Is that not a fact?
But he also worked in favor of his party at the governorship level.
Please, you don't put your leg in one party and put another leg in another party.
Okay, so is that the cause of the problem?
That is it.
Okay, that is what led to what happened today.
Anti-party activities.
Anti-party activities.
Because when PDP made you united, where was APC? You now, betrayed a party that created you, a party that made you. Is that fair?
Okay, but Barrister, you have sort of front-loaded this conversation, so let's just step into it. Because you said he was accused, in fact, he took part in anti-party activity. Now, on Saturday at the convention in Ibadan, PDP expelled Wike, Sam Anyanwu, Fayose, and a few other people. How do you, as a lawyer, I want you to look, what happened in Ibadan on Saturday? What level of legality, does that confer on the institution called the PDP? Was it a charity? Some people have said, look, it's null and void because we had a court of competent jurisdiction saying, no, that convention shouldn't go on. But it went on. And at that convention, they said, Wike, you stand expelled. Fayose, expelled. Who again? Expelled. Sam Anyanwu and all of that. I want you to look at it from a legal perspective. PDP. Is that suspension going to hold? That convention itself, was it legal?
PDP have a constitution.
Which says?
True or false?
Very well.
Good. And in that constitution, Wike committed every act that constitute what's it called now? Anti-party activities. You are not supposed to be working for another party while you are in another party. That is clearly anti-party activities. You are not supposed to. Wike have shown that he cannot be controlled. And this PDP have given him enough time to repent. But you are taking it for granted that he's above the law.
No, Barrister, we are not talking about what caused the suspension or the expulsion. What we are looking at now is the convention that suspended Nyesom Wike. Did it take place legally? I want you to look at it from, what's your legal opinion on that?
Now, listen. Now, granted that, yes, there is a loophole in the convention.
Okay.
I must be very frank with you.
Okay.
The gamble here is that when we get to court, we'll slug it out.
Barrister, excuse
we must
me.
hold their
Okay, I'd like for you to hold on to your line of thought. There's an incoming call. This conversation is supposed to be interactive. Let's take it. Hello there, good evening, and thanks for calling in on Political Lens. Your name and where you're calling from.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Einaya from Lagos.
Oh, beautiful. Einaya, go ahead, 1 minute.
I don't like the way you victimize Wike. Who is the victim here? Is it Wike or PDP? Now, let's go back, please. Let's go back to memory lane. Wike used reverse money, supported PDP, supported Tambowa, supported so many states of the PDP, only in the convention to betray Wike. Even Atiku, that was Saudi Arabian citizen, flew in, used money and baboos PDP, forgetting the effort of Wike. Even at the convention, they betrayed Wike. Nobody had the effort to come back to Wike to say, Wike, I am sorry. For God's sake, why are we living an unrighteous life? Now, even after Atiku betrayed Wike and Tambowa, the Atiku had the effort to go and pick Okowa as vice president instead of Wike, knowing his effort in the party. PDP didn't say anything. This is really unfair to Wike. Now Wike have the upper hand and avenging his cause, and people is crying Wike. What did Wike do? What did they do to Wike? Yes, they gave Wike to PDP and gave Wike governorship ticket, but Wike sacrificed a lot for that party. We use reverse money and nobody is still remembering it. Why are we so ungrateful? This is unfair to Wike.
All right,
and mark my word, Wike will still do more. Wike will still do more to PDP because it's already unfair to Wike. Thank you.
But Barrister, you want to react to that before you go back to the line?
Yes, because look, listen very well. You know, when you are trying to do good, you must do that good with sincerity of purpose. We can equally use River State money to support APC. True of us. Should that happen, mention any other APC governor that behaved like Wike in his own state. By the way, the money you are using is people's money. You cannot be proud of what you have done. If not that somebody is backing Wike, he should have been in prison by now. Are you getting what I'm saying? He should have been in prison by now. There is no way PDP would have died without Wike doing whatever. He was pursuing his own ambition in River State. That was what Wike was doing. So there was no sincerity of purpose here. I am sure without a Wike, PDP wouldn't have died. It's not possible.
Now, the caller feels that, look, that PDP has betrayed Wike and has been treated unfairly.
He betrayed himself.
Okay.
When he was working against his own party, supporting another party, why didn't he mention that when he was talking? No, when Wike was betraying his own party, how can his own party now trust him and accept him when his mind is somewhere else? Or were we not here when it was going on? When Wike was supporting APC, coming to Lagos, donating money as if the money belonged to him. Wike betrayed himself.
Okay, all right.
All the things he did, if we begin to read it out, you know that Wike is actually guilty.
Okay, but Barrister, let's walk back to the convention because that was our takeoff point. Let's walk back to the convention. As far as you are concerned, and in all honesty, according to you, what took place in Ibadan is not very legal. Maybe because there was a restraining court order that said, look, this shouldn't happen. So based on that, if you take off from that premise, the suspension of Wike, the expulsion of Wike, I mean, is it going to be valid? Is it valid?
There are matters that are decided by the court.
Okay.
Yes. I expect Wike to challenge it in court.
To challenge the expulsion?
Yeah, challenge the expulsion, yes, with other people. Okay. That is the way to go about all these things. You cannot be a judge in your own matter. You can't say, yes, that you have the right to be in PDP and all that. Why was you overpowered today?
Okay, when you are talking about Wike going to court, a certain Professor Chidi Odenkali, you know Chidi says, look, I think he put out a tweet on his ex-Senator. He said, expect a judgment, weekend suspension, expect a judgment either from Omotosho or Lifu in the coming week. So what does that tell you about going to court?
You can see, these are part of the infamy I'm talking about. When a judge has been known for what? For being a weakest judge. Is that a compliment? When a judge is now in the payroll of Wike, I mean, let's call a spade here. Look, the way Wike is going about this thing, he will truncate the democracy and bring problem for Tinubu. I'm not joking. He will truncate the democracy the way he's going about this thing. All this strongman attitude that nobody is looking into, it will create a very big problem. Because most people are not ready to do this thing we are doing here. There are people, they don't have patience. Because the arrogance is so much. The arrogance Wike is displaying so much. All because he has been given the backing. On what ground will he be sabotaging his own party?
Okay, so Barrister, you are taking away position now.
Why can't he carry this nonsense to APC now? APC, are they together?
He has not formally joined the APC.
So why you can imagine. And he's working in their favor. You can imagine.
But if PDP gave him the approval, the permission to go work for PDP.
No.
It's there in the open. They said they did. He wrote the NEC, he wrote the NWC, and they said go and serve. Has anybody come out to say, look, we didn't give you permission?
When they say go and serve, did they say you should now use that opportunity to destroy your party?
How destroy the party? How has it destroyed the party?
We mentioned one thing PDP have done that Wike approved. Everything is finding loophole in it. Every time he's creating problems.
Why is it difficult for others to agree with him?
In what way? No,
so why will he agree with others too? Why will he agree with others?
Look, any place where there is
Barrister, where this problem started with?
Listen, any place where there is no leadership, that place will soon scatter. There must be a leadership in any institution, any environment. If we cannot not respect the leadership of that institution, on what ground
Barrister, I respect the leadership of the institution. Wike says I'm a member of the NEC. There are certain discussions, there are certain decisions that have been put out there, that I am not aware, that I'm not part of. Barrister, we'll come back. Let's take another call. Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in on Political Lens. Your name and where you're calling from? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, unfortunately, we lost that call. So Barrister, the point is this. The takeoff point of this problem, Wike said party at the same time. Was it wrong in insisting on that? On fairness, on equity?
Look at all the traverse of PDP.
Okay.
The journey so far. Who is always orchestrating all these things? Making it look like PDP don't know what they are doing. Remember, this was the party that was in office for 16 years.
Okay.
So,
and after,
I don't think they are greenhorn in the party politics. But Wike, with the backing of his paymasters, decided to do what? Put his spanner in their works. Every step PDP takes is greeted with what? Problem. Every step they have taken so far. Go and check. Meanwhile,
okay, I'm sorry, Barrister. I'm sorry, please. There's an incoming call. Hello there, good evening, and thanks for calling in on Political Lens. Your name and where you're calling from. 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah,
go ahead, I can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Ibrahim from the United Kingdom.
Go ahead, Ibrahim. 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, I just want to add my thoughts to the last speaker. Our leader of weekly. I just want to talk to Barrister. I think we should call a spade a spade. It's not every day that Barrister will come to a program begin to abuse Barrister Wike.
Sorry, Ibrahim. I'm sorry, Ibrahim. No, please. I would like for you to make a point on the position. Don't attack the Barrister, please.
Yeah, I don't attack him. Wait.
What's your position on what we are talking about?
The purpose of this program is to educate us.
Yeah,
okay. You understand now?
Go ahead.
Most of the time, I try to detect two things from Barrister. Either attack the president or attack Mr. Barrister Wike. It's not good. Stick to the facts. If the questions to him is to talk about the validity of the Ibadan convention, you should talk on that one. You should leave Wike alone.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you,
Okay.
Ibrahim.
Thank God he even indicted himself. When you asked me about the convention, what did I say? And I went back to memory lane to tell you how this problem started and who has been creating it. Is that not true? Mr. Okere, please tell me, is APC your ideal political party as of today in Nigeria? You mean Wike cannot ply the same trade in APC that is supporting Abi? When they decided who would be governor in Edo State, why didn't Wike challenge it? Remember that it was a problem between the former national chairman Ganduje and Tinubu. Ganduje wanted another person, but Tinubu wanted another person. Is that not true? Where was Wike there? Why didn't he intervene and say no?
Wike is not a member of the APC.
Really? But you can see how you people are covering infamy. So if he's not, why is he playing the kind of role he's playing in PDP?
Barrister, he's a party man. He's a PDP man.
You are not getting it.
Barrister, what am I not getting?
Wike is not the only former governor in Nigeria. Okay. What he did in Rivers State is still smelling. The people
Barrister,
that are
what he
calling
did in Rivers State, what has that got to do with the problem in the PDP? It was that thing
that gave him the impetus to be doing what he's doing. Let us get this.
Barrister, PDP was already having problems.
No. He created it.
How did he create
it? The party primary that caused problem between him and Atiku. Okay. Nobody have dissected it. It was this Wike that truncated it.
Barrister, how was it Wike said you can't. Okay.
Atiku said if it is microzone to Southeast, he will hands off. It was Wike that said they should throw it open. Atiku now enter the race. Why are you people dodging the issue here? It was when Wike thought that when they throw it open, he will get upper hand. It was when they throw it open that Atiku entered the race and defeated Wike. That was where his anger came. Why are you people dodging the issue?
Barrister,
isn't the fact that Atiku said this thing?
Barrister, at that point, the national chairman of PDP was a northerner. So how would they not produce the national chairman and the presidential ticket?
Who told Wike for them to throw it open? Remember, Autumn was the chairman of that committee. Who induced Autumn to throw it open? Against what Atiku said. Atiku was very sincere about it, that if it is microzone to the Southeast, he will hands off, he will surrender. But if it is thrown open, he will join the race. So, is that not exactly what happened? Wike was manipulating this thing, thinking that he's very clever. Atiku now came to match him. When he failed, he started making trouble all over the place.
Okay, so that seems to be the genesis of the PDP.
That crisis. Is the genesis, that's the problem. The I've told you now. Those of you in UK, contradict me if I'm lying. Those of you speaking from abroad, contradict me. Why was Wike manipulating the party to favor him?
Okay. All right. Barrister, we need to move on. Now, Barrister, I want us to expand this discussion beyond the PDP and look at democracy in Nigeria. Now, shouldn't the president be embarrassed by what's happening? I
would not be bothered though.
And there's a video there. You know, I would like for the director or the producer to play the video where the new national chairman of the PDP, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Turaki, is calling on President Trump to come and save come and save democracy in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, Turaki also admitted that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. Let's take a listen to that video.
Against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria, come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance or support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So Nigerians, you are watching what is happening. International community, you are seeing the threat that Nigerian democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us. Thank you, sir.
Isn't that heavy? Calling on Trump to come and save democracy in Nigeria and advanced democracy to come and save us in Nigeria. Shouldn't the president be embarrassed?
No, that's why I told that people learn from what happened to others, but in this case, people are not learning. I have given you a historical perspective to this matter. All the problem Nigeria have ever had, is it not from election? Is it not? Now, I told you what Yar'Adua did when he came into office. The same thing happened. Log ahead, I will not agree. The man took his presidential power and solved that problem once and for all. He did not even bother that the P2B is not from his party. That is how a statesman behaves, Mr. Okoro. You want to tell me that if this thing is happening in APC, everybody will keep quiet, Abi? Tinubu wouldn't have intervened. But when it is matters that are happening in other parties that will favor him, he will keep quiet. He will keep quiet. But you forgot that you are the president of all Nigerians, all parties, all individuals. Wherever problem is about to be created, you go there and stop it. That's why you are the president. But in this case now, when other parties are having issues that were created by Wike, who is your minister, you will not call him to order. Mr. Okoro, look at that. You will not call him to order. I was saying it here when River State was boiling because of this same Wike. Tinubu had the authority and power to tell Wike, look, stay away from River State. You have finished your term. Go away from there. Leave the governor to do his work. Did he do that? Mr. Okoro, did he do that? Is it not because of what he did in River State and had his way? Can you just imagine? I am very annoyed that these people that come from abroad, they don't know what is going on here. In that place where they are, can any person behave like Wike? No, can anybody in that UK behave like Wike? Where he'll be telling you, somebody want to take my structure, I must go with my structure. Nobody should touch. What is structure? Were you born with it? Were you born with the structure?
But at least he built it.
He built what?
The structure.
No, tell me that he built River State. Tell me that he was one that created River State.
No, he didn't say he built River State.
No, that is to say.
He talked about his structure.
Built what?
He built the structure.
No, he didn't build anything. Mr. Okoro, look, I don't like the way you are sounding.
But sir, how am I sounding?
Hold on. He did not build anything.
He did, because when Amechi walked away from PDP, he went with the PDP structure to APC. Wike had to build his own.
Listen very well. Listen and listen good. There is nothing like structure in any state or in any party. The only structure I know are the human being in that state and in that party.
No, Barrister.
Tell me that we can get back to all the people in River State.
No, Barrister, there is
Which
structure. We have party men.
There is
we have ward executives. We have local government executives. We have state executives. We have zonal executives.
Under the organogram, hold on. Under the organogram of any party. Yes, these are positions.
Yes, those are the structure.
No.
Those are the people that work for the party. No, he built his own. He built his own.
Oh, his own.
Yes, his own structure. Because when Amechi was leaving, you remember, Barrister, you recall that when Amechi, in 2015, Amechi walked away and went to the APC, practically taking away everything that he had done in the PDP. What Wike had to build his own. So is that not his own structure?
Oh my God. Look, what is all this? Okay, the one that Amechi took away, where did he take it to?
It's in APC.
Where is it now? Where is that structure?
No, you should ask Amechi.
Really?
Yeah, you should ask Amechi.
You can imagine. So he carried it in his bag, Abi. No, he carried the same structure you can see. In fact, all of us, the way we behave, the way we give credence to these people is what is causing the problem.
He's not giving credence. I'm just asking questions. I'm an anchor here. I'm just asking questions.
Hold on. There is nothing like structure here.
Okay. There's nothing like structure.
That word is an invention of evil.
Okay, so Wike didn't have a structure.
And there is nothing like that. The state is existing before these people.
Okay.
The state is existing. All these things is party offices, National Working Committee, party chairman, ward chairman, and all that. Is it a creation of Wike? Hold on. Is it
okay, all right.
That exists?
Barrister, I have few takeaways here. According to you, what happened in Ibadan is not very legal. And if Wike wants to address the matter of his expulsion, he should
go to court. Yes.
Exactly.
Why is it that Wike have never gone to court against anything?
He's going to court.
Hold on. He's always using his own power. For what? If you feel that there is something wrong, go to court and challenge it now. Have you ever seen Wike go to court against anything? Hold on. From River State to this one in Abuja now, he always want to use force. Don't you see that something is wrong here? Everything Wike wanted to achieve, he used it by force.
Okay, Barrister, we need to move on. We need to move on because we are talking about the judiciary now. The president says that, look, the public perception about judiciary in Nigeria is very poor. Well, he said that at the 2025 All Nigerian Judges Conference in Abuja, he expressed concern over negative public perception of the judiciary, citing delays, integrity issues, and limited access to justice. He warned that justice must never be for sale and that the bench must not become a sanctuary of compromise, stressing that corruption in judiciary strikes at the nation's core. Well, Tinubu emphasized that public confidence is essential to the legitimacy of judicial decisions. He said that even well-reasoned judgments lose moral authority if perceived as biased or tainted. The president urged judges to uphold the spirit of the law, noting that judicial welfare, training, and independence were crucial to strengthening the institution. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting a more efficient and reliable judiciary, promising better infrastructure, digital transformation, and improved case management to reduce delays. According to him, courts must become places where disputes are resolved swiftly and justice is seen to be done. Tinubu also praised the judiciary for its historical role in stabilizing the nation during the periods of uncertainty. Chief Justice Kudiro Atkekere-Ekun, in response, thanked the president for his support and highlighted the conference as a vital platform for strengthening ethics, collaboration, and the pursuit of justice with fairness and integrity. Barrister Darlington, shouldn't the president's comment go beyond perceptive recognition? Doesn't the president know that it is real that most Nigerians don't trust the judiciary? In fact, a Nigerian state-owned survey listed the judiciary as one of the most corrupt institutions in Nigeria. What's the line, the bloodline between perception and reality in this matter?
In fact, unknown to the judiciary, they have been insulted by what the president said. And this was the man who gained his authority or power or victory to the judiciary. I want to make reference to what was said here now, that I am either attacking Tinubu or Wike. Is it for a purpose or is just for nothing? If we go by what they have done, are we not supposed to say, no, this is not right? Mr. Okoro, imagine if that judiciary, this same judiciary, had done the needful in 2023 election. Will anybody come and be insulting him in this way? He now identified that the judiciary corrupt. Who corrupted them? Mr. Okoro, who corrupted them? What happened here in 2023? Will it happen in UK? Will it ever happen in UK with all the evidence, all the facts? Because similar thing happened in Tunisia and the man was sent to jail. But here, even a lawyer threatened the tribunal that if this judgment does not go in favor of his candidate, that Nigeria will burn. Is that the judiciary?
Barrister, are you disagreeing with the judgment of the learned justices of the Supreme Court?
With what? With what? Part of what we are talking about, when they decided that case in Imo State in favor of Hope Uzodinma, the minority judgment that was delivered by Justice Nweze, who is now late, he said that judgment will hurt Imo State for a long time to come. Is that not what happened? No, is that not what happened? Look, it's not today. Our judiciary, instead of stabilizing the polity, they are causing problem. I'm not joking. Go and check. The problem we are having today, is it not the wrong decision of the judiciary? Wrong decision. round the peg in a square hole. All the evidence are there that no, this thing is not right. This thing is not right. Then why did the judiciary uphold it? For what? For peace. Do we have peace now? Mr. Okoro, did they stabilize the polity now? You can see. You can see.
Okay, now, Barrister, the president has done something that a lot of people are happy with or happy about. Now, Barrister, are you excited that the president acknowledged that there is poor perception about the judiciary among the Nigerian people?
Yes, it's good.
Now, will it call him to action in terms of to reform the judiciary?
No, he just said it. He just said it for the optics. So he didn't mean it. This is just for
Barrister, how do you mean he didn't mean it?
He doesn't mean it. Actions speak louder than words. I said I am very happy that he has insulted the same judiciary that gave him power.
Barrister,
yes.
When you say the president doesn't mean it, the president has always said, I am a reformist. I'm reformist, I'm a reformer. You know, you try to reform the tax system, you try to reform the local government autonomy, you try to reform the state police, you try to reform what again, and a few other things. So what makes you think that he's not going to do that in the judiciary?
Because we are not seeing evidence of all these things. We are not seeing any. Nothing has been reformed. It's almost 3 years now since he came into office. What is the sense of the reform? Where are they?
We will soon get into the science of the reform.
Is that what?
We will soon get into the science of the reform. That's our third topic of discussion.
If somebody has been preparing to run mad for 25 years, just every time, I will run mad though. I will do this, so I will do this, so for 25 years. So at what point now will he actually run mad and entertain the public? We have been hearing, we are, I am going to, we shall. But nothing is on ground to show that, yes, in fact, the foundation has not been laid.
Barrister, I will soon show you things that are on ground.
Okay.
In the coming minutes, I will show you that. No, go ahead.
So what I'm saying that this is that we are hearing. At what point are we going to see signs of what we are being told? At what point? Look at what we are getting from all over, both within and outside Nigeria. Negative report all over. Mr. Okoro, negative report. Since Nigeria gained independence, we have never had it this bad.
Barrister,
from the international community.
Barrister, we are costing home. If we agree, according to the president, that there is poor perception, you know, and a lot of people believe that it should go beyond perception, that as a matter of fact, it is reality. Now, does it look like the problem in the judiciary is because of poor welfare package for the judges? Some of the judges don't have homes. That is why they had to build houses for them. Some of them don't have functional vehicles. That is why they had to buy cars for them and all of them. Okay, you think it has nothing to do with it?
No, we can give them
problem?
300% salary increment. Is that not true? He built houses for them. He bought vehicles for them. So what are you talking about?
No, before then.
Before they are not complaining. I don't see judges here.
So why are judges corrupt?
Sorry?
Why are judges corrupt?
Because they allow themselves to be corrupted. They are induced. We don't have, what do you call now? Judges that are very, very decent, so to say. Yes. Judges that can represent the law. We don't have them again. After Justice Oputa, Kayode Shaw, Daniel Alexander, all of them, Graham Douglas, and mention any of them, what you are seeing today. Now that a particular judge is always the harassment on his own. Everybody is aware. To the extent that even the president is now castigating the same judiciary that gave him victory.
Barrister, I think there's an incoming call. Let's take the call. Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you are calling from. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, now, Barrister, okay, according to you, what is going on in judiciary, the corruption we see has nothing to do with poor welfare packages.
It has nothing at all. After all, Justice Oputa, when he left office, when he retired, he was living with his son. We all saw it. It's not about money. It's about integrity. That particular profession is a noble one. It must not be tempted. Whatever you are getting can be enough to take care of you if you don't want to be greedy. That's why when they went to their house the other time, they saw dollar, they saw pound, they saw euro.
Okay, but Barrister, I told you that I will show you something that is on ground in a few minutes. Now, Nigeria's headline inflation rate fell to 16.05% in October 2025, down from 18.02 in September, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. Barrister, I don't know why you are giggling. Well, this marks the seventh consecutive monthly decline. However, on a month-on-month basis, inflation rose by 0.93%, indicating a faster increase in average prices compared to the previous month. The report shows significant year-on-year improvement, with headline inflation dropping from 33.88% in October 2024 to 17.82% in October 2025, partly due to a revised base year, that is the revision of the economy, while urban inflation fell sharply year-on-year to 15.65%, although the monthly rate increased to 1.14%. The 12-month average urban inflation also declined notably. Rural inflation recorded a year-on-year rate of 15.86%, down from 31.59% a year earlier. Month-on-month rural inflation moderated to 0.45%, lower than in September, and blah, 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 blah. Barrister, food inflation stood at 13.12% year-on-year, dropping steeply from 39.16% in October 2024 due to the new base year. Barrister, in all of this, we have inflation coming down. We have food prices coming down. Don't you see the reform that the president is making?
No.
Is it not working?
No, seriously. Mr. Okoro, when you are talking like this, you will show me that solid point that can be sustainable. The farmers that are supposed to go to their farm and bring out this food, have they gone back to their farm?
The price of food items are falling.
So that will tell you that this is magic now. Unfortunately, Professor Pella have died. So I don't know who is cooking up this magic for them.
But it's happening.
So that the reform is working. Is wrong somewhere.
No, it's not turning wrong. The reform is working.
No. You don't. Oh my God! You don't reform with empty mouth.
Barrister, it is happening. I just read from National Bureau of Statistics. People are confirming that if you go to market, you see these things.
Before you can convince me,
okay.
Show me samples.
Barrister,
have the farmers gone back to farm?
Barrister, the stability of the naira to the dollar exchange rate.
Where is the food coming from?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you wouldn't know.
But there is food.
Oh, the food fell from the skies.
Barrister, that means that what it shows is that Nigerians are food price, the price of food items are
where is the food coming from?
But is there food? Is there food? Price of food items.
If the food is so much in the market, the price should come down now.
Beautiful. So where is it coming from?
So that will tell you that this is magic, like I told you. You can rebase the economy.
Barrister, it's not magic. The president went to Brazil and said, look, if I sit outside with the satellite, I see farmers going to farm in northwest, north central, and northeast. Didn't you hear the president say that?
Whatever you are told is not what the market is saying. I bought one tin of peak milk that I used to drink out this morning. How much was it? 800 naira.
Okay.
One tin.
How much was it before now?
Before now, in fact, under PDP, this was 40, 50 naira.
September last year, how much was it?
You tell me yourself.
No,
was it lower? I don't understand.
Oh no, it was higher, but it has dropped.
Dropped to where now?
To 800 that you bought it.
Look, don't celebrate mediocrity, Mr. Okoro. Please, don't celebrate mediocrity. Where were we when APC came into our life? Where was this economy? I don't like this thing that you people celebrate. It has dropped. It has come down. Let it go back to where they met it now. We cannot
Barrister, let it go back to where they met it.
They met
2025 budget, when the budget was being prepared, part of the thresholds, part of the bench-lines was the president said, look, inflation is going to drop by 15% by the end of the budget cycle. And we have like less than 2 months, and we are 16.05. Isn't that a good score?
It did not. They are working towards an answer. Look, whatever you are telling me now, let the price of the market reflect it. I just gave you an example here, and you are telling me this and that. Was it where they met us? The rice income that is a staple food in Nigeria, where is it today? Tell me, where was this rice when APC took over in 2015? A government was in office when this thing happened. So why can't they take it back to that place now?
Okay.
That is when I will celebrate, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. Barrister, can you use 30 seconds to give us your concluding thoughts on things that we talked about?
What happened in Oyo State, Makinde and whatever, and PDP, in Abuja, is an infamy on his own. PDP has failed. And that is because they refuse to do the needful when it matters most.
Okay,
this thing that they did now, they should have done it earlier on. I said it here.
Okay, the judiciary.
That delay is now boomerang on them.
The judiciary.
Wike has become so powerful for them.
Thank you. The judiciary.
Now, the judiciary, it's a shame that these things are happening. In fact, I thank God that it is a Tinubu that castigated them. And they know what they did with him in 2023.
Okay.
Yes, I thank God. That's why I told you that evil doesn't last forever. At a point.
Okay, Barrister, headline inflation dropped to 16.05%.
Leave that thing, please. Leave that. We have had it before.
Okay.
We had it before. By the time
you don't believe that.
No, by the time the actual rebasing is done, you will see the difference.
All right, this will be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo. I always appreciate your presence on this show. Well, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwu Mokoro. Up next is issues with Nena Ndimduto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
Hello.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
You're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of the Issues, we examine the complexities of Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance, from 44 lawmakers demanding immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu to Army Chief ordering intensified search for Kebbi schoolgirls. Also, PDP crisis deepens as Turaki makes international appeal. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Into today's discussion, 44 federal lawmakers have called for the immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, currently held in detention. In a letter written to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they cited Section 174 of the 1999 Constitution and argued that invoking the president's power to discontinue his trial could foster peace and reconciliation in the Southeast region. The letter, signed by legislators from different political parties and geopolitical zones, underscores growing concern that Kanu's prolonged detention may be undermining trust in government and fueling unrest. The group is urging the president not only to free him, but also to convene a broader national dialogue that could address the root causes of political agitation. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and he's a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually is Lekia Christian. He's a public affairs analyst, a social justice crusader, and the president, Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Yes, it is. Okay, let's start with you. This renewed call by the 44 lawmakers, what does this signal to you? What's your opinion about it?
see it as a wake-up call. I see it as a rebirth of conscience on the part of legislators. This is something that is coming not from a particular political party, but is a call coming from diverse political party at the National Assembly. Here is a man who had been in detention very long time, and the issues against him were very, very serious. Now, he's been in detention. Is it the problem of the judiciary not to be able to dispense the much expected justice, or that is a political maneuvering that is intended to keep him perpetually in detention? When the process that is expected to deliver justice is being, threatened, when it is not, it's been a subject of public suspicion, it threatens the confidence of the people in our judicial process. So for me, I'm not saying that he's guilty or not guilty, but as a human being, he has a right and is entitled to fair trial. The issues he raised are not personal issues. They are issues about a people. There are issues about a region. There are issues that Nigeria failed to address in the years in the post-Civil War era. When the Civil War or the Biafran War was fought and ended, there are certain issues that were begging for attention. And those issues were the need for this nation to sit and discuss the issues that led to the Civil War with a clear view of how to resolve them in the best interest of all the federating part of the Nigerian state. But that wasn't done. The greatest we ever had was the statement credited to Gowon, no victor, no vanquish. And the other one credited to Ojukwu, they say he who fights and run away lives to fight another day. No matter how we view the war, no matter how that war came, there are silent lessons that need to be learned. And as a nation, there are things we ought to have done. We are not the only country in the world that have gone up in arms against each other. There was the American war. There was the Sierra Leonean war. There was the South African conflict too. And in the case of South Africa, you see that the issue was racial. And after at the fall of apartheid, that as a nation who was responsible, they were quick to bring up to address that issue. They created the South African Institute for Race Relations. The issue of racism was dealt with, and today you see greater confidence in the South African state by South Africans. They believe more in themselves than even those who supported them during the apartheid regime. What does that tell us? That we have failed as a nation. So Nnamdi Kanu's issue is a very sensitive one. There is a very serious erosion of public confidence in the judicial system. And the only way that this can do is that there should be a deliberate political move, because whether President Tinubu likes it or not, he inherited this problem. Those who started, those who went after him, are all gone. They've left it in his hands. And there is mounting pressure. The Southeast has been unsettled for a whole lot of time. So for us, in the national interest, particularly now that we are calling for national unity, it will only be proper for the president to hit the call of these lawmakers. 44 lawmakers are no joke. Okay. These are a significant population of the National Assembly, and the issue they have raised are quite germane. And we can go into a greater discussion so that the issues we fail to address during the post-Civil War Nigeria can be addressed. We can sit on a round table as a people and discuss this all-sensitive issue with a view to clearly put the past behind us and see how we can collectively reappropriate a common focus for ourselves as a people and chart the way forward. That's my position on this. And I think that the members of the federal legislature deserve commendation for this noble move.
Okay, this is actually not the first time that some persons are coming out or going to meet the president. We've had different groups. But what makes this different? What makes this what makes this different? Yes, and then do you really think that the president would actually listen to this and actually do the right thing, in your own opinion, actually?
Well, I am in no position to think for the president. The president is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And any responsible president should be a listening president. Nigerians have made this call severally. And at this time, it is coming from a sensitive quarter, the National Assembly. That is a call coming, if no matter the number of people, that an issue can attract and compel 44 lawmakers in the National Assembly to take a position on this critical, sensitive national issue. It is one that tells you that it is a serious matter. And I believe that if the president, who I know, should be, who I think he should be, who wants peace and who wants national unity, he should be able to. I think he should, in my own opinion, if I'm to advise him, I'll advise him to hit the core of the legislation, even if it's not a unanimous decision by the legislative arm, but that 44 national lawmakers or federal lawmakers will come together to say, Mr. President, enough of this drama, judicial drama. Drop this since it's not a personal issue, and let us look at the larger Nigerian crisis. And the Biafrans could be talking today. Other parts of Nigeria are equally talking. There are issues begging for attention, and convening that national dialogue will definitely assist us to enjoy some level of opportunity in terms of addressing the core issues that deserve attention at this point in our national life.
Okay, we'll come back to you later on in the show. Let's come back to the studios. I'm sure you have a lot to say, Dr. Peter, but while you say what you want to say as regards what you think about this new development of the 44 lawmakers, I wanted to also answer, wouldn't this, is this not a way of subverting or, intersecting with ongoing court processes? We know that about November 20, he's supposed to have his, he's supposed to have his judgment read or his judgment, announced. But though I know that at some point he actually asked for that to be put aside. So what do you think about this new development on this Nnamdi Kanu's issue?
Well, for me, I feel that it is a positive one, because knowing the situation that Nigeria is at this point in time, there's tension everywhere in the country. There's tension everywhere in the country. If you see just what happened there between Sunday and today, understand? And what has been happening, Nigeria is now at a boiling point. And for me, I feel that these 44 National Assembly members are on a rescue mission, because it will be wrong for the president to fold his hand and watch somebody pour more kerosene that's on the fire, because that's exactly what is going to happen to increase the tension in the country. Because one, a lot of people believe in the struggle that Nnamdi Kanu is doing at the moment. One, it is recognized, self-determination is recognized by our own constitution, both UN Charter and the AU. So self-determination is never a criminal offense. So, and that's what and that's a struggle that he is leading, because at the end of the Civil War, Gowon declared what they called, or the famous 3R, that's reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation. So none of that was carried out up to date. Igbos have never been reconciled to the country. Understand me? Igbos has not been reconciled to Nigeria. Understand? So as I'm sitting here, I see myself as an Igbo man who come to Nigeria to hustle. After hustling, I'll go back to Igbo land because we have not been reconciled. Understand? So that reconciliation, which is very, very important, which is very, very paramount, has not happened.
Can I come in here? So what's the reconciliation process that you hope to have happened that has not happened?
Treat us as you are treating the other parts of the country. Understand me? Treat us as you are treating the other parts of the country. Because up to today, we are still being marginalized, segregated, discriminated. Understand me? So because we have not been accepted, we have not been reconciled. I have that mindset. I have that mentality that I am an Igbo man that comes to Nigeria to hustle. Because I'm seeing myself as a stranger in this country until we are reconciled. That's a fact. So these people, to me, they are on a rescue mission that to tell the president, we need to douse this tension in the country. Because on Thursday is a very important day in the history of Nigeria. Not just because of the case of Nnamdi Kanu. On that same Thursday, the hearing on genocide will be going on in the United States. Understand me? And already, mind you, on Sunday, the Pope added Nigeria as among the countries that Christians are being persecuted. And you heard what the national chairman of PDP said today in Abuja, that it is not only genocide, that Christian genocide that is going on in Nigeria, there are also, democracy is also in danger. So all these are, and mind you, on Sunday, that's a brigadier general was killed in the country, and no mention has come from the part of the government. So there's tension everywhere. And for me, it wouldn't be good for this to continue. The section that they quoted was the same section that President Tinubu used to free those so-called teenage terrorists that were arrested during the end bad governance protest. Those children that we are fighting that's in the court. Understand? That same section, Tinubu can also use it to stop court and proceedings. It's just a matter of calling the Attorney General that's of the Federation, stop these proceedings, let this young man go. And if he does that, it will at least by 30% reduce the current tension in the country. And again, the insecurity in the southeast will be reduced with at least 50%. I don't want to say 100%, understand? Because there are armed robbers in the east. There are kidnappers in the east. All this, they are not robbing, they are not kidnapping because of Nnamdi Kanu is in detention. So even if Nnamdi Kanu comes out today, armed robbers will still continue to rob. Kidnappers will still continue to kidnap. But the agitation of Nnamdi Kanu being in detention would reduce by at least 50%. So which will be good for the country. So the National Assembly members did the right thing. It now behoves on the president to do his own and calm the situation in the country.
Okay, I was going to ask you a follow-up question. Okay, so you know you said something that the president used the same section to release some teenagers. But so the president is aware. He has
that constitutional power to do that.
So he has constitutional powers. Why has he not done this all of this while? Does it not mean that he actually wants to, you know, he has his reasons for for not releasing him? Because if he knows this, he knows the law, he knows that he can use this, and he has not done it. So what do you think could be the reason why he has not? It could just be that he might just want the court or the judge or the law to take his toll.
Well, somebody might be leading his government into temptation, and he will find it difficult to deliver his government from evil. Understand me? Somebody, one judge somewhere, could be leading his government into temptation, so it behoves on him to deliver his government from evil. Understand? Because this, if Nnamdi Kanu is jailed, it's going to increase the tension in the country. Because this is about 50 million Igbos, both in Nigeria and outside, that are very much interested in this situation. Understand me? It is about 50 million Igbos, both in Nigeria and outside, and even non-Igbos, understand, that are interested in this case. So, at the president, the ball is on his court, whether that to continue with this fight or to reduce it.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next issue we have today. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, has directed troops of Operation Fansan Yama to intensify efforts to secure the 25 schoolgirls abducted from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State. He asked the troops to scale up intelligence-driven operations and ordered a relentless day and night pursuit of the kidnappers, urging that every available lead be pursued decisively and professionally. Governor Nasir Idris has assured desperate parents that the government is doing everything possible for the safe recovery of the girls. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has urged the federal government to take immediate and decisive action, describing the incident as a devastating assault on the nation's conscience and a stark reminder of the worsening insecurity facing schools across the country. The Senate has asked President Bola Tinubu to direct the Nigerian Armed Forces to immediately recruit at least 100,000 additional personnel to strengthen the fight against worsening insecurity across the country. Let me come to you, Lekia. Looking at the happenings in the last 24 hours, would you say this looks like another case of the Chibok girls happening again?
It's a delicate, sensitive, and pathetic situation. The Chibok girls truly is a sad reminder of that ugly incident. We know and can still remember how much that incident spun around the heart of the world, and the condemnation that came on the abductors and the failure of the Nigerian state to have responded adequately to the issue of public safety, and not at that time. You see, when parents invest in their children and send them to go and get education, it is the responsibility of government through the security agencies and apparatus to guarantee public safety, the safety of our students. That it happened before, and up till now, the Chibok girls have not all been rescued, and that similar things have been happening over time. For it to happen again is a sad reminder of that very painful national experience. And it threatens the future of our dear country. It shows that we are not very coordinated intelligence-wise, because within security circle, when you talk about intelligence coordinated operations, there should be, an overlapping situation that will make the military go proactive. Our security agencies, should have been able to, put certain things in place, some precautionary measures, some surveillance measures that will ensure that when things want to happen, these people who are behind this evil scheme will not find it easy to just have their way. But for them to have gone into the government girls secondary school, MAGA, in Kebbi State, abducting 25 school girls, that is a slap and a big slap on the conscience of our security system. So I pray that they should, as a matter of fact, make this a very serious issue. And when I hear of this, the Senate saying they should giving the president a right to recruit 100,000, no. Security operations that will be successful will always be intelligence driven. And there are indicators, there are things that will be done. They are professionals in their right, and they know what ought to be done. But that these people keep succeeding is an indictment on the intelligence of the military and how coordinated they are. A lot of information have been spinning out from operations and operatives, and there appear to be this consistent factor of conspiracy in all of this. So why would anybody want to grow insecurity, even if that's a very profiting business to such a person? Must that be the only way where you get money, at the expense of it? Festering insecurity in our country is an indictment on our collective sense of purpose. And it threatens our continuous survival because there is a guarantee that our human rights cannot be guaranteed. Our public safety cannot be guaranteed. And look at it, after the Chibok gets and all the concern, the agencies concerned ought to have put in place the best of approach and strategy to ensure that this never happens again. But here it is happening. It is a painful situation, and I'm weeping deeply in my heart. Do we withdraw our children from schools? Do we stop the girl child, or is it a war against girl child education? Because remember, the Chibok experience, girls were targeted. And this one, girls are also the core victims. So why would anybody want to stop the girl child education? Who could be behind all of this? What should be done? What can be done? These are all questions that are begging for attention. And I think the chief of army staff, the military high command had done the appropriate thing by deploying their men and asking them to leave no stone unturned until these guys are being rescued, unhurt, and recovered. But beyond that order, because it is for at this moment a mere directive, beyond that directive, we should begin to think about the issue of public safety very, very seriously. The girl child is becoming more endangered in Nigeria than ever before at this time. And when whatever that will threaten the education, the enlightenment, the future of the girl child is a threat to our nation, the future of this country. So for me, I just pray that the government would not pay lip service or would not want to respond because of the growing insecurity across the nation, but to take adequate and proactive steps to nip this in the bud and bring an end to such an experience again. It is a painful thing. It is painting us in a very dark light. Imagine a country where everywhere you find insecurity breeding. That's not a good experience at all. It's painful. I pray that they recover these guys unhurt. And I also want to appeal to those behind this nefarious act to give up on it. This is not the best way to go. It is not the best way to go. The future of this country depends on these young, growing leaders. And if we put their lives under threat, it will spell doom for us as a people and as a nation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, these perpetrators have often been called bandits, but don't you think that this has gone beyond banditry? These situations that we get to see in our country. why are they not being termed as terrorists? Why are they still called bandits?
You see, our security institutions are one of the finest. But for you to work well, you must work under the right climate. You must get the right orders, and you must get the right motivation to deploy your intelligence on issues like this. Let me tell you something. If our reward system is such that when a soldier or a police officer or a security operative deploys his best, he gets rewarded and get recognized and heroic status, you know, they will want to give their best. But when you give your best, including harvesting critical information that was seized in nibbling crises and conflicts of this nature in the board, and they only get penalized, it tells you that all is not well with such a system. So for us to get it right, the military must do a thorough overhaul. And I don't see the idea of regular recruitment as a way out of this problem. Because sometimes you've created all manner of problem in the name of trying to be proactive in managing this conflict. And even the bandits, so-called bandits, some of them are repentant, as they branded repentant bandits or terrorists. They get integrated into the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When such a thing happens, how safe are those who are patriotic, those who are serious-minded? Because you can flood the force in the name of recruitment with bandits that will come to run a counter agenda against the purpose and essence of having a military or security formation in place. When you have internal conspiracies that will work or that can work against the good of the nation and save operations, you know, when informations leak out, because such a operation should be stinked by nation. So, but when you find that these informations are no longer within enclosed circuit, what do? Even the operatives want to save their head first. So if you are poorly motivated and you find yourself in no position to give your very best to your country along the line of duty, how can we succeed? It's a serious matter that I think should make a government to even resign if they can't address it. Because one of the critical essence of government or responsibility of any government is to protect lives and property. The first line is our lives, then the properties. You know, so, but when government fails to protect lives, I know that there are situations where the government could be sabotaged and they could get overwhelmed within that line. Yet, every government that is coming into power should come prepared. They should come with an agenda. They should know they have a responsibility and should also be determined not to fail on that responsibility, because the first failure is the failure to protect lives and properties in any society.
Okay. Thank you. Let's come back to the studios. Dr. Peter, you know, in 2014, the president, who was of course not the president then, had tweeted about the level of insecurity that we had in Nigeria, especially after the Chibok experience. And now, in his own time, we are seeing how insecurity has really degraded, has really, you know, what do you think? Why has it not, you know, done the needful? And then what structural failures would you say are driving this cycle of school abductions in our society today?
President Tinubu, then Bonabe Tinubu, did not only stop at tweeting. He went to the United States, understand, to protest that of Christian genocide in Nigeria. That was 2014. He also said that if Jonathan cannot protect life and property, he should resign. That was his words in 2014. Understand? But this saying that what goes round comes round. And what you measure unto others will also be measured unto you. Understand? Because exactly, we are reliving what happened 10 years ago. Exactly. Understand? But then it was Obama doing his even manipulations. Understand? Doing his even this manipulations. But now Trump has come. Understand? So the issue is this: one, the KB girls school kidnapped is now an international issue. Money, the guy that first broke this thing in the U.S. Congress, has already tweeted about it. So it is now in the public domain in the United States. And what this means is that Nigerian government don't have the capacity to protect its people. And if you read what the governor of Kebbi State said, he said that they got this intel and that he sent it to the right quarters. But he was surprised that nothing was done, which means it was a sabotage. Understand me? Which means it was a sabotage, which is true. Understand? So, and at times we may read a political meanings into this. At times we can read a political meanings into this, because anytime, it's not just in the north, even in the south, anytime that election is coming near, tension is heightened, insecurity heightens. Understand me? So that's why when they say that sometimes politicians could be behind this, they may not be far from the truth. And on the issue of the Senate saying recruit 100 more thousand soldiers. It is only those who have not visited the barracks that will want to be enlisted into the army. In Lagos, yeah, I've been able to visit about 2 different barracks. Understand? And I saw the conditions that Nigerian soldiers are in. You will not even want to wish your worst enemy to be there. So it is only those who have not visited the army and barracks and seen that the condition that they are in that will want to enlist in the army. There's nothing exciting about it. There's not really. In the US, 2 people are respected more than the others, the elderly and the military. Even at the airport, when you want to board an aeroplane, these people are given a preference: elderly citizens, military, because they are the military are the ones that protect us. But in Nigeria, they are not treated as human beings. Imagine that we are hearing that a brigadier, there's a rumor that a brigadier general was killed, and nothing is being done about it. So for me, it's a serious situation. It's a very serious situation.
Okay, and before we move to the next conversation, I wanted to just quickly talk on your take on the Senate's directive. Is that what we need at the moment, recruiting more people?
For me, it's just like on the issue of building more universities. My concern is let those who are currently in the army be motivated. Understand? Let them be motivated. Let them be empowered. Understand? Let their welfare be up there. If they are motivated, if they are empowered, if they give that necessary job. To keep on happening. If they are well motivated, they'll be ready to die for the country. Ordinarily, that's what they sign for.
Okay, let's move on to the next conversation we have tonight. The leadership crisis within the People's Democratic Party escalated today when newly elected national chairman Taminu Turaki, alongside governors Sheyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed, forcefully entered the party's national secretariat in Abuja. Their supporters clashed violently with loyalists of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, beating and chasing them out after breaching the security blocked entrance. The confrontation occurred as both factions scheduled rival meetings at Wadata Plaza, prompting a heavy deployment of police, DSS and NSCDC operatives. Earlier, the Wike-aligned faction, led by suspended National Secretary Senator Samuel Anyanwu, had occupied the building with anti-Turaki protesters. Anyanwu defended a strong security presence as routine for major party meetings and insisted he remains the legitimate National Secretary until December 8. He dismissed the Ibadan Convention that produced Turaki as a jamboree, arguing that no valid INEC monitored convention took place and claiming that the process lacked proper communication, oversight and legitimate delegates. Following the clash, Turaki accused Wike of allegedly leading armed thugs to the secretariat with the connivance of the police. He vowed that his faction was ready to lay down their lives to defend the party's mandate, and he has also called on the U.S. President Donald Trump and advanced democracies to intervene and save Nigeria's democracy. Before we come to the questions, let's watch the videos and just see how whatever played out at the PDP Wadata House today.
You are watching what is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. You should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria, come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance or support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So Nigerians, you are watching what is happening. International community, you are seeing the threat that Nigerian democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. You should come and save.
Okay, let's come to you. I was actually going to we're going to play the video of the incident, the rambles that happened. But you know, that might be played in the background. But let me come to you, Adalekia. You know, what's your take about this incident today? You know, seeing how men, these are grown men acting like children, all in the name of politics. What's the take about that? And then also talk about this call by Turaki on the United States president that we need help in our democracy.
Well, it's a shame. I see it as a big shame. That one of the biggest shame that has happened within the political class. And I just remember a line that was used in a particular expression, even if I'm not going to go into details. Say, how are the mighty falling? PDP once prided itself as the biggest party in the whole of Africa. Have they been able to sustain that status? Where is the pride of the PDP in all of this? And again, most of those who are calling on Trump to come and defend democracy, save democracy in Nigeria, why would they wait until now when the American president had talked about the plight of Christians and the killings of Christians in Nigeria? They want to add their own. They are all part of the problem. You know, when politicians don't have any clear-cut that sense of direction, you see them doing what looks like kindergarten politics. I expected them to have been a lot more mature. As leaders, they've occupied position, and Turaki himself is an SAN who should understand the law and understand the context of this agitation. Nigeria is not an extension of the American territory under the control of President Donald Trump. To save democracy in Nigeria will remain the exclusive reserve of Nigeria, except there is a clear-cut threat. Let's say maybe something is happening. All of this, the integrity of the judiciary, would have saved a whole lot. But who looks up to what is happening? We are beginning to see a society that is looking too draconian. And it is a sorry state we all find ourselves. My appeal to the political class is for them to believe in the tenets of democracy, so that when they want to speak democratically, they will speak on the base from the point of strength and not weakness. I am not siding those who are opposed to them, but they are part of the problem. I see all of them as part of the problem. And for the Mackinday-led group who came up with a national convention, its outcome, and that of Anyanwu, who has insisted that he remains the authentic, national secretary. I expect them to have gone to court.
Okay.
Out. And not for them to go out and look like a bandwagon of uncivilized out.
Okay, let me, because of time, let me
Look
quickly
at the way they behave.
Sorry for cutting
here
you.
And there. I won't blame in the case of it.
Okay, I know you still have a lot to say on this issue, but sorry, I have to stop you there. Let's quickly come to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, in 1 minute, please. What's your take on this issue?
No problem. I'm a gentleman. I'll stop. I'm not alone.
As far as I'm concerned, both parties are working from different ends to achieve the same purpose. Both of them are working from different ends to achieve the same purpose. Both of them have one master, understand me? But they are working from different purpose, from different ends to achieve the same purpose, which is returning Tinubu beyond 2027. So what's happening there is just it's a drama and nothing serious. But PDP caused what is happening to them by refusing to sack Nyesom Wike under a week after the presidential elections. Understand? If they had sacked those G5 governors at that point in time, what is happening now would not have happened.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Peter Nosike, for being with us in the studio. And thank you, Lekia Christian, for joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, electoral governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on